"Good morning, everyone," said a man with curly brown hair that brushed his shoulders. A pair of round spectacles perched neatly on his pointed nose. A book rested in his hand as he strode confidently into the classroom. "Morning, Mr. Edwin." Godfrey caught the unified response of his soon-to-be classmates as he entered, following closely behind a girl his age. Her golden-white hair was tied into a sleek ponytail, glimmering faintly beneath the fluorescent lights. "We have 2 transfer students joining us today," Edwin announced with a light, almost playful tone. "Your sophomore year will certainly be more interesting, as both of them are already rather popular." Godfrey's fingers tightened imperceptibly around the strap of his backpack. His ocean blue eyes shifted to the girl half a meter away. Porcelain skin, wide golden orange eyes, and lips that glistened faintly, glossed, no doubt, and not with the ordinary kind. "Why don't you both introduce yourselves?" Edwin's voice echoed warmly from the front. "I'm Isold Pendragon." Pendragon! Godfrey's pupils shrank. He wasn't alone. Across the room, expressions shifted instantly. Whispers hissed like wind through dry grass, but what lingered most was the unmistakable awe shimmering in the sophomore's eyes. Who didn't know the Pendragons? A family of summoners, legends for consistently birthing dragon summoners. Godfrey cleared his throat, catching a sidelong glance from Isold, who raised one willowy eyebrow in faint amusement. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Godfrey Daniels, and I hope we can all." "You're the hero's trash." The outburst came from Dale, a boy with a close-cropped haircut, his hands gripping the edge of his desk as if he had just unearthed buried treasure. "Daniels from Amazon, right?" Another boy, snow-white hair, an almost angelic face resting lazily on his palm, arched a brow. Godfrey forced a thin smile. "Yes, it's the trash," Snow muttered with a shrug, eyes drifting back toward the window. A ripple of laughter fluttered through the class, some girls muffling it behind their palms, others chuckling openly. "Godfrey is a human being just like you. You don't call people trash." Edwin's rebuke was firm, but Godfrey knew better. Words carried little weight here. This was Manhattan Summoners High, one of the finest institutions in the world. Its students were heirs of wealth, prestige, and ancient legacies. They weren't just being educated, they were being groomed to lead the next generation. "Am I not the same?" he thought bitterly. He hadn't grown up poor. His father had been a war hero, famed for halting a horde of 100,000 orcs, holding the line until his final breath. Under such brilliance, the world expected his son to shine just as bright. But Godfrey hadn't awakened. Awakening early, without the aid of the ceremony, was considered proof of extraordinary potential. His father's towering legacy made Godfrey's failure all the more humiliating. To the world, he was a blemish on a hero's name. "Go on, sit down. Class is about to begin." Edwin's voice was gentle. Godfrey's eyes trailed after Isold, the Pendragon Ice Princess herself. She had awakened at the impossible age of 1. The news had once been a global sensation. He had grown up hearing of it in second-hand awe. He brushed aside the heaviness pressing on his chest and slid into a seat near the back. Isold, unsurprisingly, chose the window row. Snow was directly in front of her. "Godfrey," Edwin called suddenly, "you'll be joining the freshmen for their awakening ceremony tomorrow morning." The muffled snickers of his classmates were unmistakable. Lips trembled with suppressed laughter, eyes glistened with mockery. Godfrey gave a quiet nod. By now he was used to it. Once he had dreamed of grandeur, summoning a magnificent beast, becoming one of the admired boys of the academy. The kind with loyal friends and pretty girls' gazes trailing after him like moths to flame. Now, thinking back, that dream felt almost laughable. "Now then," Edwin's voice lifted, pulling Godfrey from his thoughts. "We all know of the first summoner, Adam." He flipped open his notebook on the lectern. "And his summon?" The class hushed instantly. "The prisoner of the golden headband, better known as the Monkey King. A king-tier summon, celebrated for his intelligence and unmatched battle prowess. A being capable of duplicating and mimicking the traits of any opponent." Edwin paused, letting the weight of those words sink in. but he vanished into a white dungeon gate, which brings us to today's topic. What are dungeon gates? What are their traits? And why have they remained for over a century? Several hands shot up, eager to show off knowledge. Godfrey tuned out. His gaze drifted to the world beyond the window. White clouds drifting lazily, sunlight spilling across rooftops. That was enough for him. Break arrived. Godfrey rose, only to find Dale striding toward him with two others, Orwin and Cecil, flanking him. The scowl on Dale's face melted into a practiced smile as he turned instead toward Isold. "I'm Dale," he said, extending his hand. Isold brushed past him without a glance. Silence followed her exit, broken by Dale's sharp laugh. He turned back, now facing Godfrey. "Don't you feel like trash?" Dale sneered. "Your father threw his life away against those orcs because your mother was about to give birth to you. That day, we lost a diamond and got garbage instead." "Keep believing that," Godfrey thought, walking past him with his hands in his pockets. He wouldn't take the bait. Not against Dale, one of the Academy's strongest sophomores, and certainly not after being so plainly ignored by Isold. But as he moved down the hallway, an arm hooked around his neck. Godfrey turned slightly, green hair, sharp eyes, a lean build. If Dale was a bull, this one was a wolf. Look at him, scared already. A plainer boy jeered, stepping up beside him. Godfrey's irritation soured into caution when he noticed the figure trailing them. Snow. Clearly, these two were his lackeys. Isold was untouchable. Godfrey, on the other hand, was fair game. "Heard your father's summon was the gold-eater Colossus," the green-haired boy, Sief Freed, said with a wink. "Bet it left your family a mountain of gold. How about buying us something after school?" "Leave him," Snow's voice cut through like ice. The two lackeys faltered, puzzled, until Snow stretched his leg forward, drawing attention to the loosened lace of his shoe. The son of a war hero tying the shoes of his classmate, Siegfried snickered, shoving Godfrey toward him. "Fitting, isn't it? A reminder of where you belong. You've got hands, don't you?" Godfrey's voice was flat. "Or do you just want to make sure the whole school knows you can't tie your own shoes?" Snow's eyes narrowed. A faint, eerie shimmer kindled within his irises. In the next heartbeat, Godfrey found himself teetering over the balcony rail of the cafeteria. Third floor, wind tugging at his clothes, the ground yawning below. Someone's grip on his jacket was the only thing keeping him from plunging headlong down this great height. He jumped. What in the world, did you see that? Creep just climbed the rail on his own. A cacophony of voices fell into Godfrey's ears, allowing him to figure out Snow must have used his beast's ability on him. "Are you all right?" Isold's voice was calm, though her expression betrayed little. Her tone carried more weight than her face ever did. "Man, I expected him to break out of it eventually, but he would have really fallen. TSK. Pathetic." Sief Freed pointed mockingly at Godfrey, while Snow carried his tray to a table as if nearly throwing someone off the third floor was no different than swatting a bothersome fly. "You're laughing? And nearly killing me?" Godfrey's jaw tightened. His ocean blue eyes narrowed as he glared at Snow. His chest swelled with restrained fury as he pushed through the crowd and into the heart of the cafeteria. Beside him, Isold moved with her usual grace. 16, the same age as Godfrey. Her golden white hair and golden orange eyes gave her an almost ethereal air. The tension of the cafeteria seemed to bend around her. "You still run that mouth of yours," Sief Freed barked, stepping forward and throwing a straight punch. Carried strength, but it was reckless, riddled with openings. Godfrey's instincts surged. He seized Sief Freed's arm, twisted the elbow, pivoted, and flung him over his back. The sophomore crashed into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. "I'll kill you," Sief Freed roared, scrambling to his feet. This time his punch carried his true strength, the kind that could crack cement walls. But to his shock, Godfrey raised his forearm and blocked it. A strike that should have snapped bone barely made Godfrey flinch. Sief Freed froze. His connection to his beast, gone, and strength was gone. In that instant, he was no different from a powerless human. Godfrey's fist struck him square across the face. A second blow, An uppercut lifted Sief Freed off his feet and sent him sprawling across the cafeteria floor. "Did you see that?" A student gasped, abandoning his untouched tray. Another, midway through shoveling food into his mouth, stopped to gape. "He beat Sief Freed. That's impossible." Cecil, the bob-cut girl at Dale's table, frowned deeply. Dale, however, only chuckled, arms crossed, eyes sliding mockingly toward Snow, who, for once, looked frozen. Just then, another lackey surged forward, too fast for Godfrey to follow. Even with his guard raised, the boy's fists broke through, hammering Godfrey with blow after blow. A final uppercut, the same blow as revenge, launched him into the air, crashing him hard against the wall. He slumped to the ground, unmoving. The cafeteria fell into stunned silence. Snow stood, his expression distorted in disdain. Then, without a word, he stormed out. Students followed quickly, scattering like startled birds. The idea that Snow had lost his composure was unsettling. Had it been Dale, perhaps they'd accept it. But Snow? No, that was alien. When the hall had emptied, only Isold remained. She stood before Godfrey's crumpled form, her gaze cool. "Giving you an opportunity for a fair fight was stupid," she said flatly. "You were doomed from the start." Even then, Godfrey's voice was low, but steady. He forced himself upright, meeting her eyes. "I gave him what he deserved." Isold's golden eyes narrowed, but she said nothing. "Thank you," Godfrey continued, his breath uneven. "He got to taste what it's like, calling to your soul and hearing nothing in return. For a minute or two, he lived what I've lived for 16 years. He pressed a hand to his chest, wincing. "Something's broken," he muttered, staggering toward the exit. Minutes later, Godfrey lay on a sickbed in the Academy's infirmary. Manhattan High's sickbay was not for illness. It was for the battered, the broken, the survivors of fights that pushed students to the brink. Growth was forged in conflict. To maim or to kill was forbidden on paper. Godfrey wondered if the rules truly mattered. Snow had nearly ended him. The nurse, dressed in a pristine white coat over pale blue attire, extended her hand. Behind her, a glowing magical circle bloomed, from which descended a radiant dove. Its beak and talons glimmered gold, and its wings spanned twice that of a stellar sea eagle, the largest bird recorded before the cataclysm a century ago. With a single beat of its wings, warmth washed over Godfrey. His ribs knit together, bruises faded, and drowsiness pulled at his eyes. "You took quite the beating," the nurse sighed, her gaze soft. It had not even been a day since he transferred, and already he had ended up here. This place wasn't for the ordinary. Manhattan High was for monsters and their servants. You either rule or you serve. And Godfrey looked far too stubborn to serve and far too weak to rule. Before Godfrey could respond, a knock sounded. Moments later, Isold's voice drifted in as she spoke to the nurse who went to open the door. "He didn't get to eat his lunch. I gathered something for him. Please make sure he eats." Hard lines creased Godfrey's brow as warmth stirred faintly in his chest. Why was she being kind? His question was answered when the nurse returned with a tray. Tucked beneath the plate was a folded slip of white paper. On it, written in elegant script, "I just like your face. Don't overthink it." Godfrey stared, heat rising in his cheeks. "You tell a guy you like his face and expect him not to overthink it? How does that even work?" He muttered to himself. The nurse flipped through a file. "I suggest you rest. You're Godfrey Daniels, yes?" He nodded. "You have the awakening ceremony tomorrow. Rest or you may not be fit for it. Remember, if you miss this chance, you may never awaken anything beyond the low tier, so when I say rest, I mean it." The next morning, the Academy's grounds gleamed beneath the rising sun. Crowds of freshmen gathered, along with countless others, outsiders who had paid dearly for the right to use Manhattan's legendary awakening platform, famed for producing higher awakenings than anywhere else in the world. Godfrey stood among them, hands buried in his pockets, fists clenched tight. This was it, his only chance. He had failed to awaken naturally. If he failed here too, then the truth would be undeniable. There was no summon within his soul. No summon meant no future. In this world, a summon defined a man's worth. To have nothing meant to be nothing, an insect in a kingdom of predators. Worse, Manhattan High's acceptance had been conditional. He needed at least an elite-tier beast to stay. There were 5 tiers. Low tier, 1.0 to 3.4. Elite tier, 3.5 to 5.4. High tier, 5.5 to 7.9. Lord tier, 8.0 to 10.0. And the fabled king/queen tier, 10.1 to 12.9. Even dragons, for all their majesty, rarely reached king tier even when they had the potential. From the classrooms above, students leaned out of windows to watch. On the central stage, an elevated platform shimmered with glowing runes, powered by 6 dungeon cores. The headmaster stepped forward, slim and severe in his pinstripe suit, his presence radiating discipline. His eyes swept across the crowd. As you all know, he began, his voice just right for the crowd. Today determines your lives. There will be no needless speeches. We begin immediately. His gaze dropped to the paper slip in his hand. The first name is... He raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat, lifting his gaze back to the crowd and locking on the only teen with Manhattan's jacket. Godfrey Daniels. With silent steps that seemed to echo in his ears, Godfrey ascended to the top of the hexagonal platform, his eyes locked on the headmaster, who retreated for him to stand at the center of the stage. The headmaster stood alongside a woman who held a tablet. It was the device that gauged the tier of a summoner's summon. She would be the first to see if he was just a normal human or had a summon lying dormant within him. Calm down. Take deep breaths and close your eyes. You'll find yourself in a place we call your soul space, and you'll be staring right at your summon. The headmaster paused as Godfrey closed his eyes. It will be dark, but do not worry. The light of your summon will be the only light you need. At this point, Godfrey couldn't hear what the headmaster was saying anymore. The dungeon cores glowed faintly, their brilliance dulled by the sunlight, and Godfrey was drawn into his soul space. He had heard his mother's experience and several others. It was always the same. They appeared floating in what looked like endless space, and their beast awaited them there. Some said they were frightened at first sight, some were happy, and some recoiled at what they saw. But when Godfrey opened his eyes, he didn't know what to make of the sight before him. He stood on a massive staircase, as wide as a highway. The blocks that made up the steps were pure white, as though marble and magic had been fused together, and the staircase ascended toward a towering wall with a colossal double door of wood. Above it hung the sun, its piercing glow flooding everything in light. Godfrey looked around in bewilderment. Where was the darkness? Why wasn't he floating in space, but standing on a staircase? It can't be that I died the moment I'm about to awaken, right? He chortled, though the jest felt hollow. Still, it was better to see what awaited him at the top. The moment he took a step, Godfrey found himself already standing before the great door. Carved into its surface with exquisite detail was a great oval shield crossed with a long sword. He placed his hands on the door, and with the gentlest nudge it swung inward. My God! The headmaster snapped toward the woman with the gauging device, deep lines cutting across his temples. What is it? His tier. The woman looked at him, horrified. It's 1. It's what? The headmaster moved closer, his voice sharp, until the woman finally managed to speak. It's 12.1. She could barely force the words out, as though her voice was chained to a stone and dragged down. The headmaster's eyes widened. His summon has the potential of a 12.1 king tier. The woman shook her head vehemently, thrusting the screen toward him. This 12.1 and the potential. The headmaster's face drained of color, as if he had seen a ghost, when the reading revealed that the potential exceeded 12.9. It was incalculable. Just then, a golden diagram flared above Godfrey, its brilliance forcing Isold, Snow, Dale, and the others in his class to squint as they leaned out from the windows to get a clearer look. With a thunderous metallic crash, a summon descended from the diagram, clad in ornate golden armor layered over thick steel, a white cape fluttering from its shoulders as it landed. The figure stood a full 7 feet tall, a great oval shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. Its presence was imposing, and its helm bore a single vertical slit, no wider than a finger, that glowed faintly from within. A knight. Disdain flared in Snow's eyes. Everyone knew humanoid summons like golems and orcs were considered weak compared to beast summons. The only exceptions were Adam's Monkey King, which was part monkey, and Cain's Dark Seraph, which carried celestial blood. You've summoned a humanoid creature with a tier of 3.0 and a potential of 6.0, the woman with the gauge announced aloud, then shot a furtive glance at the headmaster. Only the two of them knew what the device first displayed, yet this was the reading she spoke aloud. Was he one of the rare summoners who harbored 2 summons within them? If not, then the gauge was wrong. But since when did a low-tier summon possess such absurd growth potential? You may descend, the headmaster said in an even tone, his expression unreadable as he watched Godfrey retrieve his summon and step down. But his mind was calculating. He stays under watch. There's something we haven't grasped yet. I need to know if that boy is truly a low-tier summoner or a king-tier hidden in disguise. A humanoid summon. What a terrible way to start the ceremony. Godfrey heard someone mutter from the crowd, their voice tight with fear for their own fate. It has absurd potential, though. Imagine the chance to rise from a low tier to a high tier wasted on some ancient knight whose sword might not even scratch a beast. Godfrey's eyes narrowed on the man who had spoken, standing beside his child. Their gazes met, but the disdain in the man's eyes didn't faze him. Nothing did, not when his mind was in turmoil. He remembered the stone door with the symbol he had glimpsed behind the chamber of the knight he summoned. Everyone said the first thing they saw in their soul space was their true summon. The first thing he saw wasn't the knight. It was the staircase leading up to what looked like a palace. If that was his true summon, then the knight was only a part of it. Which meant behind the other doors were other knights. When he finally stepped into his class, his thoughts receded as every gaze fixed on him. The boy once mocked for having no summon now had one. But still, your father's summon could spit gold and level an army of orcs, but yours can only wave around a puny sword and shield. Did the garbage just upgrade into the garbage bin? Dale snickered, clutching his stomach as his lackeys roared with laughter. Others only looked at Godfrey with pity. With a summon like this, he would always remain a mockery to his father's legacy. It's about time for combat class. Let's test that knight of yours. Sief Freed rose to his feet, the grudge in his green eyes sharp as he ruffled his hair and walked out. One by one, the others followed, some casting him pitying looks, others ignoring him, some mocking with their faces. Finally, only Isold remained. "It's a cool night," she said at last. Godfrey rolled his eyes. "The entire class is waiting for me to be humiliated publicly." "True." Isold pursed her lips. "But every summon has its advantages. I bet your knight has his." "Every summon has its advantages?" What a joke. What kind of advantage could a low-tier summon possibly have against the monstrosities before him? Standing in a massive arena with an open roof, Godfrey watched from the crowd as 2 figures faced each other on a wide platform. On one side stood Isold, her summon at her side, a white-scaled beast. Its leathery wings stretched like the sails of an ancient warship, attached to its forelimbs, while its powerful hind legs and lashing tail made the ground tremble. But it was the head that stole everyone's breath. Ferocious, reptilian, with a row of needle-like teeth sharp enough to shred whatever was unlucky enough to fall into its maw. A white wyvern. Tier 5.5, potential 7.0. Current tier 6.8. Facing them stood Dale and his summon. A massive, hunched bull, 7 feet tall at the shoulders. 2 jagged horns jutted upward, their sharp tips crackling with lightning, while curved spikes of the same lightning hue protruded from its back. Its entire body was covered in black, chitinous plating, natural armor strong enough to deflect bullets. The Armored Emperor Bull. Tier 5.2, potential 6.2. Both Isold and Dale had been bonded to their summons since before they could read properly, blessed early with strong companions. Dale smirked, confidence shining through, though his usual cockiness was tempered in Isold's presence. My bull is already at 6.1 high tier, with lightning at its command. Isold's response was curt, almost dismissive. Her wyvern lifted its head and glared down at the bull with cold, intelligent eyes. Dale's smile faltered, but he clenched his jaw and signaled his bull. The beast charged, each step sending lightning snaking across the stone platform. Sparks built between its horns, condensing into a searing bolt. Isold's wyvern growled, its throat rumbling. White mist swirled from its maw, and in an instant the charging bull was frozen mid-stride, encased in ice. Gasps rippled through the students. Her wyvern, it can breathe an element. Frost spread across the platform, cracking stone as it raced outward. The frozen bull shattered into shards as lightning ripped through the ice, but the wyvern was already upon it. With a whip of its massive, scaled tail, it struck the bull's neck, sending the armored beast skidding across the arena, blood spilling from its jaws. Dale's hands trembled as lightning flared weakly along his arms. Isold wins. The combat instructor's voice rang out, stern and final. Dale, retrieve your summon and let it recover. You treated her as if she were any other opponent. Her summon outclasses yours, but your defeat was sealed by your poor use of its abilities. Dale grit his teeth, recalling his bull. Godfrey's gaze lingered on Isold as she returned to the stands. Every eye followed her with admiration. She wasn't just beautiful. She was talented, her future full of promise. For a brief second, she turned her head, glancing at him. Godfrey's lips curved faintly. Cool summon, he mouthed silently. A prideful smile touched her face as she caught his words. Snow wins. The announcement snapped Godfrey's attention back to the arena. His eyes widened as he saw Snow standing beneath a strangely captivating butterfly the size of a man. Its wings glowed with red glimmer that shimmered like falling starlight. The glimmer had drifted toward the snake another girl had summoned, instantly turning both summon and summoner to stone. A stunned silence swept through the arena. Snow lazily snapped his fingers. His glimmer-wing butterfly flapped once, releasing multicolored glimmer that melted away the petrification. The girl collapsed in tears, shaking, eyes wide with the memory of being trapped inside her own body. Go easy next time. They are your classmates, the instructor said sternly. I did go easy, Snow replied coolly, descending the platform. Gasps and whispers spread through the crowd. The glimmer-wing butterfly was no ordinary summon. Tier 6.0, potential 6.5. Deadly in combat, but even more terrifying was its side effect. The longer it was bonded to its master, the more strikingly beautiful its summoner became. And Snow was already living proof of that. Before Godfrey could fully process what he'd just witnessed, the instructor's voice rang out again. Godfrey Daniels, you're next. A knot of tension twisted in his chest, but he exhaled slowly, steadying himself. His fists clenched and released as he strode forward. This would be his first true battle as a summoner, the beginning of a fundamental change in his life. His opponent, a girl with twin ponytails, smirked from across the platform. She was already certain of victory. Godfrey shut his eyes for a brief moment, recalling the glowing words etched in a stone tablet beside the throne where he found his knight. Summon, Knight Captain of the Golden Order. Type, Hybrid. Tier 3.0. Potential 6.0. Description: a Knight Captain of the Sword and Shield Unit, the greatest of them all. Oathbound soldier of the Golden Order. Alchemically altered to slay monstrous beasts. Wields a 50-pound sword, a 100-pound shield, and armor weighing 150 pounds. In Blackout state, this Knight Captain breaks the limits of his base strength, ascends to greater heights, and mimics the abilities of his foes. Godfrey grinned in his soul space. A Knight Captain, huh? Then I'll call you Mountain. His eyes snapped open to the real world, where the girl's summon appeared. A hulking iron-clawed crab, its steel pincers gleaming, each snap strong enough to rip through a wall. Mountain, it's time. Come out. A golden diagram blazed beside him, and the towering knight emerged. To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to new episodes and updates. Gold and steel glinted under the light, a white cloak trailing behind. A sun was etched upon its cuirass. With heavy metallic steps, Mountain passed Godfrey and raised his great shield, sword poised at the ready. The girl chuckled. Her crab scuttled forward, claws smashing down with brutal force against Mountain's shield. The impact rang out, but instead of being forced back, the knight's shield flared with glowing runes. The absorbed force surged outward, blasting wounds across the crab's shell. The girl and her summon recoiled in shock. Mountain lowered his shield and swung his massive blade, cleaving through one of the crab's steel claws. Gasps erupted as blood spurted across the platform. But Mountain wasn't done. Hatred radiated from his stance as he slammed his ironclad boot into the crab's chest, sending it tumbling. His sword rose high, poised to end the creature in a single strike. "Stop!" Godfrey's voice rang out, sharp with shock. Mountain froze, blade hovering an inch above the crab's head. The arena was silent. For a heartbeat, even the instructor was stunned. Then, with a barked order, he rushed forward, retrieving the wounded crab and rushing to the school nurse to reattach its severed claw. All around, students stared at Godfrey with wide eyes. None of them could believe what they had just witnessed. Thinking back on what had just happened, Godfrey recalled the descriptions of his summon. A knight captain of the sword and shield unit, the greatest of them all. Oath-bound soldier of the Golden Order. Alchemically altered to slay monstrous beasts. Wields a 50-pound sword, a 100-pound shield, and armor weighing 150 pounds. In Blackout state, this knight captain breaks the limits of his base strength, ascends to greater heights, and mimics the abilities of his foes. Alchemically altered to slay monstrous beasts. His eyes slowly widened as he realized the implication. His summons were once an order of knights created specifically to handle threats revolving around beasts, and most summons were beasts. After all, most originated from creatures within dungeons. Over time, human souls began to manifest these creatures within themselves. But their roots, their origin, had always been dungeon gates. You're walking with a girl and your mind is somewhere else? You're quite something, Godfrey. Isold's voice cut through his thoughts like sunlight-piercing mist. He turned his head to his right, his ocean-blue eyes meeting the golden orange of the captivating beauty walking beside him. She carried her white backpack in one hand, the faintest smile on her lips. There was no permanent damage, she reassured, reading his thoughts, or so she thought. Didn't you hear when the combat instructor said the nurse reattached the crab's claw? Godfrey nodded slowly. I honestly didn't expect that to happen. Your expression was enough for me to know that. Isold narrowed her eyes slightly. I was stunned too. To see a 3.0 summon completely overwhelm a 3.1. It was impressive. The way your knight moved, refined, precise, without wasted motion. It didn't look like the usual clumsy strikes of a low-tier summon. So I came to a conclusion. She tilted her head. Your summon is intelligent. Isn't it? Perhaps. Godfrey shrugged casually. Isold clicked her tongue and shoved his shoulder lightly. Stop acting all high and mighty. The school day had ended, and students were scattering toward their dormitories. Godfrey thought Isold would be heading to hers too until a sleek black car pulled up ahead, honking twice. A suited man stepped out, opening the back door with a bow. Miss Isold. Godfrey lifted a brow. You don't stay in the dormitory? She shook her head, brushing her hair back. My parents made arrangements with the school management for me to have my own apartment outside the school. I don't know how long it will last though. See you tomorrow. She waved as the car door shut, and the vehicle rolled away. Godfrey blinked, sighed, and turned back toward the boys' dorms. His excitement simmered. He wanted to return to his soul space, to explore the palace he had glimpsed. Perhaps through the carved symbols on the second door, he could uncover what lay within. And from today's fight, he knew Mountain's armor wasn't ordinary steel. It had effects of its own, like the shield's reflection ability. There was so much to discover. Lost in thought and walking at a slower pace than usual, Godfrey noticed the campus path had grown quiet. Most students were gone, either in their rooms, glued to their phones, or hanging out with friends, which was why it struck him as odd to see someone waiting ahead. A student leaned against the wall, arms crossed. He looked older, 17, maybe 18, a third year. Their eyes met, and Godfrey immediately caught the blaze of anger flaring in the boy's gaze. The upperclassman cracked his neck as Godfrey drew closer. "I heard you weren't a summoner, so we skipped you. No one gave you a proper introduction into the boy's domain." The student sneered, stepping into his path. Godfrey loosened his shoulders. "What do you want? Just when was this nonsense going to end?" The third year's expression twisted with rage. "You just summoned a useless humanoid. And you dared flaunt your worthless knight's sword on my sister's crab." He clenched his fist, and a summoning diagram blazed to life beside him. A golden armored creature emerged, a beast that rolled itself into a gleaming wheel. "You'll pay for that." The iron-scaled armadillo shot forward, its body compressing into a spinning golden sphere. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from the size of a man to that of a basketball, its speed tripling. Like a streak of light, it slammed into Godfrey before he could react. The impact lifted him off his feet, hurling him through the air. He hit the pavement, rolling hard before skidding to a stop. This was an iron-scaled armadillo, current tier 4.0, a beast infamous for its defense and speed. But this one was worse. Flames burst from its plated body, fire licking across its scales. Not only fast and sturdy, it had developed elemental offense. Sam, the third year, loomed over him with a vicious grin. His arm gleamed, scales spreading over his skin until his entire forearm was plated in the beast's steel-like armor. "You're dead." He raised his clawed hand. Before the blow could fall, a golden diagram ignited beside Godfrey. Mountain charged forth, sword already in motion. His horizontal slash forced Sam to exchange places with his beast, vanishing in a flash and reappearing at its location. The armadillo took the strike instead. Sparks flew as Mountain's sword rang off its iron scales. The beast retaliated with brutal force, its claws blazing. Mountain barely raised his shield in time, but the blow was so heavy it shattered the pavement beneath him, dragging him backward in a grinding trail of stone and dust. Sam chuckled darkly from behind. His summon reared, its talons of fire sweeping down. Godfrey barely rolled away, feeling the searing heat scorch the air above him. His chest tightened. The third year, an elite tier summon. There was no way Mountain could match this thing in his current state. There was only one option left. Use Blackout state. Now. Godfrey's mind screamed the order as the flaming claws descended again. A sudden gust swept through the street, tousling his hair. The source was Mountain. No longer golden, the knight's armor now gleamed a dark crimson, his long sword black as obsidian, his shield the shade of dried blood. He towered with a terrifying aura, flames of his own igniting across his form. With a roar of steel, Mountain charged. The 7-foot knight rammed into the armadillo, slamming it into the wall hard enough for cracks to spiderweb across the white stone. The beast shrieked as Mountain's flames burned hotter, fiercer, even more violently than the armadillo's own fire. Sam's smirk vanished. His beast tried to roll into a ball, entering its strongest defensive form, but Mountain was relentless. He smashed his shield down with crushing force, breaking the stance, then leveled his sword for the killing strike. "Stop!" Sam screamed, his face drained of color. In less than 5 seconds, the battlefield had reversed. That night, he hadn't just grown stronger. He had copied the armadillo's flames. Mountain turned from the fallen beast, boots ringing against stone, his blood-red helm tilting toward Godfrey. The obsidian sword pointed downward, the crimson shield steady at his side. As if asking, "What is your order?" Godfrey beckoned his knight to retreat, allowing Sam to recall his summon. It had not been long since Godfrey awakened Mountain, and the toll was showing. Blackout state had forced Mountain from 3.0 to an unbelievable 4.0. And the toll was clear. Godfrey's face was pale, his body trembling. His body felt weaker than usual, his breathing slightly unsteady. It was natural. Most new summoners needed a week, sometimes a month, before their bond strengthened enough to maintain a summon for longer than a few minutes. With time, they could keep their companions for hours, even days. The most powerful summoners could sustain their summons all year, 365 days without rest, repeating the feat continually without strain. But the soul space was a natural cradle, a place where summons recovered and grew. That was why they were always recalled after battle. "Cherish the mercy I've shown you today," Godfrey said flatly as he walked past Sam. The upperclassman stood frozen, disbelief carved into his face at the humiliation of his defeat. "I was wondering when you'd leave Isold." A familiar, mocking voice made Godfrey halt. He turned back. His eyes narrowed at Sief Freed and Muldrid, strolling side by side, while Snow followed silently behind them, phone in hand. Muldrid stretched his hand forward. Quills shot out of his palm, crossing the distance in a split instant. Godfrey barely had time to cross his arms in defense before they pierced into his forearms. He tried to summon Mountain, but dizziness washed over him. Before he could recover, Sief Freed appeared before him in a blur of green. His hands had morphed into jade-like claws, large and gleaming under the sunlight. Those claws clamped over Godfrey's face. At terrifying speed, Sief Freed slammed his head against the wall. Stone cracked like glass, web-like fractures spreading outward before Godfrey collapsed limply to the ground. "Oops. Used too much strength," Sief Freed laughed, retracting his claws as if nothing had happened. He crouched down beside the unconscious boy, tilting his head with a smirk. "I wonder what that Pendragon girl sees in you. Is she into weak boys?" Muldrid strolled past Sam, who was still stiff and wide-eyed. His gaze lingered on Snow, the calm, silent figure whose mere presence dwarfed everyone else's. Sam's throat tightened. He was a third-year, a 4.0 summoner, yet Snow was already a 6.5. Even a year below, Snow was untouchable. Beside him was Sief Freed, rumored to be 4.6 with defenses rivaling the elite 5.0 tier, yet still only Snow's subordinate. Watching them crush Godfrey so casually stirred something ugly in Sam's chest. His earlier humiliation began to fade, replaced by a twisted satisfaction. That's right. He's nothing before true talents. Snow, silent as ever, gave Godfrey's unconscious body a dismissive glance. With one sharp kick, he slumped him against the wall like discarded trash, then walked past, scrolling on his phone. Godfrey's blue eyes fluttered open to the face of the school nurse leaning over him. "You're awake. I was getting worried," she said, relief softening her tone as he sat up with a groan, touching his sore head. "Don't worry. I've healed your wounds. After awakening your summon, your body has already grown tougher, so it wasn't life-threatening. But the shock knocked you unconscious." She spoke gently, yet Godfrey still heard the pity buried in her voice. It made his jaw tighten. "Can you apologize to your classmates?" she asked, trying to reason with him. "You're supposed to be friends. Why are you? Apologize? To people who want me as their lapdog?" Godfrey snapped, biting his lip and clenching his fists. He forced a few deep breaths, then lowered his head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Would lashing out at the nurse help?" No. He already knew the answer. Others had time, years to train, to grow alongside their summons. The sophomores had at least 1 year of experience. He hadn't even had 1 day. His blue eyes flickered as he recalled his knowledge. Summons grew slowly in the soul space. Battles accelerated that growth. But the true catalyst was the dungeon core, something only found in green gates. Mountain was still low tier. But if Godfrey could push him to elite tier 4.0, then with Blackout state he could match a 5.0. Mountain's unique weapons gave him the ability to harm even tougher foes, up to 0.5 tiers above. That meant one thing: if Mountain reached 4.0, Godfrey could threaten even a 5.5 summon. The next day, Mr. Edwin entered the classroom, dropping his book on the desk before facing the students. His sharp eyes settled on the empty seat beside Isold. Mr. Godfrey Daniels was severely injured yesterday, he announced. He'll be taking a few weeks off to recover, but he will return before the ranking competition at the end of this month. Remember, those who make it into the top 3 will have better chances of graduating as valedictorians, and their summons potential will be boosted. Work hard. The class immediately erupted in whispers. The coward ran after a simple head bump. Sief Freed scoffed loudly. Muldrid leaned over, whispering the story to another student, who snickered. So he's gone. Isold thought to herself, her golden-orange eyes glinting coldly as they swept toward Dale and Snow. With that humanoid summon, it was only a matter of time, sneered the girl Godfrey had defeated in combat class. Manhattan is a place for the great, not trash flaunting his father's name. Trash mocking trash, Dale cut in with a scowl. Your brother only picked a fight with him because you were beaten by a mere humanoid summon. The girl's face paled, lips snapping shut. She dared to mock Godfrey, but she wouldn't dare to challenge Dale. Maybe it's because of Isold, another whispered. The top boys are furious she spends time with Godfrey instead of them. The classroom buzzed until Mr. Edwin's voice cracked like a whip. I don't want to hear another word. He dropped his notes on the lectern, his stern gaze sweeping the room. Today we discuss the 2 categories of summons, Chimera and Primal. These are the only 2 types of. Several sessions later, Cecil left the female bathroom and was about to pass the staff's corridor when a voice made her freeze. King Tier, a male voice exclaimed. Yes, a King Tier was detected yesterday, a woman replied, her tone shaken. At first, the headmaster and I thought it was a mistake. But this morning, the authorities contacted us. Their gauges picked it up too. Yet the student's summon doesn't resemble any King Tier summon. Which student? This Godfrey Daniels. The sophomore transfer. What? The man's shocked outburst echoed Cecil's own thoughts. She covered her mouth with trembling hands. Godfrey, a King Tier summoner? Impossible. Her heart raced. King Tiers were the stuff of nightmares and legends. One had once declared himself a god, and the world had barely stopped him. How could that boy, who couldn't even defend himself, be of such a terrifying rank? When she finally returned to the cafeteria, her eyes instinctively sought Sief Freed. He had been the one who humiliated Godfrey. No, it can't be true. She clenched her fists. A King Tier? That's absurd. Godfrey awakened a stupid night. Everyone saw it. These gossipers have lost their minds. Though she said that internally, that seemingly stupid knight had defeated her classmate and her elder brother on the same day, it was summoned by a boy who had no prior experience as a summoner. Something was wrong. With a traveling bag in one hand, a plain white hood, and black pants, Godfrey walked through the airport terminal. Among the hundreds of people moving about, he was nothing special. No one spared him a second glance, just as he preferred. It was better if no one recognized him. Unfortunately, he had spoken too soon. From the corner of his left eye, he spotted a group of guys and girls pointing at him as though he were some sort of celebrity. Godfrey shut his eyes and sighed. This was Amazon City, his home, and of course the place where his title as a shame to his parents was most exalted. With such a stain on his name, why wouldn't he leave for Manhattan? A place far away from here? Well, Manhattan hadn't been much better either. So much for hope. Lifting his gaze to the screen above the terminal, he raised an eyebrow at the words coming out of the mouth of a female news anchor. There has been a spike in the appearance of Green Gate dungeons all over Amazon City, especially in districts A, B, K, and L. Citizens are advised to be more careful, especially in abandoned areas. There have been reports of missing persons, so please remain vigilant. Her words made Godfrey squint. Dungeon gates had been part of the world ever since their first appearance 100 years ago. But that didn't make them any less dangerous, especially a green dungeon gate. There were 3 known types of dungeon gates. The blue gate, nearly permanent, which could be cleared repeatedly without ever closing. Sometimes it even grew larger. The green gate, far more dangerous, which had no indicators. Anyone could wander into it unknowingly, but unlike the blue gate, they could not leave until the dungeon was cleared. And the Red Gate, a city-wide catastrophe. It was a red gate that had once spewed forth 100,000 orcs, the same disaster his father had faced. With these thoughts weighing on him, Godfrey left the terminal and boarded a taxi, which carried him toward his house. Almost everyone in Amazon City knew his street. After a 20-minute drive, he alighted before a massive black gate and high walls covered in lush artificial grass. Lifting his gaze, he found himself staring at the white, two-story building with vast glass walls and an aesthetic that would have turned the heads of any passerby. With a beep, the gate slid open, and he stepped into the yard. Before him stretched a 10-foot-tall flower maze that spanned the width and length of the courtyard, the beautiful house lying just beyond. It was an intimidating sight for most, but not for Godfrey. He had been navigating this maze since he could walk. The public, as usual, had it wrong. It wasn't his father who had made the family rich with a gold-producing summon. The reverse was true. His father's summon was the Gold-Eater Colossus, a creature that devoured gold in order to grow stronger. It was his mother who had brought true wealth into the household. Her summon possessed the power to heal all kinds of illnesses and injuries. Even those without limbs had a chance of regrowth if they were treated with the healing water it produced. As long as his mother lived, that water never lost its potency. Her summon was officially classified as high tier, but its utility and value made it equal to, if not greater than, a lord tier summon. The rich came from every corner of the world to beg for her aid. Desperation, however, bred recklessness. More than once, intruders had tried sneaking into their compound. Hence the maze. After several people were found wandering lost for days within it, most had stopped trying. Godfrey passed through the shifting maze with ease and emerged on the other side. Inside, he entered a vast sitting room furnished with black sofas that contrasted beautifully with the pure white walls. At the window stood a brown-haired woman with her back to him. She wore an apron tied around her waist, oven mitts still covering her hands as she held a phone to her ear. "Director, it's my son," she said warmly. "He's on his way here, and I want to surprise him. You know he's been through a lot." "Valentina." "It's already been a day," came the thick, stern reply. "There are important people from across the world here at the hospital. Summoners whose lives preserve thousands more. You can't ignore them for a boy who isn't even sick." Valentina frowned. "He's my son. I'm not saying he isn't. But you can't take a week off. The mayor has already sent someone you need to attend to. I expect to see you in a few hours." The call cut. When Valentina turned, she froze. Godfrey stood in the doorway, his expression distorted. He had heard everything. With his sharpened senses, and the call set on speaker, how could he not? "I don't like how they use you," Godfrey said, his tone heavy. Valentina softened, stepping close to caress his hair before placing a kiss on his forehead. "I prepared lunch, it's your favorite." Godfrey scoffed but reluctantly followed her. After lunch, he escorted her outside with Victoria, the tall, suit-clad housekeeper whose trousers accentuated her long, powerful legs. "Victoria, take care of him for me," Valentina said before stepping into her car. The maze shifted, opening a clear path for her departure. Once she was gone, Godfrey returned to the dining room, Victoria quietly following. "Will you still be eating?" she asked, gathering what remained of his lunch. Godfrey shook his head, watching as she carried it away. He hated how his mother was being used, her summon reduced to a tool, her life dictated by others. It could take her days of constant care to regrow a man's lost limb, and yet she was scheduled without rest, sometimes for months on end. Was this her price for having a summon that could not fight? Was this why the authorities treated her like property while giving him special privileges? Like enrolling in Manhattan without a summon? Godfrey clenched his fist. His mother was not a slave. One day everything would be on her terms. But for that, he had to become stronger. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes. The next moment, he stood in his soul space. His eyes lit up at the familiar sight of the endless white staircase. It was still as mesmerizing as the first time. He appeared in the first chamber, a wide hall of white stone. At its right end sat Mountain, resting upon a stone throne. His shield leaned against the left armrest, his long sword against the right. When he noticed Godfrey, Mountain rose, armor creaking, before picking up his weapons and kneeling before him. Godfrey placed a hand on the knight's massive pauldron. "Stand up, Mountain." The knight obeyed without hesitation. Godfrey's eyes wandered to the walls. Etched into the stone were drawings. A knight with sword and shield, and beside him, a creature resembling a chameleon, its body twisted with shifting colors. There were other drawings of the beast using the abilities of foes it faced, transforming from prey to predator on several occasions. Ancient texts, unreadable to Godfrey, accompanied the mural, but the drawings alone told enough. So that's what it means. Alchemically altered. Mountain wasn't just a human strengthened to slay beasts. He was the product of something far older, far stranger. The chameleon was a chimera, Mountain himself was a primal, but together they were something impossible. A hybrid. A summon that could never exist naturally. And ahead of him stood the second door. Was it another hybrid? He studied the symbol carved into the door. A massive warbow with a lightning bolt etched inside a circle, right where both halves of the door met. From its pillars and design, Godfrey knew it was a door, but it was made of solid stone. Even with Mountain pushing with all his might, it didn't budge. Godfrey finally opened his eyes in the real world. After all his attempts had failed, he rose to his feet and walked toward his bedroom. He needed rest. After such a long journey, it would be better to recover before diving into research about the Green Gate dungeons. They were spreading across the city now, so it wouldn't take long to find details online. Still dwelling on this thought, he opened the door to his room. But the moment he stepped inside, every instinct screamed in alarm. His body moved before his mind did, summoning Mountain instantly. What's this? The familiar comfort of his bedroom was gone. Instead, Godfrey stood within towering medieval stone walls, their upper corners veiled in age-old cobwebs. The floor beneath his feet was paved with crude, weather-worn blocks. It felt like he had been transported into the bowels of an ancient castle. And 20 meters ahead, two hulking green-skinned beings awaited. Thick, bulging muscles strained beneath their rough hides. Their ugly faces were made worse by the two thick tusks jutting upward from their gums. Bald-headed and clothed only in crude war skirts of animal hide and bone, they radiated brutality. 7 feet tall, brutish and savage, these were none other than orcs. Godfrey froze. A green dungeon had manifested right inside his room. His bedroom of all places. Only now did the words of the news anchor truly sink in. If green dungeons were this rampant, people weren't just at risk, they were living on borrowed time. Uxis. Less kashish. One of the orcs bellowed in a guttural tongue, brandishing its cudgel. The other mirrored his rage, and both charged. Mountain moved like a tempest. His cloak snapped behind him as he intercepted the first orc's blow, his shield absorbing the impact and reflecting it with such force that the orc's arm shattered. With a swift parry, he turned the second's cudgel aside and slammed an ironclad boot into its chest. The sheer power behind the strike sent the orc crashing into the wall like a ragdoll. As the stunned orc staggered, Mountain crushed the first with a brutal shield bash, the steel rim caving its skull. He spun fluidly, hurling his long sword across the chamber. The blade pierced clean through the chest of the second orc, pinning it against the wall. Kafshi Juvka! A furious roar erupted from above. Another orc leaped from the staircase landing, plummeting down with both feet aimed at Mountain's shield. The collision rang out like thunder, but instead of Mountain falling back, the orc's legs gave way. Bones snapped, blood sprayed, and the creature crumpled in agony. 2 more orcs rushed to join the fray, but Mountain was already upon them. He retrieved his sword mid-charge, parried their wild swings, and cut them down with mechanical precision. Within 2 minutes, all 5 lay dead on the cobbled floor. Godfrey stood frozen, stunned by the towering knight before him. Mountain's golden armor gleamed even under streaks of green orc blood. If Godfrey had ever doubted knights before, he didn't now. Mountain wasn't merely a summon, he was a fortress made flesh. The same orcs who could reduce a bodybuilder to pulp had fallen to him like straw before the scythe. Stepping over the corpses to the staircase, Godfrey tilted his head to study his summon more closely. Summoners had unique skills granted through their bonds. Symbiosis allowed them to inherit half their summon's physical strength. Echo, another, allowed them to use their summon's traits or skills directly. Godfrey focused, willing the bond to activate. In an instant, thick golden armor materialized around him, identical to mountains. Massive pauldrons crowned his shoulders. A white cloak with the symbol of the sun flowed at his back. For all its bulk, the armor weighed nothing, light as air. No wonder you move so fast. The weight benefits you without slowing you down. Godfrey's eyes widened in realization. His gauntlets gleamed with sharp steel tips. Testing further, he summoned an echo of Mountain's sword and shield. This time, when the weapons manifested, their weight slammed heavily against the stone floor. He could lift the longsword with his enhanced strength, but not the shield. Unlike the armor, the weapons had no weightless blessing. Swinging the sword was possible, it felt like handling 22 kilograms casually, but holding it for long would drain him. With time, his body would fatigue until it felt as if he were wielding 100 kilos. He dismissed the shield, letting it dissolve into golden sparks. Hoisting the long sword over his shoulder with a sharp metallic clink, Godfrey followed Mountain up the staircase to an imposing set of doors. With a thunderous crash, Mountain kicked them open, revealing a grand hallway. Towering weathered pillars lined its length, shadows stretching across the cracked stone floor. For guards awaited within. But these were no ordinary orcs. They stood 8 feet tall, their skins a deep crimson, marked with gray tribal tattoos. Each carried a massive two-handed axe, the double blades resting on the ground as they gripped the hafts with ritual stillness. The moment they saw Godfrey and Mountain, they raised their weapons and advanced with heavy, ground-shaking steps. Like charging rhinos, they swung. Mountain's shield absorbed the brunt, the reflected energy cutting gashes across their forearms. Godfrey surged forward, swinging his long sword in a wide arc. The blade carved clean through the neck of the first red orc, its head tumbling across the stone floor. He twisted away just in time to avoid a crushing swing, deflecting another with a rising cut before shoulder-bashing the foe back. His sword plunged deep into its chest. At the same moment, another blade pierced through from the other side. Mountains. The orc dropped with a shudder. Glancing around, Godfrey realized the Knight Captain had already dealt with the other two, dispatching them with practiced ease. Mountain flicked the blood from his sword with a single motion, and Godfrey let out a scoffing laugh, though a smile crept onto his face. Felt good. For the first time in 16 years, he wasn't powerless. He had a summon, and fighting alongside it was exhilarating. Another door, Godfrey said, pointing at the looming double gate ahead. Mountain mirrored his stance, sword resting over his shoulder, and followed without hesitation. With a mighty kick, the door blasted open, hinges shrieking as it swung wide. Beyond lay a vast chamber, the boss's lair. Godfrey quickly deactivated Echo, and the armor crumbled away, leaving only the massive longsword in his grip. He was already beginning to feel drained, and that was a terrible sign, because the monstrosity standing in the center of the hall was unlike any orc they had fought before. Beneath the shaft of moonlight pouring through a hole in the ceiling, an 8.5-foot-tall orc loomed. Its skin was jet black, its massive frame encased in heavy iron plates. Skull-shaped pauldrons crowned its shoulders, and in its hands rested a gargantuan axe that gleamed under the pale light. Bare feet dug into the stone, and from its tusked jaws hung rings of obsidian black. Long braided locks, woven with beast fangs, trailed from its head like trophies of war. Ivja Cabalges? The creature rumbled, its voice devoid of emotion. Godfrey sensed it was asking about the fallen orcs outside, though its tone carried no pity, only cold judgment. A shiver ran through him. The aura radiating from this armored orc was suffocating. This has to be an elite tier. He turned to warn Mountain, but the knight was already in motion. The clash shook the entire chamber. A violent airburst rippled outward, sending dust billowing into the air as Mountain intercepted the downward swing of the Black Orc's axe. Godfrey's hair whipped wildly in the gale. The strike had been aimed at his head. He hadn't even seen the orc move, only the aftermath, and Mountain barely managed to block in time. But the gulf in strength was clear. The axe sank deep into Mountain's shield, neutralizing its reflection. Cracks spidered across the stone beneath Mountain's boots as his feet sank into the floor. The orc's breath came in low, guttural growls. Its bloodshot eyes glowed with murderous hunger. Mountain, use Blackout state now, Godfrey commanded, darting behind a pillar. He couldn't afford to stand in the path of such a beast. At once, the knight's golden armor darkened into a crimson-black sheen, his body radiating killing intent. With a thunderous roar, Mountain forced the orc back and ripped a deep gash across its abdomen. He raised his shield instinctively, catching the next strike without even glancing at it. But Godfrey's heart sank. The wound sealed almost instantly, flesh knitting together as if the cut had never existed. The armored orc roared and stomped forward, slamming its feet against Mountain's shield. The knight slipped aside at the last instant, moving with a grace that defied the weight of his heavy armor. In a blink, Mountain's blade thrust straight through the orc's abdomen, the tip bursting from its back. Vash Buka! The Black Orc bellowed. Dropping its axe, it clamped both massive hands onto Mountain's shoulders, driving him down with raw force until the knight was forced to one knee. A brutal knee strike cracked against Mountain's chin, rattling his helm, followed by a vicious spinning kick that launched him clean through a stone pillar. The impact sent a shower of rubble across the hall. Godfrey's eyes sharpened. It's reckless because it can regenerate. Unfortunately for you, two can play that game. To the orc's surprise, Mountain rose from the debris, his form remolding itself as cracks in his armor sealed. Even his shield gleamed as if newly forged. Regeneration, but stronger, an unyielding, immortal fortress. Mountain flexed his gauntlet fist, as though savoring the renewed strength, then lifted his shield and charged. The orc reeled back from the collision, just as Godfrey surged forward from behind. He summoned the long sword in an instant, timing his strike perfectly. Mountain slammed the orc's skull sideways with his shield, staggering it off balance. Borrowing that momentum, Godfrey drove his sword clean through the back of its head, the blade bursting out its forehead. The Black Orc collapsed with a heavy thud that shook the chamber. The boss of the Green Dungeon lay still at last. Godfrey exhaled sharply. That thing was no ordinary monster. It had been at least a 4.3 elite tier, its strength beyond abnormal. As Mountain's dark cloak shimmered back into pure white, and his armor returned to its golden brilliance, Godfrey turned his gaze toward the dais. Floating above it was a glowing red orb, the dungeon core. It pulsed faintly in the shadows, beyond the touch of moonlight. Worth a fortune on the market. But Godfrey wasn't chasing wealth. He was chasing strength. "It's yours," he told Mountain. The knight ascended the dais and grasped the orb. In a flash, its immense mana dissolved into him, vanishing as though consumed. The surge hit Godfrey instantly. His muscles swelled and tightened, veins humming as if alive. His bones felt denser, his tendons more taut, his very frame stronger. Mountain's power climbed from 3.0 to a staggering 3.2, in just 2 days since being summoned. Godfrey clenched his fist and, on impulse, slammed it into a nearby pillar, tearing a great portion of it off. The stone burst apart, chunks raining across the floor as if some giant beast had bitten into it. "Is this me?" He looked down at his bruised knuckles, but the injury was negligible. Once he used Echo, which would grant him Mountain's gauntlets, he would not be hurt and the damage dealt would multiply. He had seen celebrities and bodybuilders with strong summons lift cars, feats that once felt unreal. But now, experiencing this firsthand, the sensation was intoxicating. Power flowed in him like a living flame, could have gone to his head. It should have made him arrogant. But he had lived too long at the bottom to be blinded by pride. His goal remained clear. He was still far from Sief Freed, Snow, Dale, and even Isold. He wasn't there yet. The chamber dissolved like mist. Stone, blood, and rubble faded until Godfrey stood once more in his bedroom. A punching bag loomed before him, the gloves resting neatly on top. Finally back to the real world. "Mountain, do you feel at peace?" he asked. The towering knight beside him turned sharply, shield raised, sword at the ready. Startled, Godfrey spun toward the doorway. Victoria stood there, her face pale, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The horror in her eyes slowly melted into relief and disbelief. Her heart had nearly given out when she sensed the green dungeon. The moment the boss fell, its leaking energy had allowed her to trace it here. And when she realized the mana signature originated from Godfrey's room, her knees nearly gave way. Gathering courage, she pushed open the door, only to find Godfrey before her, drenched in green blood yet wearing an exhilarated smile. And beside him, a knight. She blinked twice, struggling to process it. Could it be that the dungeon had been abnormally weak? Otherwise, how could Godfrey, the boy who had just awakened a humanoid summon, still be alive? "Godfrey, are you all right?" Victoria asked in a concerned tone as she approached, just after he told Mountain to calm down. One of the reasons humanoid summons were so looked down on was because the majority of them were golems, clunky and rigid, or worse, the stinking undead skeletons, nothing but brainless puppets for their summoners to control. It made them far weaker than beast summons. Most humanoids lacked good skills and abilities, most had nothing but heavy defense, but compared to the instincts and raw power of beasts, they were pathetically weak. Yet the knight standing beside Godfrey was nothing like that. Mountain wasn't lifeless. He breathed, and each breath carried a low rumble that rolled across the room, pressing into Victoria's chest as if she were standing before a massive beast. His aura alone dwarfed what his tears should produce. Even Godfrey could sense it. Other summons simply grew stronger. But Mountain felt different. He wasn't just growing. He was retracing his steps back to his true peak, and that return would only make his growth even faster. It was like the difference between a beginner paying for the gym to build up strength and a seasoned gym rat returning after months away, strength coming back with frightening speed. Godfrey tugged at his top and peeled it off, revealing the body he had forged through years of martial arts and training. His frame was lean but packed with tone and definition, every muscle a product of sweat and discipline. He had built himself up not for vanity, but so he could at least stand against low-tier summoners. In this society, almost everyone knew how to fight. If he didn't train harder than the rest, he had no chance. Victoria's brows arched. Then she scoffed. "You're fine." She picked up his discarded top and tossed it back at him. "Pull up your pants and go take a bath. I'll inform your mother about the green dungeon gate." "I know you don't want to tell her," Godfrey said with a shrug, "so don't." He turned toward Mountain, half serious, half teasing. "Do you need a bath?" Victoria froze, then shot him a look. "I've seen summons on TV take a bath," he said defensively. "They're not towering 7-foot knights," she replied almost angrily. "It's not necessary. Summons don't smell, not as long as they return to the soul space." Godfrey smirked and raised a hand. "You may go back." The portal opened, and Mountain bowed his head respectfully before stepping into the circle. The room filled with the echo of clinking metal until the portal closed with a final hum. Victoria's eyes widened. "It's intelligent." "Mountain is," Godfrey's words trailed off. His gaze shifted to the tall window at the far end of his bedroom. From the 3rd floor, he always loved looking outside, whether at sunrise when he woke or at night before he slept. His chest tightened. Roland Daniel's statue, the great statue raised in honor of his father's sacrifice, stood in the distance. Or rather, what was left of it. The statue was headless. Metal constructs clung to its body with ropes, and workers swarmed across it like ants, dismantling piece by piece. From his angle, the buildings hid the figure from the shoulders down, but the desecration was clear enough. "Why are they bringing it down?" he asked, his voice low. Victoria sighed heavily. "It's been there 16 years. The mayor decided to replace it. The Pagoda Guild has been protecting this city and many others around the globe. They've risen to the #1 guild in the world. Honoring them with a statue will win our city their favor. I see. Godfrey's eyes stayed fixed on the broken monument. His jaw clenched. The guild took everything from dungeons, the cores, the beast parts, the spoils, feeding their guild's growth. But his father had fought for the authorities, risking his life to close dungeons before they broke, shutting gates before chaos spilled out, saving lives without thought of profit. And now they tore down his statue for the sake of a guild. It was like showing the same gratitude to a man who gave you a free ride in his car and to a taxi driver you paid in full. The absurdity made his stomach twist. After a long bath, most of which he spent trying to scrub the anger out of his veins, Godfrey managed to get some rest before dinner. The moment he sat at the dining table, Valentina swept into the sitting room, dropping her bag and approaching him with her usual radiant smile. Victoria brought the dishes to the table just in time to see her boss, still in her white coat from work, wrap her arms around her son's head and smother him into her bosom. Godfrey tilted his chair back and gave her a fake frown. "My baby, why are you frowning at Mummy?" Valentina teased in a playful tone, her voice deliberately cutesy. She kissed his cheeks, his nose, his forehead, ignoring his muffled protests until he groaned. "I'm not angry at you," Godfrey cried out. Telling her he was 16 was pointless. He'd been saying it since he was 14, and it had never once stopped her, not even on his recent birthday. Valentina finally leaned back with a chuckle, brushing his hair back with one hand before settling beside him. "How was school? Did you make any friends?" Godfrey glanced at her, then at Victoria as she set plates before them. He knew his mother was avoiding the topic of his summon, probably believing it would only make him feel worse. His chest grew tight as he remembered how she used to climb to the rooftop just to gaze at his father's statue. How could they do this to her? He thought bitterly. She had carried Amazon on her shoulders alone, and yet the authorities still tore down her husband's memory. She must have petitioned against it. She must have fought, and lost. Maybe it was his fault. Maybe if he weren't so weak, his mother wouldn't have to live with that pain. "Sweetie, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Valentina's voice softened as she caught the flicker of sadness in his eyes. Godfrey quickly forced a smile. "I'm fine." Later that night, Godfrey sat at his desk, laptop open, searching for green dungeons. The results poured in by the hundreds, but as he scrolled, he realized most of them were false alarms, paranoid citizens mistaking shadows for danger. Then a notification blinked. A new message. The profile picture was of a young girl with the beauty of a supermodel. Golden white hair spilled across a pillow as soft as a cloud, her golden orange eyes gleaming with an almost divine allure. Godfrey's eyes widened. Isold. He opened the message. "Hey pretty face, we have a competition at the end of the month. Don't miss it." His brows furrowed. How in the world did she get my contact? "How did you get my contact?" He typed back. Her reply came instantly. "I asked the headmaster." Godfrey blinked, stunned. Meanwhile, lying chest first on her bed, Isold chuckled at the sight of Godfrey's profile picture, a half-face shot taken right after a bath. Could have been a good photo if half his head wasn't cut off. "You're not photogenic," she teased. Godfrey groaned, quickly checking the picture. The rest of the chat was her bombarding him with selfies, claiming she was teaching him how to take a proper picture. In truth, all it did was make his cheeks heat up. Her golden eyes glowed warmly, her hair unbound, spilling freely around her face. She looked enchanting this way, far more than the cold, untouchable girl she appeared to be in class. And Godfrey found himself liking this side of her far too much. Chatting with Isold lifted Godfrey's heart, but when he closed the laptop and gazed out the window at the dark sky and the glittering buildings, his mood soured again. The headless statue stood in the distance, a bitter reminder that refused to fade. Leaning back in his chair, he shut his eyes and slipped into the palace of his soul space. This time he headed straight for the second door, continuing his search for answers. But when he arrived, he froze. The right side of the wall had changed. What was once stone had partially turned into wood. The petrification looked as though it was wearing off. His eyes widened. Mountain's door was already completely wooden, and that was why he could be summoned. If this wall fully transformed, then the second door could be opened. A deep frown formed across his forehead as he thought about what might have caused the shift. Time? No, that didn't feel right. Then it clicked. Mountain had advanced from Tier 3.0 to 3.2. His eyes lit up with realization as he studied the wooden section again. His assumption only solidifying. So, making Mountain grow will grant me access to the second Knight Captain. Folding his arms, Godfrey stood in silence, contemplating his next step, before finally leaving the soul space. The next morning, a taxi rolled down a sloped street lined with high-rise apartments before screeching to a halt. Godfrey climbed out with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He wore strong jeans, a black top, and a dagger strapped to his waist. The blade, forged from dungeon beast bones, was a 2.1-tier weapon capable of slicing through steel with relative ease. That weapon looks dangerous. The shriek made him snap his head left. On the second floor of an apartment, perched on a railing, sat a multilingual parrot. Its beady eyes blinked knowingly at him. A low-tier summon, 1.9 in rank, but infamous for its ability to mimic nearly every language, ancient or modern. Intelligent, but an endless nuisance. Before he could respond, a black and white cat padded up behind the parrot and spat a puff of smoke and flame, as though scolding it. Godfrey chuckled quietly. These summons were everywhere. Billions across the globe, rarely exceeding Tier 2.5, and with no growth potential. They were common, harmless background noise compared to real threats. Adjusting his grip on the backpack, Godfrey walked on. This district was nothing like his own. The asphalt was cracked and uneven, the air faintly sour with neglect. His eyes locked onto the 10-story building ahead, the one said to house a company that had shut down more than a decade ago. According to reports he'd found online, a summoner once lost his beast here. A massive hound had entered the building and never come back. Days later, the summoner's bond was severed completely. Everything about it screamed Green Gate Dungeon. The fact that no guild had touched it only confirmed it wasn't dangerous enough to catch their immediate attention. As he moved closer, he passed a courier hauling a massive refrigerator. Or rather, his summon was the warrior ant, nearly the size of a man, carried the 200-liter appliance. Over 160 pounds moved as if weightless. Godfrey kept walking. Soon, he stood before the looming building itself. Stone, heavy slabs dividing each floor like layered fortifications. Buildings like this weren't built anymore. A strip of yellow tape hung limply across the entrance, torn in two. Someone had gone inside. His brow furrowed as his gaze shifted to the nearby street. A vehicle was parked just out of sight. Only one way to know if this is a real dungeon, and if the people in there are summoners. Exhaling, Godfrey pushed the door open. The instant he stepped inside, the world shifted. He was no longer in a dusty apartment block. Instead, he stood in a cavern vast as a football field, its floor littered with nearly 50 massive cocoons of stone. Each one pulsed faintly with deep blue light, as though something alive slumbered within. Above, the cavern's lofty ceiling soared over 100 feet high, riddled with tiny cracks that allowed slivers of sunlight to spill through, pale against the darkness. Godfrey took a step back, but his shoulders hit a wall. He turned no exit. A typical green dungeon. His eyes narrowed when he spotted 3 figures deeper inside. The first was a hulking man with a shaved head, his thick frame radiating menace. He looked like Dale, older, meaner, more dangerous. The second was a slim man wearing a green beanie, his eyes sharp with a shrewd wolfish gleam. The last was a woman. She wore tight leather, every curve outlined, a crimson whip strapped to her waist that matched the fiery color of her hair. The way the 2 men hung around her made it clear, whether through leadership or seduction, she was the one pulling their strings. Godfrey's lips tightened. It didn't matter. Whoever they were already in this dungeon. He summoned Mountain instantly. Normal people didn't just walk into a dungeon. These 3 had come deliberately, and he knew exactly why. The dungeon core. You walked into a green dungeon with a golem knight? Are you a fool or just naive? The hulking man sneered, his deep voice booming across the cavern. Kids these days, Natasha spat, eyes flashing with something personal. They think they're brave, but they just end up dead. TSK. Leave this place, brat, the big man growled, veins bulging along his thick neck. Godfrey tilted his head back toward the wall behind him, then looked at the man again as if to say, "Can't you see there's no exit?" The unspoken jab only made the brute's face twist with anger, but before he could roar again, the beanie-wearing man unfortunately stepped on a small stone that sank inwards. The cavern shook. A heavy thud echoed, like something massive had just dropped from above. Godfrey bolted forward, eyes fixed on the far end of the cavern. Beyond the maze of cocoons lay an open stretch, a set of stairs, and finally a massive door. Natasha and her men sprinted too, all of them racing for the same goal. The cocoons began to pulse brighter, their rocky shells cracking, pieces falling away. One burst open beside Godfrey, unleashing a towering werewolf, 7 feet of black fur and raw muscle. Its snout jutted forward, teeth like daggers, claws 4 inches long. Its inverted legs coiled with explosive strength as it lunged. But Mountain was faster. He moved to Godfrey's left, slamming his great oval shield into the beast. The werewolf was hurled sideways, its body crashing into the floor. Mountain stomped after it without hesitation, his ironclad boot crushing its skull into blood and pulp. Natasha's eyes widened. That's a golem? Shock flickered across her face, but she quickly snapped a look at her men. Godfrey was gaining ground, too quickly. Now, she barked. The brute summoned a massive hound, like a Rottweiler on steroids. Muscles rippled under its hide, its shoulders towering 6 feet high. The beanie-wearing man responded with a black direwolf, leaner, built for speed, its sharp eyes fixed on Godfrey. The trio turned back toward the huge door, shoving it open as their beasts tore across the cavern floor straight toward him. Godfrey used Echo, and Mountain's longsword appeared in his hand. In the same breath, he used Exchange. Mountain appeared in his spot and charged at the giant dog and the dire wolf, barreling through them like a tank. While the lightweight effect made Mountain move as if he wore no armor, others certainly felt the burn of his weight, and naturally the canines couldn't even slow him down. Mountain increased his speed as Natasha and her goons had almost sealed the door shut. Leaning forward with his great shield raised high, Mountain slammed into the door like a speeding train hitting a wall. The double panels flung inward with a thunderous crash. Natasha's men were hurled aside, while Natasha herself, who hadn't touched the door, staggered back. Mountain towered over her, broad and menacing, his golden armor already tainted with blood. The sound of metal struck her ear as he took bold steps forward while she swiftly created a safe distance between them. Meanwhile, Godfrey's heart thundered harder than it ever had before. As he sprinted toward the door, nearly 50 werewolves thundered behind him. One lunged from above, he spun, slicing off its arm before the claws could rip into his back. But that left him open. 2 more closed in much faster than the first. Godfrey spun the long sword in a full arc, carving through their chests, then used the momentum of the blade's weight to hurl himself forward. Yet before he could land properly, a wolf crashed onto him, teeth snapping. His eyes widened. He could hear the horde gaining ground. He was going to die. Was this it? No. His longsword was useless at this range, and his left forearm was already being bitten into. But he covered it with an echo gauntlet and vambraces. Godfrey roared, slamming his right fist with such force into the werewolf's snout that its head snapped violently to the side. Stunned, it refused to release him. Snarling back, Godfrey seized its head with both hands and snapped its neck. He tore himself free, stomped another werewolf in the chest to knock it back, then bolted up the staircase. Grabbing a spear from a skeleton along the way, he rushed inside just as Mountain slammed the door shut and jammed it with the spear. Not even a heartbeat later, the door shook violently as dozens of werewolves crashed against it. Their howls pierced his ears. Had they been a fraction of a second slower, he would have been torn apart. The risk of entering a dungeon was real. One mistake meant a true death. Wow. I've never seen a humanoid summon that good, Natasha said with a smirk, as if she hadn't just tried to orchestrate his death. You're a good summoner. Maybe someday you can join my group. Her nonchalant, dismissive tone toward her own treachery twisted Godfrey's expression into disgust and searing fury. His jaw clenched. Brat, no hard feel. The big man didn't finish. Mountain moved before anyone expected it, even Godfrey. A flash of steel, and the giant dog's head rolled across the ancient floor, blood spraying as its body collapsed. The big man's mouth bulged. Blood erupted from it. His eyes rolled white before he collapsed face first, dust rising around his body. Summoner and summon, down in a blink. One dead, the other unconscious. You don't have to give the order, Prince Godfrey. Mountain's voice rumbled, hoarse and dark, as if imbued with thunder. Everyone could tell he forced himself to speak, judging from the rage laced in his tone. The sound froze everyone, even Godfrey. The dire wolf lunged at him, but Mountain raised his shield, flinging the beast back against the door. He hurled his long sword after it with enough force to pierce straight through the thick wood, the blade jutting out the other side. The beanie man swapped places with his wolf at the last second, narrowly dodging death. The dire wolf lunged again, sinking its jaws into Mountain's right vambrace. The knight captain lifted the beast overhead and slammed it into the stone with such force that the cavern trembled. The wolf whined pitifully before Mountain snapped its neck. The beanie man lunged at Godfrey with 2 daggers, malice gleaming in his eyes. He had realized the truth. Godfrey was the weak link. If he fell, they might survive. He closed the gap in a blur only to freeze. Blood spurted from his lips as his body shuddered, then collapsed right before Godfrey. Godfrey barely had time to breathe when instinct screamed at him. He leaned hard to the side as a huge tongue lashed past him like a whip. Whipping around, he saw it. A 4-foot-tall dark green frog with a pale underbelly. Its tongue snapped out again impossibly fast. Godfrey couldn't dodge this one, but Mountain stood before him. The tongue struck his armor, splattering saliva. Natasha's eyes narrowed. This brat. Mountain's gauntlet closed around the tongue. With a roar, he yanked the frog off the ground. Mid-air, it bloated grotesquely, swelling into an 8-foot sphere. It smashed Mountain into the ground with an impact that shook the cavern. Dust and rock rained from above. The swollen beast bounced, dragging Mountain with its tongue, and hurled him into the wall with such speed the collision echoed before Godfrey could react. That was a bloating, venomous frog, Tier 4.5. An elite 3.5 beast with the potential to reach 5.0. I never knew you had a few tricks up your sleeve. Natasha's whip unfurled, slick with her summon's venom, glowing faintly as she brandished it. She smiled cruelly. I'll enjoy watching you turn into a ball. Godfrey tightened his grip on the long sword, echo-clad armor enclosing his body. The great helm's slit narrowed his view, but his gaze burned through it. Who said I have just a few tricks? Mountain's armor turned deep crimson as he entered Blackout state. But he wasn't the only one. Godfrey's armor burned crimson as well, his white scarab bleeding into black, pupils glowing a dark, furious red. Strength surged through him, his veins like conduits of bestial blood. The stone beneath his boots imploded as he charged. Natasha snapped her whip down with such force that the very air screamed. If there was one thing Godfrey had learned about his summon, it was that the armor made him a living fortress, a tank with the speed of a destrier. And as he charged, Natasha's whip struck his armor several times, the sharp cracks echoing in the cavern. But it did nothing, not even a shallow gash. He arrived before her, swinging his sword in a broad horizontal slash. She ducked swiftly, lashing at his foot to trip him to the ground, but yelped the moment her whip struck. His foot felt like a boulder. Godfrey swung his sword backward in a savage arc, forcing Natasha to dodge again. Her whip lashed out once more, this time coiling tightly around the thick chainmail guarding his neck. She yanked with all her strength, the whip tightening like a serpent. With a grunt, Godfrey seized it with his gauntlet hand and pulled. The force was so great Natasha was ripped off her feet, hurtling toward him. Roaring, Godfrey swung his long sword backward in a diagonal strike that tore across her body. Blood sprayed against his pauldron and helm, splattering down his cloak as Natasha's body fell limp. Just then, the bloating venomous frog exploded. Mountain had turned the beast's venom against it, yet an even stronger version which it was not immune to, causing the monster to swell beyond its limit and rupture. The detonation shook the ground. Each step Mountain took afterward was like a block of wrought iron being dropped onto stone, his heavy boots pounding with merciless rhythm. The huge knight advanced, lifting his sword and shield, and stood before Godfrey, who remained frozen, staring at Natasha's corpse. Standing there clad in massive armor, broad golden pauldrons, and a regal floating cloak, Godfrey was a sight to behold, a knightly figure born of myth. But within the confines of his helmet, his own face twisted through a storm of emotions, horror, fear, and finally grim acceptance. He had killed someone, taken a life, something he had never truly imagined doing. Shutting his eyes tight, he let the weight crash over him, his breaths ragged, his body trembling as though his very height had grown heavier under invisible chains. He hadn't meant to kill, but this was the brutal truth of battle within dungeons. Mercy meant death. She had died because if he had hesitated, it would have been him lying lifeless in her place. The victor was always the one who survived. Resting his long sword against his pauldron with a soft metallic clink, like a coin dropping onto stone, he turned his helm toward Mountain. "You could speak, and you didn't tell me?" Mountain looked at him. For a painfully long second, silence hung in the air. Then, slowly, the towering knight gave one soft nod. Godfrey exhaled, hot breath rushing against the confines of his helm. With a swivel of his body, he strode into the shadowed depths of the cavernous hall. Mountain followed silently behind, both of them still in blackout state. The transformation drained their mana at a frightening rate, but Godfrey didn't care. He knew he couldn't handle whatever lay beyond without it. Now that Mountain had copied the bloating venomous frog's innate bloating venom ability, perhaps they had a little more hope against what awaited. At the end of the cavernous hall was a ravine. It stretched downward into darkness, a pit of unknown depth. Godfrey narrowed his eyes. He had to clear this dungeon. Go first. Mountain nodded and leapt. His massive form plummeted with a heavy crash, his armor groaning as he rose. At once, a werewolf lunged out of the shadows. But this one was different. Rotting flesh clung loosely to its body, and half its face was stripped down to exposed skull. An undead werewolf. Mountain met it with a shield strike that slammed the beast into the cavern wall. Its decayed body swelled grotesquely before bursting apart into limbs and blood. Two more came rushing, but Godfrey dove down, his blade skewering one clean through the head as he landed. Mountain deflected the second, its claws scraping furiously at his shield until its arm swelled and fell limp. With a brutal thrust, he drove his sword through its chest. Together they pressed forward, Mountain charging with shield raised high. Any undead werewolf that came within reach fell in a strike or two, a feat impossible for him in his normal state. Godfrey's task was to finish what Mountain left crippled but not slain. After more than 20 kills, they stumbled into an underground circular hall. 6 towering pillars ringed the space, and in its center, a crimson core pulsed atop a small stone platform. Above, the ceiling shimmered like a sheet of crystal-clear water suspended in midair. It somehow remained unfallen, glowing faintly and casting the only light, a phantom moon that illuminated the shadows. As Mountain advanced, something darted from behind a pillar, a black blur that smashed into his shield with colossal force, driving him backward. The blur twisted and slashed toward Godfrey, who raised his blade but was sent crashing into a pillar. Revealed in the crimson glow, the blur was a towering werewolf. Unlike the others, it stood fully upright on 2 legs, its massive chest and arms bulging with muscle, long lupin ears twitching, yellowed fangs bared, and claws black as obsidian. The Werewolf King. Mountain roared and slammed it against the wall, debris raining down from the ceiling. He swung in retaliation, but his blade cut only shallowly. The beast retaliated, its claws raking across his helm and leaving 3 jagged gashes before hurling him into a pillar. The stone cracked like spiderwebs before collapsing. Godfrey charged, gathering momentum, but the beast's palm swung with terrifying speed. He activated exchange, switching places with Mountain. The knight blocked the blow while Godfrey slashed from the other side. His sword bit into the werewolf's arm, breaking skin but halting against muscles so dense they felt like steel cords. Not even the venom of the bloating frog worked. The werewolf king had speed, power, and a natural defense far beyond anything they had faced. This wasn't a skill, it was raw, natural construction. Something Mountain could never copy. Godfrey's eyes shrank in dread as he retreated, but the beast was faster. Its massive foot slammed into his cuirass, the impact hurling him through a pillar. His armor saved his life. Without it, he would have been crushed. Come. To me, Mountain roared. His voice scraped the air, forced from his throat like jagged steel grinding over stone. The werewolf king halted, tilting its head curiously at the knight who, by all rights, could not wound it. Mountain charged. Expecting the usual shield bash, the beast swung, but Mountain ducked, his blade glowing. For the first time, he unleashed a strike not of steel, but of mana. A beam of light erupted upward, tearing into the werewolf king, cutting deep, almost cleaving its body in two. Godfrey squinted, stunned. An adaptive skill. A skill not born but created to overcome weakness. His armor crumbled as his mana was spent. On the floor, he stared at Mountain, battered and dented, yet unbroken. Prince Godfrey, Mountain rasped, kneeling on one knee. If it hurts to speak, then don't, Godfrey answered, realizing how much strain it caused him. Go, take the core. Mountain nodded, stepped forward, and grasped the crimson core. Mana coursed through his body in glowing streams. His frame grew slightly taller, broader, and heavier. Godfrey blinked as the tablet updated, his lips curling. Summon. Knight Captain of the Golden Order. Type, Hybrid. Tier, 3.4. Potential, 6.0. Mountain had reached the pinnacle of the low tier in only days. 3 weeks later, Godfrey stepped once again into the hallway of Manhattan High School, a bag slung casually over his shoulder. The moment he appeared, the hallway crowded with freshmen and sophomores fell into silence. It's him, the hero's son. He's back. Why is he here? I thought he ran with his tail between his legs after realizing Manhattan wasn't for him. Something's changed. Look at his eyes. You're right. Godfrey's gaze locked onto Snow, who leaned against the wall. A beautiful first-year shyly stood before him with a present in her hands, while his cronies, Sief Freed and Muldrid, lingered like bodyguards. The conversation had clearly been about Snow and the bold freshman. But the instant Godfrey entered, everything shifted. Snow raised an eyebrow, his smile as sharp as it was radiant. How's your head? Sief Freed hit it really hard. I hope it's okay. His angelic grin was like an arrow, piercing straight through the hearts of every girl watching. They maintained eye contact for a while before Godfrey shrugged. It's fine, he said, almost walking past them when Sief Freed grabbed him. His skin hardened, transforming into green jade, and he slammed Godfrey against the wall. A malicious grin spread across his face as he leaned close. I'm not done with you. You'll pay for that punch. Godfrey raised an eyebrow, recalling the cafeteria fight where Isold had helped him nullify Sief Freed's connection to his summon. Sief Freed chuckled softly, towering over him with his lean, wolfish physique. His dark blue school jacket stretched tight across his muscles. Where's your pretty knight? I'd love to see him save your pitiful. Get off. Godfrey's cold reply made Muldrid, standing behind Sief Freed with his hands buried in his pockets, chuckle. A vein popped on Sief Freed's temple. Godfrey grabbed his arm and wrenched it off, shocking Sief Freed. He was about to clench his fist when a sharp sting ran up his wrist where Godfrey held. Then their eyes met again. Sief Freed froze. His bravado faltered. Godfrey's gaze wasn't the same as before. It was predatory, sharp, the eyes of someone who had killed and survived battles where death lingered close. Just where had Godfrey been for the past 3 weeks? As he turned to walk away, Muldrid lunged, only to be halted by Snow's command. Let him go. Fights should wait for the competition in a few days. Snow's narrowed eyes followed Godfrey's departing figure. We'll have the opportunity to teach some people their places. His lips curled faintly. He already sensed the change in Godfrey. Clearly, the boy had entered a dungeon. But it didn't matter, the disparity between their summons was too great. And in a few days, once the competition began, Godfrey would learn the harsh truth. That talent and hard work weren't equal. Hard work, adored by the weak, only sharpened the advantage of the strong. Why did you leave him? Muldrid scoffed. Sief Freed shoved him aside, glaring at Godfrey's back. I'll kill you. The moment Godfrey stepped into the classroom, he spotted Dale sitting on a desk, surrounded by a cluster of boys and girls. Other students kept to themselves, reading, scrolling on their phones, or napping. His eyes passed over them and locked onto the girl he'd been chatting with for the past 3 weeks. Isold. She leaned against the window frame, earpods in both ears, lost in rhythm as she stared outside. But when Godfrey drew back his chair and sat, as if pulled by an invisible thread, she turned. Without thinking, Godfrey expected her beautiful smile to brighten his day, as it always had in their chats. But instead, Isold frowned. His chest tightened. His heart pounded once, loudly. Then, removing her earpods, she rose gracefully, placed one hand on his desk, and brushed his blonde hair back with her manicured fingers. Her glossy lips curled into a pout. You got into a fight, didn't you? Your hair's ruffled, hiding those nice blue eyes of yours. When she finished rearranging it, a proud smile lit her porcelain face. There's the pretty face I haven't seen for 3 weeks. Godfrey chuckled. That smile, Dale wanted nothing more than to rip it off his face. His jaw clenched, his expression darkening. Dale's not happy. Look at his face. Some students whispered. Is that surprising? Isold's the only second year invited into the Nexus Club and crowned queen in her first month. Even the 4th years acknowledge her as Manhattan's greatest talent. She's hot property. Dale's not the only one after her. Even the numbered in the Nexus Club, the top upperclassmen, have their eyes on her. At another desk, Cecil's eyes narrowed. The word King Tier flashed in her mind whenever she looked at Godfrey. Even if it was just a rumor, why had it come from the lips of the woman who assessed summons upon awakening? She had to dig deeper. As the school's news writer, this story was too juicy to ignore. If the rumor was wrong, Godfrey would be ruined. But if it was true, she'd expose the biggest secret Manhattan staff was hiding. Not that she cared about him, whether he was crushed or not was irrelevant. Just then, Snow strode into the classroom with his lackeys, his expression shifting when he saw Isold leaning casually on Godfrey's desk. Manhattan's queen. He clenched his fist. How could she humiliate the entire school by leaving her seat to stand by the desk of a humanoid summoner? Teacher Edwin walked in right after and stood at the lectern. Apologies, I spilled coffee on my shirt. That's why I'm 20 minutes late. His tone was flat as he dramatically cleared his throat and flipped open his notes. With the competition around the corner, the one that will decide your points and possibly the next valedictorian, all rests on your summons. Today's topic: innate and adaptive skills. He paused, scanning the room. I'll focus on adaptive skills, since innate ones are fixed from the moment your summon manifests. So, Godfrey zoned out, as did his partner in crime, Isold. Later, Godfrey walked into the cafeteria side by side with Isold, his hands buried in his pockets. She ordered chocolate cake for both of them along with a few extras, and they carried the tray to a corner table. You've been to a dungeon, haven't you? Godfrey asked once they sat. Isold lifted an eyebrow. What makes you say that? The moment I saw Snow, you, and Dale, I understood what set you apart from the rest. You've faced life and death battles. You've forged stronger bonds with your summons. Isold took a small bite of her cake, savoring the sweetness before answering. You're saying you understand why people like us look down on others like they're insignificant. The difference was obvious the moment I stepped in. Godfrey replied. It's like a fully grown dog against a puppy. By the way, I've been meaning to ask. The wyvern isn't your only summon, is it? Oh? Isold stopped eating. And what makes you think that? Wyverns can't cut a summoner's bond with their summon, or banish the mana that strengthens the summoner's body. You'd have to be incredibly strong with such a summon. I'm an 8.5 summoner, she said simply. Godfrey's pupils shrank. What? You lost your courage? She teased. Godfrey leaned back, eyes burning with determination. Once he opened the second door. I'm still coming for the valedictorian. His declaration echoed across the cafeteria just as a strange silence fell. Turning his head, he saw a silver-haired, handsome boy enter, with a dark-haired Asian student at his side. Is Godfrey insane? He says that on the very day of this semester Manhattan's king decides to visit the cafeteria? A student whispered in disbelief. Godfrey's eyes met John's and, in an instant, it felt as though he were an ant staring up at an elephant. The sheer pressure the boy gave off by just standing there was overwhelming, an intimidating presence that bent the atmosphere itself. No one dared meet John's gaze directly. He was the kind of person who made people lower their eyes instinctively, as though looking at him too long was an offense. John gave a soft nod at Isold, his eyes sliding past Godfrey as if he didn't exist, and then walked straight toward Snow with the Asian boy beside him. Care to talk? John asked, his tone even but carrying an unshakable weight. For the first time, Godfrey watched the proud Snow rise from his seat without his usual smirk, pride, or nonchalance. His face was serious. Where? Snow asked. I'll show you, John replied, turning on his heel without sparing anyone else a glance. Dale froze for a second, expecting the king would at least acknowledge him. But John didn't even spare him a look. The cafeteria buzzed. Everyone knew what John's presence meant. It wasn't just about the Nexus Club. This was about grooming. Everyone whispered that Snow might be chosen, groomed to become the next Manhattan king once he advanced into junior year. That's someone worthy of a king tier. And yet, he isn't even a lord tier. Do you see the difference, Godfrey Daniels? Cecil thought, her eyes darting toward Godfrey. She caught his gaze, and he raised an eyebrow at her, puzzled at the look she gave him. That's Manhattan's king? Godfrey asked Isold, keeping his voice low. She nodded twice. He is quite strong, with a summon that gives him an incredible advantage. When he was just a sophomore, he hospitalized 70% of his classmates. What? Godfrey's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Forget about him. I've got a problem, Isold said suddenly, catching his attention. Godfrey blinked. What could possibly be a problem for a 16-year-old Lord Tier summoner? I've been exercising at the school's field every morning for a week now, and I do not like the way Dale stares at me. It's best if you join me tomorrow morning. I need protection. Her ridiculous excuse made Godfrey roll his eyes. And you need to exercise. Summoners with good physiques always have the edge. The way I see it, I'm helping you, she added with a sly smile. Godfrey smirked. I thought you weren't in the dorm. Well, the headmaster couldn't leave his precious student outside the academy grounds for too long. Not with news of dungeons and Kane fanatics on the rise, Isold replied smoothly. Come on, it's a win-win. You can't say no. I'll be there. What time? 4 a.m. Godfrey accepted, knowing full well it was just an excuse to have a training partner. Still, it would give him the chance to learn more about Lord Tier summoners. But her words lingered with him. 2 summoners had changed the world forever. Not just cities or regions, the entire world. The first was Adam, the very first summoner. His summon could clear a red gate in minutes, what took others weeks or months. Worse, it could split itself into many, clearing multiple dungeons at once. It rode the clouds, crushed mountains with its staff, mimicked other summons and wielded their innate and adaptive skills. It was a monster beyond monsters. The second was Kane, a man from Patmos. Years after Adam vanished, Kane rose with a twisted desire to become God. When the dungeons first appeared, the world entered the 5 years of great despair. 2 billion lives were lost. Cities crumbled. Continents bled as wastelands spread due to nuclear warheads. Cain brought the second calamity, Blood March. He slaughtered millions who refused to kneel, building a fanatical army. Cities either bowed and worshipped him, or drowned in their own blood. Like Adam, Cain was unstoppable. Even nuclear strikes couldn't bring down his summon. For 10 long years, he reigned as an untouchable tyrant until finally, the 7 great cities united to defeat him, Manhattan among them. Technically New Manhattan, since the original was destroyed a century ago. The next morning, when the fog still blanketed the campus field, Godfrey found Isold waiting on a bench. She wore a gray hoodie, gray leggings, and white sneakers. Isold, he called as he approached. She didn't react. He said her name again, a little louder. Still nothing. Finally, walking right in front of her, he noticed the earpods tucked in her ears. Her eyes widened when she saw him, so she removed them. "What were you listening to?" Godfrey asked, crossing his arms. "Shooting Star. Don't you know her? She's a famous old-time singer. I got to know about her from my mom." She placed one earpod into his left ear, and at once the melody flowed into him. His eyes narrowed. The voice was captivating, soothing, and melancholic at once. While basking in the song, they began jogging together. Godfrey didn't spot Dale, but he already knew the boy wouldn't appear. He wasn't a threat to Isold. When the song ended, it was as if the softer part of Isold faded with it. Her expression sharpened. "I want to see how strong you've grown," she said, suddenly picking up her pace. Godfrey gritted his teeth and followed, pushing harder. He gained ground but never closed the gap. Isold's strides remained steady, her breathing light, while his speed tore at his lungs and made the fog vaporize against his skin. For an hour he pushed himself to the edge, until finally he collapsed onto the grass, panting like a beast that had just outrun death. Isold stood above him, barely winded. A light sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, but her breathing was even. In contrast, Godfrey's shirt clung to him, soaked through with sweat. Unfortunately, their first class that day was training back on the same field. Godfrey's thighs still screamed from earlier. Had he known, he might have gone to the nurse. Isold, Snow, and Dale led the front while Godfrey trailed behind the rest, his legs trembling so violently he nearly collapsed multiple times. "Wow, just look at him," Sief Freed mocked loudly. "You should have stayed home, Godfrey. This is pitiful." Their jeers didn't stop even after everyone else had finished and collapsed onto the grass. Godfrey kept running. "You can make it," Dale shouted mockingly, drawing laughter from the group. But Isold didn't laugh. She stood silently at the track's edge, her eyes following him. When Godfrey finally completed his laps, collapsing to his knees, she rushed forward with a bottle of water. "Of course, he needs a woman to." "Shut it, Sief Freed," the instructor snapped, cutting him off. He turned to the others, his voice cold. "While he trained nonstop in the early hours of the morning, you all slept. Yet he still finished the task that left you sprawled on the ground like you'd achieved something. You're the ones making a mockery of yourselves." Dale's face twisted, heat rushing to his cheeks. He had just been publicly shamed, and worse, shamed because of Godfrey. Because of trash. Why hadn't Godfrey said anything? Was his silence deliberate, to make fools out of them all? Fury twisted inside him. With a roar, Dale slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it. His hand sank deep into the earth as dust and soil sprayed outward. In the classroom, as everyone now clad themselves in uniforms, white long-sleeve shirts beneath good-looking dark blue jackets, long ties and black pants, with skirts for the females, the tension in the air was as thick as a rolling storm cloud. "Move!" Dale roared from behind, and a great number of students scampered to their seats like rats scattering at the sudden switch of a light. He strode into the classroom and sat heavily on the front desk, arms crossed, jaw clenched, his presence alone commanding silence. Orwin, one of his lackeys, leaned against the wall near the window, feigning ease but his eyes constantly flicking toward his leader. Cecil, on the other hand, sat calmly in her chair, but her sharp gaze betrayed the quiet anticipation bubbling within. Just then, Godfrey entered the class, gulping down water from a bottle as Isold walked at his side. The moment Dale laid eyes on him, A spark of fury surged. Literal lightning burst from his fingers, striking the bottle. The electricity coursed into the water, turning it into a conduit and sending sharp currents through Godfrey's body. The shock made him grunt, muscles tightening, pain coursing through every nerve. Had he been a normal human, he would have collapsed into unconsciousness, ending up being sent to the school nurse. Crackling arcs of lightning danced along Dale's fists as he rose from the desk, his thick neck popping as he tilted it left and right. I was insulted because of why. But the words choked in his throat. A sudden presence fell upon him, oppressive and suffocating, like an invisible weight pressing down on every inch of his body. He could barely breathe, let alone move. It was the aura of a Lord Tyr. His trembling eyes shifted, and he saw Isold, her calm expression distorted into something sharp and furious. Godfrey, meanwhile, tossed the empty bottle neatly into the bin and walked straight to his seat without uttering a word. Isold's gaze lingered on Dale for only a moment longer before she turned her eyes away. Only then did he feel the crushing weight lift from his body. You hide behind a woman, Dale spat through clenched teeth, trembling in rage, his eyes burning holes into Godfrey, who sat tapping a finger against his desk in infuriating calm. His mouth should have been damaged, his body twitching from the lightning. But he sits there without even a flicker of pain in his eyes? Has he grown that much in just 1 month? Cecil frowned deeply, her calculating gaze sharpening. Isold exhaled with a sigh. Dale. Her sweet voice rang through the class, beautiful even when edged with anger. But her eyes were merciless. Sit down. Dale's eyes widened. He clenched his fists so tight the veins in his arms bulged. But despite his pride, his legs carried him back to his seat like a chained dog. He hated it, but he knew it. Isold was stronger. That was the unfair truth. The competition is near. Let's see how you'll protect him then, Snow muttered lazily, leaning back with an air of disinterest. But Isold ignored him entirely. Instead, she brought out her earpods, rose from her chair, and gently slid one into Godfrey's ear. She could see the storm raging in his eyes, barely restrained fury, tempered only by sheer willpower. The competition is just a few days away. Let the leash around your anger loose on that day. Her whisper was soft. Godfrey glanced at her from the corner of his eye. In the department where the staff lounged and sipped their drinks, conversation about the upcoming competition ran lively. The sophomores this year, the school nurse said with enthusiasm, have talents we haven't seen in a long while. That's true, someone nodded. Edwin, you're in charge of that class. Who do you think will win this month? All eyes turned toward Edwin, who merely shrugged. Isold, Snow, and Dale. Those 3 are definitely above the others. Isold will undoubtedly come first, Snow second, and Dale third. Cecil is strong, but she can't really match Dale. There might be a dark horse in that class, the combat instructor said, leaning back with a knowing look. Like you said, the sophomores are full of talent. Nothing is set in stone until the day itself. Edwin raised a brow, puzzled. And who's this dark horse? The instructor only took a sip of his coffee. You'll see. A few days later, the day of the competition arrived. A grand white arena stood proudly at the center of the campus, large enough to hold the roar of a few hundred. The stands were filled with students, freshmen, sophomores, and even upperclassmen who had come to watch the rising talents. The freshman competition was still months away, many of them still adjusting to their summons, but the sophomore matches always carried weight. Rivalries, pride, and the eyes of the academy hung heavy on the arena. The referee, standing tall before the vast platform, hollered with a thunderous voice. First contenders, Godfrey Daniels and Muldrid Brown. Godfrey stepped out, eyes narrowing as the sun bore down on him and hundreds of gazes fell upon his back. The pressure should have been immense, but his thoughts circled only around one fact. He was chosen first, and his opponent was none other than one of Snow's lackeys. It was clear they wanted to weed out the weak early. And who else to put on the chopping block but the boy who awakened late, the one whispered to be the weakest sophomore, the one who awakened with freshmen. Among the freshmen, There wasn't a shred of respect in their eyes. Some sighed, already disappointed. Others leaned forward, eager to see him humiliated. After all, Godfrey had been foolish enough to clash with the top boys of the class. To them, he was a moth flying into fire. But the truth was simple. The top boys had demanded respect, and Godfrey had refused to bow. For that alone, he became their enemy. Muldrid ascended the platform from the south while Godfrey approached from the north. They stood 30 meters apart, and yet the platform still had space for giants to battle. "We finally meet, and your shield is way over there," Muldrid sneered, pointing at Isold seated in the audience. She was easy to spot, for no one dared sit within 5 seats of her in any direction. Her isolation was a throne of its own. "I remember the punch you gave me when I first came here," Godfrey said, sliding his hands from his pockets. "And I remember the spikes. But today I'll show you mercy." "You'll show me mercy? Me?" Muldrid's cocky grin twisted into fury as a portal bloomed beside him. From it stepped a 5-foot-tall beast. Its 3 pairs of steel-tipped tusks gleamed under the sun, its mane of quills bristling like spears, its burning red eyes, wild and savage. The referee's voice boomed. "Iron-tusked porcupine boar, elite tier, for point 2. Bring out your knight," Muldrid taunted. Behind Godfrey, a golden diagram of intricate symbols appeared, glowing so bright it seemed to rival the sun. From it came the sound of heavy metallic clinks, like chains falling onto stone. The arena became silent as an armored figure stepped forth. Muldrid's pupils shrank, his grin faltering, as the shadow of mountain loomed across the arena floor. Was that always how it looked? The mountain everyone saw on the day of awakening just a month ago was nothing compared to the hunk of living steel standing before them now. He had grown from 7 feet tall to a towering 7.5. A fan-shaped metal crest, bearing the motif of a blazing golden sun, had sprouted from the crown of his great helm. 3 thick spikes, each as wide as 2 fingers pressed together, jutted from his massive pauldrons. One stabbing upward like a spear, another thrust forward as if to impale any foe foolish enough to be shoulder-checked, and the last stabbing backward in ruthless defiance. Both pauldrons had transformed into lethal weapons in their own right. His heavy cloak billowed as he brandished his great oval shield and long sword. The sight of him was no longer that of a mere knight summon. He looked every inch the image of a royal knight captain, radiating both the majesty and the suffocating terror of his order. What in the world? That's not how it looked a month ago. Cecil's eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing across her face. Knight Captain of the Golden Order. Elite Tier 4.0. The referee bellowed. He knew the name because the students were required to provide full summon details to the school's staff. It was an odd name, but nobody cared about that now. All eyes widened at the revelation of Mountain's tier. A month ago, he had been a mere low-tier 3.0 summon. Now he stood as a 4.0 elite tier. That was shocking enough, but what unsettled them most was how. This was a humanoid summon, infamous for its painfully slow growth rate. Yet somehow, Mountain had surpassed even beast summons, growing at an impossible pace. Feeding him dungeon cores was the obvious theory, but even that explanation didn't fit. A low-tier summon usually required months to digest that amount of core. This one had done it in a single month. Muldrid gritted his teeth, fury bubbling. His iron-tusked porcupine boar bristled, then fired quills the size of arrows at Mountain. The deadly projectiles clattered harmlessly against the knight captain's steel hide, bouncing off with dull, mocking chimes of metal on metal. Mountain did not slow. His strides grew longer, faster, a juggernaut accelerating toward the beast. Panic flared in Muldrid's eyes as his summon unleashed another hailstorm of iron-infused quills. These quills were strong enough to punch through vehicles with ease, yet Mountain raised his shield, and the damage reflected. Slashes and punctures tore open on the boar's hide, blood spattering as if the beast had impaled itself. With a squeal of rage, it lowered its reinforced tusks and charged, no longer in control of its fury. Golden lightning suddenly crackled across Mountain's armor, coursing through his body like divine fire. Gasps erupted from the stands. "That's lightning infusion," someone shouted. It was an adaptive skill, learned to counterbalance the burden of his colossal mass. No one expected a tank to move with the speed of a motorcycle, and as predicted, the porcupine boar had no chance to react when Mountain vanished from its tusk's path and reappeared at its flank. Before the beast could whip its head around, Mountain slammed his colossal shield into its skull. The impact met the tusk at the same instant the beast tried to snap forward. A resounding crack split the air. One of the boar's thickest tusks snapped clean, while the monster itself was hurled backward like a broken doll. It smashed into the stone platform with a deafening crash, fractures spider-webbing across the stage as dust billowed upward. But Muldrid wasn't finished. With a snarl, he darted past Mountain. His eyes locked on Godfrey, who stood calmly at the edge of the platform, arms crossed. Godfrey's passive, unbothered expression ignited Muldrid's fury all the more. Iron spikes erupted from Muldrid's palms, each 6 inches long and razor-sharp. He raised his arm to strike, but froze. An oppressive killing intent bore down on him from behind, suffocating in its weight. The very air split as something cleaved through it, the sound shrill and deadly, and every hair on Muldrid's body rose in terror. Instinct saved him as he ducked. Mountain's long sword came down like a thunderbolt, plunging deep into the stone floor, splitting it as though it were no stronger than parchment. The blade sank halfway into the platform, the impact rattling teeth across the arena. How can something this big move that fast? Muldrid's pupils shrank, horror painting his face. He knew of lighting infusion, but only someone affiliated with the element could learn that skill. Mountain was already upon him, his shield raised high. If that weapon came down, it would not just break bones, it would kill him. He rolled desperately forward, spikes bursting from his palm as he cursed Godfrey with every breath. But before he could strike, a gauntlet backhand met his face. The blow was casual, almost lazy, yet the force sent Muldrid sailing 5 meters through the air. He crashed to the stone like a ragdoll, his skull cracking audibly even as blood trailed from his lips. Mountain grunted. That had been a gentle slap, but even holding back, he had nearly caved Muldrid's head in. Pulling his long sword free from the stone, he began a slow, deliberate march toward Godfrey. The audience could only stare, petrified. Muldrid didn't even stand a chance. One of the freshmen, who shared a dorm room with Muldrid and often bragged about it, stammered in disbelief. His spikes could pierce walls, and he was even friends with the famous Snow. But he was demolished. And Godfrey, everyone can see it. He's being merciful. Mercy, a word reserved only for the strongest. And today, Godfrey had claimed it for himself. Godfrey wins, the referee declared. He barely finished before Muldrid was hauled away to the school nurse. Godfrey stepped down from the platform, but his path was blocked at the north door. Sief Freed awaited him, towering, his eyes alight with malice. "Don't fail. Meet me on that platform and know this." His glare sharpened. "Once I'm done with that night of yours, I will bash your head in." Godfrey raised a single eyebrow, but said nothing. His silence was heavier than any insult. He walked past, leaving Sief Freed to ascend the platform. His opponent, a sophomore, summoned a wolf. Gray direwolf. Low tier, 3.1. The referee announced. A green magic circle flared behind Sief Freed, and from it emerged a 6-foot wolf, its body carved of gleaming jade, its eyes milky white with silent menace. Jade-eyed wolf. Elite tier, 4.6. The referee cried. In the same instant, jade enveloped Sief Freed's body. His hands swelled, twisting into monstrous wolfish paws with elongated fingers and claws that could envelop a man's head with ease. His tongue turned to gleaming jade as he licked his lips. "This is going to be fun," he drawled, crouching low. Then his grin widened. But quick. He launched forward, leaping high into the air before slamming his massive paw down on the direwolf's head. The creature had no chance to dodge. It flattened under the crushing blow, blood bursting from its maw as fangs shattered. Its summoner screamed, hurling himself at Siegfried in desperation. But Siegfried's clawed hand wrapped effortlessly around his throat, lifting him like a child's toy. The boy dangled midair, his hands clawing desperately at Siegfried's jade skin, leaving no mark. Standing 191 centimeters tall, Siegfried towered over the trembling sophomore, who barely reached 172. With one arm, he strangled the boy, eyes never leaving Godfrey, who sat calmly beside Isold. A malicious grin stretched across Siegfried's face, his gaze taunting, as if saying, "You'll be here soon." Siegfried wins. The referee barked, urgency in his tone as if to remind Siegfried he was seconds from killing a classmate. Clicking his tongue, Siegfried tossed the boy to the ground like a discarded rag, whistling cheerfully as the student gasped and clawed at the air, his face an ugly shade of red. Beside Godfrey, Isold spoke softly. "Will you be okay?" Facing him, Godfrey's face didn't change. His eyes stayed steady, fixed on Siegfried's wolf. His jaw tightened. "I'll do just fine. I've had my eyes on that wolf for a long time." After several other fights, Isold finally ascended the platform. Her opponent was a blue-haired girl who had already demolished her previous challengers with the overwhelming firepower of her summon. "I know you're strong, but I won't submit to a queen who is controlled by a humanoid summoner," the girl spat. "For that, I don't recognize you as Manhattan's queen." Lucy's scowl deepened as she raised her hand. A dark blue summoning diagram blossomed from her palm, spinning and widening. From its depths emerged a unicorn. Its spiraled horn was formed entirely of blue crystal, sharp and jagged with a natural curve, glinting like a weapon forged from frozen lightning. The creature's very presence exuded majesty and danger. Gemstone Unicorn, Elite Tier, 4.4, the referee announced. Lucy swung herself onto its back with practiced ease. A spear of gleaming blue gemstone formed in her hand, while 12 crystalline spearheads hovered above her and her unicorn like an arsenal of floating death. The unicorn reared up on its hind legs, neighing like a warhorse at the head of an army. The gemstone shards launched forward, whistling through the air. Yet Isold merely waved her hand, and the deadly shards, each capable of piercing an armored vehicle, shattered to harmless dust before they could reach her. Snarling, Lucy hurled her gemstone spear as her summon charged across the platform like a thunderbolt. Isold clenched her fist and struck. The spear, which carried enough force to tear down a fortress wall, shattered against her knuckles. But the shards did not fall. Instead, they whirled back into motion, cutting through the air faster than before. One shard grazed her face and struck her eye, forcing her head back. "What kind of queen are you now?" Lucy sneered, only for her expression to falter. Isold lowered her head again. Her eye was perfectly intact. Her golden-orange eyes gleamed, glowing faintly, and in the next heartbeat, an oppressive weight descended on the platform. Lucy's body froze. Her unicorn collapsed beneath her, its proud legs buckling as it was crushed flat against the stage. Foam frothed from its mouth like a dying beast. Lucy slumped in the saddle, then fainted outright. "That's Dominion." Snow narrowed his eyes. His voice carried a rare gravity. "It's a summoner's skill, like echo or exchange. It projects the aura of a great summon directly through the summoner's eyes. In some cases, it can even kill outright depending on the summon's power and the target's will." He recited the same words a Lord Tyr told him. From the shadowed window of a building overlooking the arena, Yuan, the Asian upperclassman known as the Knight to Manhattan's King, clapped softly. "She's a monster. She might even be as strong as you," he remarked, turning to John, who stood silently at his side. "She's stronger," John said flatly. "She has 2 summons." In the secluded staff section of the arena, Teacher Edwin glanced at the combat instructor, who stood with arms crossed. "Dale has done nothing but fry his opponents. Snow has dismantled his without effort, and Isold doesn't even need her summon. Who is this dark horse of yours? No one else here comes close." Even as the tournament carried on and other students fought, whispers of Isold's dominance lingered in the crowd. Only when fighters like Cecil and Orwin entered did the audience briefly shift focus. Yet in the end, even their efforts were measured against Isold's display. Snow's opponents were left flailing helplessly, striking at illusions until he knocked them unconscious with casual slaps. Dale electrocuted his challengers without mercy, sending them all to the nurse's ward. Godfrey, too, fought twice, and now he was called again for his deciding match. This was the battle that would determine whether he advanced to the quarterfinals or lost his chance. The prize for the top 3 was immense. High-level dungeon cores, treasures that could vastly accelerate a summon's growth. As Godfrey stepped onto the platform, silence swept across the arena. His opponent was Sief Freed. Gasps and whispers rose. Everyone remembered the story. On Godfrey's very first day in Manhattan, he had crossed Sief Freed, and later on Sief Freed had bashed his head into a wall. That beating had left Godfrey absent for a full month, said to be recuperating from both the injuries and the trauma. "You made it. Good." Sief Freed's grin was cruel. His jade-eyed wolf padded beside him, its eyes glowing with white malice. "Summon that 4.0 knight of yours. Let's see whose summon is superior, your 4.0 knight or my 4.6 jade-eyed wolf." He cracked his neck, a predatory gleam sparking in his eyes. "I would have loved to be the one to bash him," Dale muttered with a relaxed smile from the stands. "But I guess no one can do the job better than Sief Freed." "Sief Freed's summon is built for both offense and defense," Cecil said. "With that balance, it can even challenge a 5.0 at its peak." Godfrey isn't walking out of this one. Her eyes flicked toward Isold, who sat silently, gaze locked on the 2 figures facing each other on the platform. At Godfrey's call, Mountain materialized. The knight loomed tall. "Use Blackout state." At once, Mountain's golden armor darkened, turning a sinister crimson as though drenched in fresh blood. His longsword steel shifted into obsidian, absorbing the light. The referee's eyes bulged. "Knight Captain of the Golden Order. Elite Tier Point 5.0. What?" Sief Freed's composure shattered. Dale's smile contorted into disbelief, while Snow's expression darkened. A jump from 4.0 to 5.0? It was absurd. If this was an innate skill, then the knight was far more than what any of them had ever realized. "Isn't that the boy we saw sitting with Isold at the cafeteria?" Yuan asked, squinting. John only gave a faint nod. Mountain hefted his obsidian longsword and began to march forward. The jade-eyed wolf roared, slamming its forelimbs into the platform. From the stone erupted a forest of jade spikes, racing toward Mountain. But golden lightning arced across his armor, lightning infusion, and he was gone, vanishing from the danger zone. "You're dead," Sief Freed howled. He descended from above, claws aimed at Mountain's helmet. Mountain did not dodge. His entire armor shimmered, transmuting into blood jade. Sief Freed's claws scraped harmlessly across its surface, sparking like metal on stone. The knight's shield swung upward with brutal force, striking Sief Freed squarely and launching him back several meters. Before the boy could recover, Mountain unleashed a surge of mana through his obsidian blade. "That's mana slash," a student shouted as a beam of raw energy erupted from the sword. The jade-eyed wolf leapt aside, but the beam still carved a deep gouge into the platform, stone exploding in every direction. Snarling, Sief Freed slammed his palm into the ground. For jade walls shot upward, boxing Mountain inside. His wolf struck the floor with its forelimbs, and within the prison, jagged spikes erupted upward. Jade prison. Sief Freed's grin widened, manic triumph flashing in his eyes. But his expression froze as the wolf convulsed, holes splitting open across its body. It howled in agony. The jade walls collapsed, revealing Mountain crouched on his great shield. The spikes had struck him, but the damage had reflected back onto Sief Freed's summon. Furious, the jade-eyed wolf turned its rage on Godfrey, sprinting at him, spat a jade spike. But in the instant before impact, Godfrey swapped positions with Mountain. The knight raised his shield, reflecting the spike's force again. He followed with a clean, merciless slash, tearing a massive gash across the wolf's crystalline hide. Meanwhile, Sief Freed charged Godfrey himself, rage distorting his features. But Godfrey's calm eyes turned on him, and once again, they switched places. This time, Sief Freed found himself staring directly at Mountain's charging form. A wall of steel and blood jade thundered toward him like an unstoppable tank. Blood-red spikes erupted from the ground on either side, sealing off any path of escape. Sief Freed's blood ran cold. Mountain was using his summon's innate skill better than he could himself. How is this possible? His voice cracked with panic. As if that wasn't enough, the spikes rose even higher, curving inward until they formed what looked like the ribcage of a massive beast. The crimson jade rib prison gleamed under the sun like the bones of some ancient monster. Mountain, leaving behind heavy echoes with each step, charged toward Sief Freed. At that very moment, Sief Freed suddenly stretched out his hand. Beside Godfrey, a black summoning diagram flared to life. From it emerged a giant dog, a 2.5 low-tier summon. The instant it appeared, Sief Freed activated exchange, swapping places with the beast. In a blink, he was standing right beside Godfrey, his lips curling into a prideful grin as his jade claws arched toward Godfrey's head. At the same time, the jade-eyed wolf, which had already been on the battlefield, lunged forward, its deadly fangs snapping for Godfrey's neck. Godfrey couldn't even form a coherent thought. Everything happened in less than a heartbeat, too sudden for him to consciously react. But instinctively, he called upon Echo. Mountain's armor materialized around him, and lightning crackled across his body. This lightning wasn't meant to attack. Its only purpose was to amplify his speed, though that didn't mean it wouldn't hurt when he landed a blow. With every ounce of strength he had, Godfrey forced his body forward, just enough to evade the wolf's snapping jaws. His gauntlet fist, wrapped in golden lightning, shot upward in a devastating uppercut. The punch connected squarely. Sief Freed's eyes widened as blood and spit burst from his mouth. He collapsed instantly, knocked out in a single blow, his jade skin receding. Furious and more aggressive than ever, his summon roared. The jade-eyed wolf burst forth with renewed speed, only to slam headlong into the metal surface of a shield Godfrey summoned. Its claws tore through the shield with ease. This construct wasn't as durable as Mountain's true defenses. But the brief delay gave Godfrey enough time to retaliate. He thrust forward with an echo longsword, but the blade bounced harmlessly off the wolf's jade skin. Its strength was around 4.6, nearly twice Godfrey's own 2.5, and its defenses could withstand even some 5.0 tier attacks. Growling, the wolf tried to crush him under its sheer weight. Godfrey discarded the shield, rolled aside, and vanished in a flash of light. What appeared in his place was an 8-foot-tall knight clad in crimson armor, its presence oppressive and commanding. With a single swing of its massive sword, the knight carved a gash straight across the wolf's eye. Before the beast could recover, the knight slammed into it with his shield, sending it flying backwards and lying limp. Godfrey tugged his helmet off, his gaze landing on the giant dog lying on the ground. It whimpered in agony, its bones broken and body pierced by spikes that would kill it the moment Mountain willed it. Sief Freed's secret, that he possessed 2 summons, would have cost Godfrey this battle. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would have been the one bleeding on the floor, his face torn open by the wolf's fangs, maybe even half dead. There had been no mercy in Sief Freed's eyes. He was prepared to kill. Godfrey's face darkened. He beat Sief Freed? Orwin's pupils dilated, his expression twisting with disbelief. Beside him, Cecil narrowed her eyes. The innate skill and growth rate of that knight. She murmured, it might place him in the same growth potential as the dragon species. What nonsense, Dale snapped, scowling. Sief Freed was just careless. No, Cecil countered, her voice a bit sharp. His summon has the ability to copy the innate skills of other summons, and not just copy, but make them stronger. That knight isn't some mindless metal golem. It has intelligence. Her gaze locked on Mountain. Gasps and whispers erupted across the arena. A humanoid summon, especially one that intelligent, was unheard of. Godfrey was the only student in all of Manhattan Summoners High to possess one. Orwin crossed his leg and leaned back casually. So, he's entered the quarterfinals then. Cecil rose as the referee declared Godfrey the winner and announced the matches for the following day. Apparently, she and Godfrey would face each other first. Her lips curled into a sharp smile. His summon may have revealed all its cards. Can rise to 5.0, but so what? My summon is 5.8, has mastered the ancient art of Muay Thai, and above all. She glanced at Dale and Orwin, who already knew what she meant. It has no innate skill. As Godfrey left the platform, Orwin chuckled. I almost feel bad for him. He doesn't realize his fate is already sealed. He humiliated me, Cecil, Dale said darkly. Make sure he understands why that won't happen again. With the last match concluded, the students began to leave, their conversations buzzing about what they had just witnessed. Most of the talk centered on Godfrey and his incredible night. And make sure he stays away from Isold, Dale added. He's dragging down her prestige. Godfrey lay on his bed, one hand behind his head, staring at the ceiling. After the match, he had gone to the cafeteria with Isold, then returned to the dormitory as sunset neared. Cecil's summon, a 5.8 high tier, was another matter entirely. Fearsomely intelligent, it had even mastered ancient martial arts from a bygone nation destroyed during several Redgate dungeon breaks. For the first time since his return, Godfrey felt he had hit a wall. Mountain stood no chance against such a monster, especially since it lacked an innate skill. The information weighed heavily on him, filling him with a creeping sense of hopelessness. Closing his eyes, he retreated into his soul space. Before him loomed the great door, its surface almost entirely turned to wood now. Only the divider at the center, the link between the two massive doors, remained petrified. He could feel it in his core. One more push, even the smallest increase in Mountain strength, and the door would unlock completely. His eyes snapped open. He sat up abruptly, went to his desk, and flipped open his laptop. Typing Green Dungeons in Manhattan, he scrolled through the search results. Manhattan had far fewer green dungeons than places like Amazon City. Many were already claimed by guilds or cleared entirely. His heart sank with every passing line. Grinding his teeth, he kept scrolling, his expression growing darker. Then a video title caught his attention. He clicked it. On screen, a girl tearfully recorded the entrance of an abandoned subway station. Its construction halted more than a decade ago. Her words were broken, but Godfrey understood. She was talking about her father and younger sister, a family of ordinary people. His eyes softened. People like them were often ignored. The video was a month old, still hadn't gone viral. Some comments dismissed it as a hoax. Others blamed the family for walking into obvious danger. Only a handful acknowledged its weight. Closing his laptop with a snap, Godfrey rose, pulled on a black hooded jacket, jeans, and sneakers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he boarded a taxi and left the school grounds. He had only one goal in mind: clear this dungeon and unlock the second door. The bright beams of the taxi cut through the night, illuminating an abandoned stretch of land. At its center stood the subway entrance, dome-shaped and forlorn. The cracked cement floor around it was overrun with grass and weeds, reclaiming the forgotten place. Buildings stood to the left and right, but they were distant, nearly a kilometer away, their faint lights flickering like indifferent stars. Are you sure it's all right for a kid to be out here this late? The driver asked, his voice hesitant. He was a man with quite the stomach, leaning back to look at Godfrey as the boy stepped out. Godfrey turned briefly, his eyes glowing faintly for a second before returning to normal. I'll be fine. He descended the dusty staircase leading down into the subway. Rats scuttled away at the sound of his footsteps, vanishing into cracks and holes. His brows furrowed, hard lines appearing on his forehead as his thoughts grew heavy. Had this dungeon already been cleared? The scenery remained unchanged, abandoned, dark, and eerily silent, with nothing but cobwebs for company. But then he reached the last stair, and something didn't fit. The beam of his torch caught a gathering at the far end of the station. Cheers, guttural and crude, echoed across the chamber. A group of 15 creatures stood there, humanoid in shape, clad in mismatched steel armor. Cuirasses, vambraces, greaves, and boots. The armor covered only parts of their bodies, leaving exposed their strange features, wide lupin ears jutting high above their heads like grotesque antennae. Their skin was a deep crimson. Hobgoblins, the infamous evolution of goblins. Unlike their stunted kin, usually no taller than 10-year-old children, these were as tall as grown men, tall as Godfrey himself at 183 centimeters. Each one carried a flaming torch and leather bags slung across their bodies, their cheers filled with excitement over their spoils. But the moment the bright white light of Godfrey's torch fell upon them, silence fell like a blade. Godfrey's gaze locked on the leader, a battle-hardened hobgoblin chief. A golden ring necklace hung from his neck, instantly familiar. It was the same necklace worn by the girl from the video. A heavy sadness filled Godfrey's chest. She hadn't just filmed the place. She had gone inside, and never returned. The chief, scarred and broad, with dark hair spilling freely down his back, fixed his hungry eyes on Godfrey. His mouth twisted in savage delight as he pointed his sword forward, shouting, "Jesk ki Elijev." Godfrey interpreted the meaning instinctively. "Hold that meat!" The hobgoblins charged, 15 strong, shields and sabers in hand. Their boots pounded against the stone floor. Godfrey clenched his fist. In an instant, his hand became gauntlet, arcs of lightning dancing across the steel gauntlet. He remembered his boxing lessons, the hours spent on bags and drills long before he awakened as a summoner. Instinct guided him now. The first hobgoblin swung diagonally, its blade whistling through the air. Godfrey ducked low, leaning right. The saber missed by inches. He launched his right arm forward, his gauntlet fist crackling with golden lightning. It struck the hobgoblin's cheek with a thunderous impact, snapping its lower jaw and sending teeth scattering. Godfrey spun, his left fist surging with even greater power. He slammed it into the shield of the second hobgoblin. The golden lightning shredded through the wooden barrier like paper, obliterating it before tearing into the creature's chest. The cuirass caved in with a sickening crunch, ribs snapping as the hobgoblin was hurled backward, vomiting blood. 2 more pressed in. Godfrey raised his forearms, gauntlets sparking as they deflected twin saber strikes. His blue eyes darkened as they lifted, locking onto the chief hobgoblin. The brute only chuckled, arrogantly inspecting his blade, waiting for his warriors to deliver the kill. Suddenly, Godfrey retreated, his movements sharp and precise, weaving through their attacks with inhuman precision. The chief's expression faltered. His voice thundered through the station. "Rakish Jelkakaba." Before the warriors could overwhelm him, a golden summoning diagram erupted behind the chief. From its brilliance stepped forth a towering figure, Mountain. The hobgoblin chief spun around in shock, but it was already too late. A wrathful slap sent its head flying, severed clean from its shoulders. The head smashed into the station wall with a crack, scattering dust and debris as the body collapsed in a pool of blood. Empowering himself with lightning infusion, Mountain burst forward, his long sword blazing with golden arcs. He swung it in a wide arc, releasing an energy wave that carved through 3 hobgoblins in one strike. Another warrior lunged. Godfrey pivoted, punching it into the wall. Its eyes rolled white as it slid down unconscious. A second hobgoblin leapt from behind, blade descending for his back. But Godfrey shifted, Mountain's armor covering him entirely. The sword struck uselessly against the thick pauldron, and the attacker impaled itself on the jagged spike protruding from it. Blood streamed down his cloak as the corpse fell away. With a grunt, Godfrey summoned his long sword mid-motion, intercepting another strike. Steel clashed, sparks flying, before his blade sheared clean through the hobgoblin's sword and buried halfway into its neck. Gurgling, it collapsed as he shoved it aside. When he looked up, the battle was already finished. Hobgoblins littered the floor, their vile green blood soaking into the cracked cement. At the center of it all stood Mountain, golden armor gleaming, surrounded by carnage. Godfrey exhaled. For the first time, I feel like going back is the way forward. He turned toward the staircase with narrowed eyes. It was no longer made of cement. Instead, a crude, uneven staircase carved into raw stone spiraled upward. He climbed quickly, mountain following with heavy, metallic steps. At the top, they were met with an alien sky, a vast purple moon glowing high above, the heavens littered with red stars that bled against the dark. They stood in a canyon. Jagged rock walls rose on both sides, the terrain dry and desolate. Godfrey's armored feet rang with sharp echoes on the stone path, while Mountain's heavier strides reverberated like hammer against an anvil. Together, small and large in matching armor, they walked onward. What a strange sky, right, Mountain? Godfrey rested his sword on his pauldron, glancing up at the endless purple expanse. Mountain gave only a grunt in reply, but suddenly stopped. His head snapped to the cliffs above. Godfrey followed his gaze. Both ridges of the canyon were crawling with red-skinned figures. Hobgoblins, dozens of them, bristling with weapons. They had walked into a military camp. Stones rained down first, hurled by dozens of strong arms. Spears followed, then arrows whistling from above. Mountain raised his shield, covering Godfrey as rocks shattered against it. Spears splintered, and arrows bounced harmlessly off the reinforced steel. Kashu Evexes! A voice bellowed. It came from a towering figure, a blue-skinned orc nearly 7 feet tall, tusks jutting downward like curved ivory blades. His tribal markings glowed faintly under the starlight, his spiky dark red hair standing wild. His body was strangely monstrous, 3 thick fingers on each hand, and only 2 massive toes planted firmly on the stone on each foot. It also had a dungeon core chained to its chest. His bulging eyes trembled with confusion as he watched his warriors fall. Some collapsed with their chests caved in, as though struck by invisible stones from above. Others dropped with holes clean through their bodies, pierced by unseen spears and arrows. The canyon echoed with the sickening cracks of bones and skulls shattering. Picking up a huge bone club, the blue-skinned goblin general leaped from the top of the canyon, slamming heavily on Mountain's shield, causing the knight captain to fall on its knees, the rocky earth caving inward due to the power of the impact. Lu Rokashina! The goblin general pointed the club at Mountain with a furious scowl before dividing into 2, and then the 2 split once more. For goblin generals, all of them powerful enough to be a high tier 5.2, surrounded Godfrey. Out of the lips of the 4 of them came out jeers. Seeing this, Mountain took a heavy step forward, his armor gaining a crimson shade, crackling with black lightning as his cloak became as dark as night. Godfrey placed his palm on his face as soft laughter left his lips. I almost thought I was dead. Thank you for this skill. His blue eyes flared with a bright gleam reflecting the purple moon. Godfrey placed his palm on his face as soft laughter left his lips. I almost thought I was dead. Thank you for this skill. His blue eyes flared with a bright gleam, reflecting the purple moon. The goblin general frowned, furious that these red meats dared laugh in his presence. Yet he faltered when the huge knight, far more muscular than him, also split into 4, each of them donning massive crimson armor with a dark sun. Their obsidian longswords reflected the purple glow of the moon. The dark sun and its rays on the fan-shaped crest of Mountain and his 3 copies' great helmets looked like a bleeding sun, an ominous sight none expected from what was once a regal-looking knight. With a war cry, the goblin general swung his club, but Mountain blocked with his shield, his ironclad boot digging into the rocky ground. Web-like cracks spread outward, a shock-wave of dust sweeping across the hall. Grunting, Mountain retaliated with a powerful thrust, the sword cutting into the goblin general's left ear as he tilted his head. Seeing an opening, Mountain slammed his shield into the goblin general, forcing him backward, then followed with a heavy swing. The general blocked and countered with a massive strike that tore through the wall beside them. Mountain leaned back to avoid the blow, then surged forward, slamming his armored head into the hobgoblin's skull. Its advantage had always been overwhelming opponents by multiplying itself, a cowardly method, renowned among goblins, but this time that method was useless. One of its copies was slammed against the wall by one of Mountain's doubles, its chest crushed beneath an ironclad boot. "Chkshay Kaskija!" the goblin general cried, seeking aid as he tried to retreat. But Mountain unleashed a mana slash, severing his club-wielding arm. The general's eyes widened as he clutched the bleeding wound, only to see that his copies were dead and 3 more Crimson Steel Knights, tanks in human form, were advancing with heavy metallic clinks. Dozens of hobgoblins descended through rope ladders, guttural battle roars filling the air. The goblin general tried to flee but found 3 hulking mountains closing in. All 3 unleashed mana slashes, cutting off his remaining limbs before severing the chains binding the dungeon core. By then, the hobgoblins had landed, swarming toward Godfrey and his summons from all directions. Godfrey quickly retreated, joining Mountain and forming a round barricade with him and the 3 copies. Godfrey gripped his long sword and great oval shield tight, his entire body covered in heavy armor. Even in the blackout state, his nerves were taut, sweat trickling inside his helm as he faced a literal small army. Each goblin was only 1.6 to 2.1 meters tall, nothing dangerous alone, but their numbers made them a high-tier threat. At that moment, something opened within him. Mana surged through his pathways, nourishing his muscles, strengthening his bones, and heightening his senses. It was as if a dam had burst inside him, as if the power within could tear through his flesh. Then, like one waking from sleep, Godfrey opened his eyes and found himself at the end of Mountain's chamber, staring at a massive ornate double door of wood and brass. At the intersection where both sides of the door met was the insignia of a great warbow. "It's open. The door's open." The doors swung inward, revealing another hall. To the left was a plain stone door, but as he turned to the right his eyes narrowed on the armored figure seated upon a polished wooden throne. He was huge, nearly 7 feet tall, clad in golden armor. His flat-topped great helm had no slits or holes for eyes. A crown with 6 sharp, dagger-like protrusions jutted skyward, and the symbol of the sun was etched on both sides of the helm where cheeks should have been. A massive warbow, larger than him, rested on 2 iron hooks above the throne. "What a knight!" Godfrey gasped inwardly. The aura of the knight captain pressed heavily upon him as the knight rose to his feet, armor clinking softly. He lifted the colossal warbow, which seemed to weigh more than 100 pounds, and descended with heavy steps. His shadow loomed over Godfrey, but instead of attacking, the knight captain went down on one knee, lowering his head in a bow. His fingers tightened around the bow's grip, as if anticipating the command Godfrey would give. "Summon. Bow Knight Captain of the Golden Order. Type, Hybrid. Tier 5.0. Potential, 7.0. Description: a 7-foot-tall Bow Knight, apex of the archery unit. Through alchemic alterations he has been reborn without eyes, yet gifted with true sight. The ability to perceive anything within a 300-meter radius and to sense mana fluctuations far beyond. He can also see hyper-detailed up to a kilometer in a straight line. Possesses Herculean strength and invisibility. In Blackout state, the Bow Knight breaks the limits of his base strength and can summon up to 100 golden bowmasters to fight alongside him. With a bow of that size, you might as well be a human ballista. "Oh, I'll call you Ballista, then." His eyes opened in the real world, and he found himself standing in darkness. Mountain stood before him, scratches marring his armor from helm to boots, cloak in tatters and stained with goblin blood. With the dungeon core destroyed, the dungeon had collapsed, ejecting them, but the battle had been brutal, judging from Mountain's state. Rising to his feet, Godfrey opened a portal, a golden diagram flaring to life, chasing away the darkness and revealing the abandoned subway station. The light scattered nocturnal creatures, and another huge knight emerged, slightly shorter than Mountain but radiating an imposing aura. His crown marked him as a noble born of war. Ballista turned his head toward Mountain, and the two exchanged a soft nod. Godfrey, a mere 183 centimeters compared to the 213 centimeters Ballista and the towering 228 centimeters Mountain, looked like a child under the protection of giants. The sight of these knights would certainly draw attention. Their exquisite designs were far too refined to be mistaken for simple humanoid golem summons. Thanks to symbiosis, the skill that allowed summoners to gain 50% of their summon strength, Godfrey realized he had grown much stronger after unlocking Ballista. Running through his veins was the power of a Tier 5.0 elite. That was only a side gain. Once Ballista entered Blackout state, he would become a Tier 6.0 high tier, while Mountain, having absorbed the dungeon core, would rise to Tier 5.1. Gains from green dungeons were growing harder, which was why Godfrey's focus remained on entering the top 3. The school was offering high-level dungeon cores for the top 3 students. Even third place came with a core strong enough to boost a Tier 4.0 elite summon by 0.5. It's here. Voices snapped Godfrey from his thoughts. 2 individuals descended the staircase. Bright phone torches raised toward him, Mountain, and Ballista. Ballista placed one end of his bow on the ground and conjured an arrow. Its shaft was as thick as a thumb, its head like a ballista bolt. He drew the bowstring. The thought of the destruction such a weapon could unleash sent fear down Godfrey's spine, especially after reading Ballista's description. He quickly retrieved both Ballista and Mountain, but in the scramble, one of the intruders dropped his torch, the phone clattering to the ground with a sharp gasp. The surge of mana as the dungeon closed must have drawn them. Surprisingly, he could feel the mana within them, a sign that they were summoners, and judging by the density of their mana, they both had elite tier summons. He covered his face with his hood and walked past them. One was a man, the other a woman, and they both had wary expressions. Just what kind of summon did they just see? It looked like the mindless humanoid summon, but they could clearly feel the mana pulsing out of those knights and the weight of their gaze. They had will, they were powerful. These 2 descriptions didn't fit the bill of a humanoid summon. What is that? The woman asked the man, her eyes filled with questions. The quarterfinals have begun, Evangeline, the headmaster's PA, said while looking down at the arena through the wall-to-ceiling window behind the headmaster's desk. The headmaster, Sebastian, stood beside her with one hand folded behind him, smiling softly. Strangely, the boy is also among them. Evangeline looked at him. Is he actually a king tier? A king tier with an unclassified growth potential doesn't exist. As much as I hate to admit it, the gauge you used must have malfunctioned, Sebastian said firmly, though doubts flickered in Evangeline's eyes. The gauge was made with resources from Blue Dungeons, and for the past 6 decades, not once has there been a mistake. While she pondered, 2 students ascended the battle platform under the watch of hundreds of spectators, some whispering, some yelling one of the contestants' names, while others watched in silence. Dale stood with his arms crossed on the platform, facing Orwin, who without delay called for his summon. A white diagram flared beside him, and a huge scorpion emerged, its exoskeleton forged entirely of mana-reinforced diamond. It glittered enticingly under the sun, a sight many would lunge at, for such a summon was worth hundreds of millions. But this beast was deadly, and for that reason dreams could only remain dreams. Diamond Scorpion, Elite Tier, 5.4, the referee announced. Every summon had what could be considered their stats: offense, defense, recovery, speed, and trick. Whatever stat they leaned more toward defined their traits. The trick factor had to do with unnatural abilities such as elements and other unique skills. While the Diamond Scorpion's trick factor wasn't worth noting, its defense, offense, and speed were terrifying, especially its venomous offense. This made the fight worth watching, but Dale's armored Emperor Bull shot a bolt of lightning at the Scorpion, and it collapsed instantly. "I've lost," Orwin said, raising his hand and retrieving his summon. Silence swept across the arena. Everyone could see the bull hadn't even used enough mana in that bolt to justify a Diamond Scorpion collapsing. From a classroom window above, John chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Around him sat a group of boys and girls, members of the Nexus Club, known as the Numbered. Each was ranked according to strength, and only the boldest dared sit in John's presence. "It's finally time for the humanoid summoner," said a 17-year-old boy with light brown hair and sharp features. His looks alone had earned him a place among the top 10 most attractive boys in Manhattan High. A light smile played on his lips as he focused on the arena. "I never thought you'd be interested in a one-sided beatdown, Percival," John said, his eyes locking onto Percival, who gave him a casual glance. "I just find it strange that our world hates summoners whose summons look like us." "What?" a red-haired girl snapped, leaning against the wall beside John's desk. "We don't hate them, they're just pathetic. They've made the lives of summoners miserable. Do you know what it's like to summon a clumsy undead skeleton whose only merit is not dying even when its head gets slapped off? How dare you go against John? Just because you're number 3 doesn't give you the right." Lilith scowled inwardly, her cold eyes fixed on Percival. Percival only shrugged. His summon is different. Meanwhile, Godfrey approached the platform as Dale descended. "You're up. Do well, Night Boy," Dale chuckled. "Yeah, sure, Bullman." Dale's teeth clenched, his body snapping back in fury, but Godfrey was already ascending the staircase. Cecil stood on the other side, arms folded lazily, like she already knew the outcome. According to her predictions, even if Godfrey's summon reached Tier 5.0, it was still an elite tier, and nothing compared to her Tier 5.8 high-tier summon, which had mastered human martial arts, multiplying its lethality. Against massive summons, there might have been a problem, but against a humanoid summon, hers was the predator. "Come out," Cecil said lightly. A glowing diagram flared to life beside her, and a towering, ape-like monster emerged, covered in thick white fur suited for frozen landscapes. Its 8-foot frame dwarfed Cecil. Its fur looked coarse and rugged, but underneath was a mountain of raw muscle. Its arms were long and powerful, fists the size of boulders built for smashing foes. While fur covered parts of its forearms and hands, its chest and torso were bare, revealing purplish-black, steel-like skin. Its legs were massive, twice the size of renowned bodybuilders, built for explosive kicks, leaps, and sprints. 2 wolf-like ears jutted from its head, and its wide, snarling mouth revealed rows of sharp fangs. Burning eyes glowed with malice and brutal intelligence, while a mane of longer fur ran down its head and back, tousling like a wild mane in the wind. "Titan Yaogwai, high tier, 5.8, the referee announced, instinctively glancing at Godfrey and silently praying the blonde boy wasn't foolish enough to fight such a dreadful summon. "Keck, you're toast," someone shouted from the crowd. Godfrey turned and saw it was a curly-haired freshman with a bag of chips. Shouts like a true fanboy, Godfrey thought with a scowl. Truthfully, he was toast if not for the subway dungeon. "What are you waiting for?" "Bane's excited," Cecil said, stroking her summon's thick leg. "He doesn't get excited often, but I guess he likes it when the crowd is watching." She raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you're scared? If you are, don't be. I'm not a brute like Sief Freed. I haven't spoken to her before, but she's a talker," Godfrey thought as a golden diagram flared behind him, brighter than the ones before. Cecil quickly noticed the symbol at the top of the diagram. Where once there had been a shield and a sword, now there was a giant warbow. "What's this?" Her pupils shrank. The metallic sounds reassured Cecil, and she breathed out in relief, only for Ballista to walk out, the sun reflecting off his majestic, golden-armored body. His mighty warbow made his presence even more eye-catching, as everyone quickly noticed this knight wasn't mountain. Shocked whispers and gasps spread throughout the arena. While in the headmaster's office, Evangeline looked at Sebastian, her hands trembling softly. "It's a 5.0 elite tier summon with a potential of 7.0. She didn't yell, in fact, her voice was soft, almost breathless. Yet the impact it made was as powerful as a cry. The news struck the headmaster heavily, prompting creases to grace his temples. "What is this?" Sebastian asked himself with a frown. He wanted to brush this off as Godfrey awakening another summon, which was rare but not uncommon, but this summon looked similar to the first. It felt like this summon and the former were part of a set. That thought shook his core because of a question that haunted him at the end of this assumption. Were there more? If there were, and their tiers and potential were higher, then Godfrey was indeed a king tier and a frightening one because having more than one summon made him more of a threat than a summoner with a single or dual summons. Meanwhile, at the arena, Cecil tried to pacify herself. It can't be that it has the same skill like the fur. Her worst fear became reality as Ballista entered Blackout state, and his tier rose from 5.0 to 6.0. The referee's mouth shut. The crowd erupted into an uproar, absolutely stunned at the absurdness of Godfrey's summon. One summon having such a skill was frightening, but two, that was beyond frightening. This is bad, Orwin said with a solemn expression, turning to Dale, who was frozen in shock just like Cecil. It might be a 6.0 high tier, but the Titan Yaogwai isn't going to be defeated by a knight wielding such an absurd bow without an eye hole on his helmet. Snow spat nonchalantly. That's true. That bow looks impractical, Dale nodded. A freshman that heard them scowled at Godfrey. What's he going to do with that stupid-looking bow? Place it on the ground and shoot. He mocked with a loud voice. At Cecil's wordless command, the Titan Yaogwai charged at Ballista, fist clenched and prepared to punch his skull inward. With thick legs capable of kicking a huge tree off the ground, leaving behind a disorientated stump, the Yaogwai bounded across the platform. Its muscles rippled beneath its purplish-black, steel-like skin, and its snarling jaws stretched wide, baring fangs meant to rend through knights and beasts alike. Ballista, however, simply slammed one end of his bow on the stone, summoned an arrow whose arrowhead reflected the sunlight, and knocked it. The sound of the tendons used to make the bowstring stretching rippled through the air as Ballista drew his arm back until it could be vividly seen he drew this bow with his entire body. At this point, the Yaogwai was near. Ballista released the arrow, and time seemed to pause for a moment. The air blew apart, and the huge Titan Yaogwai was launched backward like it had slammed headfirst into an 18-wheeler truck. Hurtled backward by the impact, the beast crashed a few meters away. An arrow lodged right into its shoulder, half of the shaft poking out the other side. Growling in rage, the Yaogwai pulled out the arrow with an earth-shaking roar, blood spilling down its massive frame, and leaped high, mana gathering in its clenched fist. Its shadow loomed like a falling mountain, eyes burning with malice. Ballista turned invisible, and the Yaogwai slammed where he once stood, spreading web-like cracks from the fist dents on the stone platform. It sensed Godfrey standing not too far away and grinned, saliva dripping from its fangs. Godfrey innocently raised an eyebrow. A mini shockwave erupted as the Titan Yaogwai leaped several meters into the air, only for Ballista to appear beside Godfrey as an arrow left his bow. Just as it left, another arrow was shot, and another right after another. By the time the fifth arrow pierced through the Titan Yaogwai's abdomen, it landed before Godfrey and his summon, staggering and bleeding with arrows rivaling ballistic bolts poking out of its back. Ballista swung his bow, slamming the Titan's chin with so much force, it staggered backward and collapsed, sprawled on the ground, staring at the sky like a dead beast before Cecil could even react. Her summon didn't even have the chance to showcase its ancient art mastery. Its towering bulk, its rugged mane, its mountain of raw muscle, all of it fell without purpose. Her supposed advantage suddenly became a glaring weakness that Ballista mercilessly exploited. She watched with disbelief as the medics rushed in and took her summon away, but that disbelief turned to shame as she watched Isold clap. She was the only one clapping in the arena, but it echoed, striking everyone who didn't expect this outcome right at their hearts. Snow's expression was distorted when he saw the freshman who spoke boldly because of his statement. The hot wash of shame over his face was a feeling Snow loathed. The referee, watching as the Titan's blood was quickly cleaned off the platform, felt horrified at that knight whose bow was aimed at Cecil. Technically, Cecil had to be beaten, quit verbally, or walk out of the platform for the match to be declared over, but no one in their right mind would want to fight a summon like Ballista without a summon of their own. Cecil stared at Godfrey, her true mood hidden behind a mask of indifference. Godfrey Daniels, I'll make sure your secret will one day be on the lips of every student in this school. Then you won't be able to hide anymore. Saying this inwardly, she left the platform, glancing at Snow, who ascended after her, from the corner of her eyes. On the other side, Godfrey fist-bumped Isold and left, while she stood at the top of the platform. The bloody shock of Godfrey's victory was momentarily suppressed by the charming looks of the two contestants. Isold's beauty was only surpassed by upperclassmen who had more developed curves. But she was indeed a sight to behold. However, so was Snow. Right from his freshman days, he had been among the top 10 attractive boys in Manhattan, and he still kept growing even more handsome due to his summon's influence. Isold summoned a towering wyvern over 12 feet tall, its alabaster scales glistening under the sunlight as its wings unfurled wide with a sharp, snapping gust. Snow summoned a butterfly, much smaller in terms of body, but with a wingspan broader than the wyvern's, shimmering with dazzling iridescence like fractured light through stained glass. White wyvern, high tier, 7.0, the referee announced and drew a deep breath. Glimmer wing butterfly, high tier, 6.5. Stop acting mysterious and show me your second summon. Snow bellowed as his summon took to the skies along with Isold's wyvern. Beating its wings, the glimmer wing butterfly released thousands of red and green glimmers. The infamous red glimmer was known to petrify any part of the body it touched, but the more deadly one was the green glimmer, which could put its target in a dangerous illusion, one many could never escape from unless the butterfly itself willed it. Its dazzling wings shimmered with spectral light, casting a hypnotic glow that seemed to blur the boundary between reality and dream. The white wyvern flapped its vast, bat-like wings, soaring higher. With a swift U-turn, it flew out of the platform's airspace, gliding around the arena with elegant grace that matched the ethereal sophistication of the butterfly. Its alabaster scales caught the sun, glittering like shards of ice. Now out of range of the glimmers, the wyvern opened its fanged jaws and unleashed a frosty beam, but the glimmer wing responded instantly, weaving its glimmers into a radiant shield, an adaptive skill called Aegis Shield. That wyvern just used dragon's breath. A student gasped. Wyverns were known for their powerful bodies, but they lacked innate elemental abilities. That was the exclusive trait of true dragons. Seeing a wyvern wield an elemental ability as an adaptive skill meant it was on the brink of evolution. Becoming a dragon meant becoming a summon with king or queen tier potential. Snow's summon has learned item manipulation. He even made an Aegis shield out of glimmer, and it's durable enough to block an ice breath. Lilith complimented with a surprised glint in her eyes. No wonder you have your eyes on him as your successor. She looked at John. The wyvern was naturally a master of flight, while the glimmer wing butterfly relied heavily on its glimmers. Again and again, the wyvern launched freezing beams, each blast tearing through the air with a howl of winter, but the butterfly countered with an Aegis shield every single time. Explosions roared in the sky, keeping everyone on their toes as frost and shimmering light clashed above the arena. Snow's eyes gleamed, and his summon suddenly beat its wings with fierce intensity. Instead of moving, it released a massive torrent of glimmers that spiraled into a horizontal hurricane, engulfing the wyvern in a storm of iridescent light. The wyvern flew out seemingly unharmed, but then, to the horror of the audience, they saw it soaring higher into the sky only to dive straight downward with reckless speed. It would crash headfirst into the platform, destroying itself in the process. Worse, as it fell, its alabaster body slowly turned gray and brittle. The red glimmers were petrifying it mid-flight. Isn't Isold going to do anything? Heated voices erupted in the arena, but at the last moment, a glowing diagram appeared beneath the wyvern. The fully petrified beast vanished into it, recalled by its master. Snow's lips curled upward. My summon has a natural advantage over yours. Its trick factor can't be countered by the brute force of a mere wyvern. Come on, Isold Pendragon, the greatest genius of our time. Show me your second summon. He waved his hand, and 6 javelins made of crimson glimmers materialized in the air. This was the same skill his summon used, an adaptive ability called item manipulation, the art of shaping physical objects from elemental or abstract concepts, such as fire swords born of flame or crystal spears forged from light. Snow might win this fight, some freshmen began whispering, awed by his mastery of this adaptive skill. I'll show everyone that I'm better than you, Snow roared inwardly, charging forward. I will be the king that subdued you and put you in line. His summon floated above, releasing 2 more hurricanes of glimmer while Snow doubled the number of spears circling him. Isold lifted her right hand. A violet beam, twice the size of a grown man, blossomed above her palm. Its terrifying glow distorted the faces of everyone in the arena into masks of horror, their pupils trembling as though death itself had arrived. Then, to their shock, the massive beam condensed, shrinking until it was no larger than a ping-pong ball. Yet the gravity around it warped violently, pulling in dust and stone fragments as though it were the sun and the debris, its orbiting planets. All this happened in a nanosecond. She flicked it. In that instant, violet light burst from within Snow, engulfing him in a searing sphere that collapsed smaller and smaller until it vanished into nothingness. Snow found himself standing beside the referee outside the platform, all connections to his summon and powers cut off, forcing the glimmer-winged butterfly to return to his soul space. His greatest shock came when he saw the aftermath. The tiny violet sphere struck the place he had once stood. Half the platform disappeared. The ground was hollowed out into a 100-meter-deep crater, blackened earth streaked with violent violet energy at its core. Snow could even hear the thunderous heartbeat of the horrified referee beside him. His own fists clenched in rage, and his bloodshot eyes locked on Isold, who left the platform with serene grace, not even sparing him a glance. Clap, clap. Snow's burning gaze shifted to Godfrey, the only one standing and clapping, a proud smile on his lips. Snow clenched his jaw, his composed facade shattered, and stormed off the arena. "She's a beautiful monster," John said with an exhilarated smile, eyes gleaming with infatuation. But his gaze darkened when he noticed the charming smile Isold gave Godfrey as she returned to her seat, accepting a bottle of water from him. Seeing this, Lilith chuckled softly. "She's rather close with that humanoid summoner." Yuan shot her a cold glance that screamed, "You just had to say that to his face." Lilith pouted. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Sebastian turned to Evangeline. "The rules have changed. Godfrey and Dale will compete in the semifinals. Whoever wins will face Isold for first place. The loser will be given second place." Evangeline nodded, her eyes fixed on Godfrey and Isold. If Godfrey really is a king tier, doesn't that mean the Shadow King of Manhattan is sitting right beside its undisputed queen? Her comment made Sebastian raise an eyebrow. He returned to his seat, entwined his fingers, and leaned forward. "We are not certain Godfrey is a king tier, and if he really is, puts our school in a tough spot." Evangeline frowned. "Why?" "He'll be one of the greatest talents the world has ever seen." "Yes, but he's a humanoid summoner. You know what that means." Sebastian's reply made Evangeline's eyes widen. As the sun began to set and most students were already in their dorms, Cecil, dressed in casual clothing, walked into the boys' dormitory. The lobby was L-shaped with 3 doors, 2 for the students' rooms and 1, closer to the exit, for the bathroom and toilet. Her eyes narrowed the moment she entered. Standing before her, fresh from the bathroom, was a tall, handsome boy who froze mid-step. He wore only a tank top and boxers, his frame lean but well-built. His calm brown eyes locked onto her, holding her in place with a gaze that felt unshakably steady. "You are?" he asked, one brow raised in mild curiosity. "Cecil, sophomore year. I'm here to see Snow," she answered with her usual calculative glint still flickering in her eyes. Yet beyond it lay something rare for her, humility. After all, she was standing before Percival, known as number 3. Below the 4th-year seniors, only 2 students in the 3rd year and a handful more in the 4th were stronger than him. Not more than 10 in the entire school could boast to be stronger than him. "Oh!" The click of a door turned both their heads. Snow, the white-haired sophomore with the looks of a celebrity, emerged. His sharp features twisted into a frown the moment he saw Cecil. "What are you doing here? Girls aren't permitted in the boys' dormitories," he lashed out, his voice quick and sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. Percival's lips curled faintly as he shrugged. Sliding his hand into his pocket, he moved toward his room, uninterested, until Cecil's next words froze him in his tracks. "I have information about Godfrey." The humanoid summoner? Percival's thoughts darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly. Snow's frown deepened. You came here to talk to me about that fool? I don't care what he does or what secrets he's hiding. Leave. I overheard Miss Evangeline speaking with a staff member, Cecil said firmly. They mentioned that Godfrey is actually a king-tier summoner, though she didn't sound entirely sure. I think the school and Godfrey himself are hiding it. A heavy silence fell across the lobby. Snow's eyes widened in shock, while disbelief washed over Percival's face. Both of them, two of Manhattan High's top boys, found themselves unable to immediately think, let alone speak. If Miss Evangeline, the headmaster's own secretary, was involved, then there had to be some credibility. And since when has anyone been uncertain about a summoner's tier? That had never happened in recorded history. Cecil clenched her fist, a dangerous gleam flashing through her eyes. And I intend to expose it. No one will believe me at first, many will want confirmation, since they'll find it absurd that a humanoid summoner could be king tier. But if he isn't, his life will turn miserable. And if he truly is king tier, the authorities will come for him. Percival's eyes narrowed further at that thought. Kane and his fanatics had already proven how dangerous humanoid summons could be. A king-tier humanoid summoner meant a summon with intelligence, history, and its own civilization, and equal to its master. Kane's infamous Blood March had shown the world the risk of such bonds, where the summoner often developed a god complex from being worshipped by their own summon. That complex alone made them a threat to modern civilization. Adam, the first summoner, had refused to fall under the control of the authorities, and his summon had been part human based on its intelligence level. If there was one thing Percival knew, it was that the authorities craved absolute control. A powerful summoner outside their grip could mean chaos. You just want to put him in a tough spot, Percival thought grimly. No matter what happens, once this news is revealed, it's over for Godfrey. He sighed. She was setting Godfrey up against people no student could hope to resist. Why tell me this? Why not Dale? Snow asked, his voice low. Cecil scoffed. I've had enough of that dull-headed brute. Besides, I need stronger allies in case Godfrey truly is king tier. You're one. She turned her eyes to Percival. And you're another. Not even a king tier can withstand the upper echelon of Manhattan. And what's your reason for doing this? Percival pressed. Cecil raised an eyebrow, but before she could answer, Snow chuckled coldly. Isn't it obvious? I don't like him, both of them said in unison. At another dormitory building, Godfrey sat at his desk, facing his laptop. The screen glowed softly, illuminating his calm face as he held a video call with Isold. I thought you wouldn't answer my call, she teased, her tone light, golden-orange eyes gleaming with mischief. I guessed you'd be trembling after my display of might. But you're braver than I thought. Godfrey chuckled. I still plan on beating you and taking the spot for valedictorian. Ah, what a courageous, pretty face, she cooed, flashing a sweet smile that caught Godfrey off guard. But before he could reply, a knock at his door shattered the moment. I'll be back, Godfrey said quickly, leaving his chair. Speaking with Isold was something he disliked being interrupted in. But the knock had to be one of the cleaners asking if he was ready for his room to be tidied. The moment he opened the door, his words died in his throat. A massive diamond scorpion loomed in the lobby, its glittering exoskeleton barely fitting in the narrow space. The lights from the ceiling danced along its crystalline body, a sight as mesmerizing as it was deadly. Faster than thought, its venomous stinger lunged forward, piercing Godfrey's chest. His breath caught. Pain flared, then quickly dulled. His body staggered backward, the world blurring, his knees buckling as he slammed onto the hard floor. His eyes remained wide open, but he couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even think. His effort to unleash his summon died midway. The searing agony of the stinger's wound dimmed unnaturally fast, as though his senses themselves were being stripped away one by one. Sief Freed, Muldrid, and Orwin stepped inside, the latter retrieving his summon. A trembling freshman, Godfrey's dorm mate, dangled helplessly in Sief Freed's grasp. I can't believe this trash got lucky enough to have 2 summons and now dares to threaten Dale and Snow. Sief Freed sneered. He squatted, grabbed a fistful of Godfrey's hair, and yanked his head up to stare into his vacant eyes. He slapped his face once, then twice, but Godfrey didn't react. His gaze was glassy, fixed on the ceiling above. He's lost all his senses, Muldrid muttered, one hand sliding into his pocket. He can't see, feel, hear, smell, taste, or even perceive anything. Your venom really is a knocker, Orwin. Before Orwin could reply, a sound came from the laptop. Godfrey? Godfrey, are you all right? What was that sound? Who are you talking to? Orwin's eyes widened. Is that Isold? He whispered. I can't believe this twerp even gets to make calls with her. What a lucky bastard, Sief Freed chuckled maliciously. Don't worry, we'll put him somewhere safe. Orwin jabbed the freshman, forcing him to produce sticky webs that quickly sealed Godfrey in a cocoon-like binding. They tossed the terrified boy aside and dragged Godfrey's bound body out of the room. Godfrey! Isold's yell came from the laptop, her voice sharp with alarm since the silence began to make her feel uncomfortable. But no answer came. What is that? It looks like a student. A freshman gasped as she watched Sief Freed drag what appeared to be a mummified human. But instead of white cloth, the body was wrapped in thick webs. Orwin and Muldrid walked beside him, their shadows stretching long under the dim light. It was already late, past 7, and the sun had gone down. The streetlights, however, lit up the footpath with soothing, bright orange light. Yet the sight of a student being abducted right before her eyes unsettled her deeply. She could almost picture herself in the place of that unfortunate victim. Let's go. What they do doesn't concern us. It's the fault of whoever is in that web sack for provoking people like that. Her friend whispered harshly, tugging at her arm, trying to pull her toward the female dormitory before Sief Freed spotted them staring. Are we taking him to the usual spot? Muldrid asked. His tone casual, though the image of an unfinished building at the far, isolated edge of the campus burned in his mind. Of course, Sief Freed replied with a wide grin. We should hurry, Orwin muttered, yawning, only for his eyes to suddenly freeze wide open. At the other end of the footpath, a tall figure stepped into view, carrying a plain white bag. Under the soft orange light, his features became clear. It was number 3, Percival. All 3 of them stopped cold, their eyes tracking Percival as he walked calmly and turned right at a distance. The waist-high flowers planted neatly along the sides of the footpath blocked his view of Godfrey, wrapped up in the web sack. Drop him. Percival's cold tone cut through the air like a blade, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. The weight of his gaze pressed down on them, his mana flooding the path with suffocating pressure. None of them could move. Dale sent us. Sief Freed bellowed, veins bulging at his neck as if trying to withstand the crushing presence. Percival scoffed, his lips curling faintly. Am I supposed to be afraid of a sophomore? Your actions can get you suspended or even expelled. His eyes gleamed sharply. Scram. Sief Freed exchanged a look with Muldrid and Orwin. None of them dared to stay. With clenched jaws and fists, they slowly backed away before turning and retreating into the night. Percival approached the sack, his gaze stern as his thoughts burned. A king tier? What a joke. Cecil's plan will only end up making your life miserable. You're no king tier. A real king tier wouldn't lose a figure. He tore through the thick webbing, only for his words to die in his throat. His eyes widened as he saw the gaping puncture wound in Godfrey's chest, left by the diamond scorpion's stinger. The door to the nurse's office swung open, slamming against the wall as Isold stormed inside. Her sudden entrance startled those present, Teacher Edwin, the school nurse Julia, and Percival himself. Isold, you're not supposed to be here. It's late. Come back tomorrow. Edwin barked, but she ignored him completely. Her steps carried her straight past him. She pushed the curtain aside with force, revealing Godfrey lying on the sickbed. Her eyes widened at the sight of the bandage wrapped tightly around his chest. Normally, the school nurse could heal any injury in minutes, an hour at most. Even broken bones would be mended in record time. But here, she could feel it, the destabilized mana at his chest. The wound was still there. Why isn't he healed? She demanded sharply, turning to Julia. The nurse kept her voice steady, though her hands tightened slightly around her clipboard. He was afflicted with the venom of a peak elite tier summon, a venom strong enough to knock out summoners between tiers 6.0 and 6.5. It will take time for my summon's healing abilities to neutralize the poison and mend the wound. Isold's expression hardened, clearly unsatisfied. Edwin quickly stepped in, his tone firm but calm. The venom isn't life-threatening. It has shut down all his senses, but it won't kill him no matter the dosage. All it requires is time. Godfrey will recover. However, he sighed heavily, lowering his gaze. He may not be able to participate in the semifinals against Dale tomorrow. Isold's face distorted, her fury visible in every line of her expression. Mana burst from her body in waves, more raw power than Julia, a woman in her early 30s with a 5.0 summon, had ever held in reserve. The air trembled. This was Dale's doing. She hissed. Isold, stop. Edwin tried to calm her, but Percival interjected, rubbing his temples with a tired expression. Hard lines cut across his forehead as he spoke. It was Sief Freed, Orwin, and Muldrid. They planned to make sure Godfrey couldn't participate. Sief Freed admitted it to me himself, and he said Dale sent him. Isold stormed toward the door, but Edwin grabbed her wrist. His tone was sharp, almost pleading. Your mother gave strict instructions that you leave matters like this for the school's authorities to handle. Those orders are not to be discarded. Her eyes burned with defiance. She pulled her wrist free and walked off, though Edwin could only hope she wouldn't take matters into her own hands. She was already as powerful as many fourth-year students, and in her current fury, one reckless move could be catastrophic. Godfrey's ocean blue eyes opened slowly, staring blankly at the white ceiling above him. Sunlight streamed in from the tall glass wall beside his sickbed. He sat up suddenly, grimacing as his hand flew to his chest. But to his shock, there was nothing. His chest was completely fine. The pain he remembered, the diamond scorpion, the venom, it was all gone. It almost felt like a dream, and yet it had been far too vivid to be one. You're awake. The nurse stepped through the curtain with a soft smile, though her gentle tone offered him no comfort. I was growing worried. Has the contest begun? Godfrey asked immediately, his voice low but urgent. The nurse's eyes flickered briefly, betraying a secret, before she answered. You've been unconscious for 48 hours. Since you couldn't attend, you were awarded third place. Godfrey's expression darkened, his fists tightening on the sheets. Are they aware it was my classmates who put me here? That it was Dale who sent them? She nodded softly. They were severely cautioned and will never try it again. That's it. His voice exploded, his face twisting in anger. They'll never try it again? That's what the school wants to feed me after what I went through. His fists clenched tighter, his eyes burning with fury. Tell them I'm done with Manhattan. The nurse lowered her eyes, though inwardly she thought, that would be for the best. Outwardly, she only nodded before slipping out of the room to make a call to Edwin. I see. I'll let the headmaster know before I proceed. Edwin muttered after lowering his phone. Across from him, the combat instructor sat frowning, his arms crossed tightly. What did you expect? The instructor asked bluntly. That kid isn't the type to bow his head. He never has, and he never will. We can't suspend Sief Freed, Muldrid, Orwin, and Dale, Edwin replied with a weary sigh. They are promising students, true talents of the sophomore class. The school won't allow it. It's unfortunate for Godfrey, but that's the hard truth. His stubbornness will only carry him so far. Edwin rose from his chair, but the instructor followed, his voice firm. I'm coming with you. Godfrey is also a promising student, and Dale did go against the school's rules. He was rewarded for it simply because we can't afford to lose him. Their field trip is in just a few days, Edwin countered. It's one of the greatest opportunities for sophomores to grow stronger alongside their summons. Most of them will return far more powerful than before. If these students are punished now, they'll lose a critical chance for development. That's why the headmaster won't even flinch at Godfrey's threat of leaving. Godfrey said he's what? Evangeline rose from her seat in shock, her eyes wide with panic when Edwin delivered the news. Both he and the instructor froze at her reaction. Why was she so shaken? Without hesitation, she rushed to the headmaster's office, throwing open the door without knocking, something that left the teachers even more bewildered. Godfrey wants to transfer, she exclaimed. What? Sebastian's glare hardened, his sharp eyes turning toward Edwin and the combat instructor. Where is he? Julia lost her composure when she saw the headmaster's name flash across her phone. Her hands trembled as she answered, only for the most unexpected sentence to enter her ears. Give the phone to Godfrey. Oh. Okay, sir. She turned to the furious boy seated upright on the sickbed and stretched the phone toward him. Godfrey raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his ocean blue eyes. What? The headmaster wants to speak with you. Godfrey hesitated for only a second before taking the phone. I am speaking to Godfrey Daniels, correct? Sebastian's deep, steady voice carried through the speaker. Yes, Godfrey answered curtly. Your case has just been brought to my table, Sebastian continued, his tone calm yet carrying authority. I have decided that Dale and his associates will be suspended for 2 weeks. This will deny them access to the upcoming field trip. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Make it 3 weeks. The demand left Julia blinking and Edwin bursting into laughter. To him, this brat had been handed a gift on a silver platter, and instead of being grateful, he dared to make demands? Surely he would lose everything. Of course. Sebastian's calm response silenced the laughter instantly. Some students would want them gone for months, but you only added a week. You're a good kid. Edwin's mind stalled, his thoughts crashing into one another. What? Most students of Manhattan came from powerful, influential families. Why was the headmaster risking so much to provoke them? All for one boy who wasn't even worth a fraction of their total potential. The combat instructor, who had fought on Godfrey's behalf, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A 3-week suspension, that meant Dale, Siegfried, Orwin, and Muldrid wouldn't just miss the field trip. They would bear that mark even after returning. Julia's wide eyes darted to Godfrey. The boy's expression brightened for the first time. Meanwhile, inside the headmaster's office, Edwin cleared his throat nervously. Sir, I don't understand. If these students don't attend the field trip, it will weaken the average strength of the sophomore elites. All we'll have left is Isold, Snow, and Cecil. Haven't you seen Godfrey's new summon? It has top-level, high-tier potential, Evangeline replied before Sebastian could speak. She stood at the headmaster's side, her voice quiet but confident. Edwin scoffed. Golems have no future. Other summons learn and adapt with each experience. Golems have no intelligence. They don't learn from battles, they repeat the same actions endlessly. Their growth rate is pitiful. After this field trip, Cecil will gain real dungeon experience, and her summon will certainly surpass Godfrey's. The combat instructor turned sharply toward Edwin, his frown deepening. But before he could speak, Sebastian's quiet cough drew their attention. Edwin. Sebastian fixed his stern gaze on him. Godfrey's summons are not golems. Some beasts can actually take the form of humans, don't you think? He poured himself a cup of tea, lifting it slowly before taking a measured sip. His eyes darkened. The most dangerous summons the world has ever known were not beasts at all, but those that looked like us. A heavy silence filled the room as Sebastian sighed. I plan to hide this, but I need you both as my hands in this matter. So you'll hear this once and listen well. Isold is the first student with queen potential we've had in years. She is a dual summoner, our most treasured student. But what if I told you that, on the very day Godfrey awakened, the summon we gauged revealed a tier of 12.1 and a potential beyond our classifications? His voice dropped lower, his eyes gleaming with restrained intensity. He is an unclassified summoner. Edwin froze where he stood, his words stuck in his throat. The instructor beside him was equally stunned. This doesn't make any sense, Edwin stammered. If he's a king-tier summoner right from the start, the world would have already known. The birth of another king tier cannot go unnoticed. He shouldn't even be beginning as a low tier. Sebastian nodded solemnly. That's what confuses me most. We are dealing with something we've never encountered before. That's why you must ensure he remains under our watch until we fully understand what exactly Godfrey Daniels is. He doesn't know, does he? The combat instructor asked quietly. Evangeline shook her head. Of course not. And we intend to keep it that way. Godfrey exhaled heavily as he stepped back into his room and closed the door behind him. The familiar silence pressed around him. His eyes roamed across the spacious quarters, the bed in the center, the desk by the wall. His thoughts drifted toward the glowing core inside his backpack, his reward for placing third. A sudden ping from his phone pulled him out of his thoughts. Sliding it out of his pocket, he unlocked the screen. I heard you've been discharged. You have the rest of the day to relax, so please do. Tomorrow I'll be going to the gym. Will you to come? Please. Godfrey chuckled faintly as he read Isold's message before typing a short reply. I'll be there. Thank you. Meet me outside the campus tomorrow morning. His eyes widened. She didn't say anything about leaving the school gym, and I already agreed. For some, complaining after spilling milk was pointless. But not for Godfrey. He spent 15 minutes furiously texting his complaints, only for Isold to brush them aside with crying emojis and hearts. Defeated, he tossed his phone onto the bed with a groan. Sitting cross-legged on the mattress, he opened a portal. Mountain emerged. His heavy boots struck the floor with deep, echoing thuds as his towering frame loomed over Godfrey. You're a 4.1 elite, still on the lower end of the tier, Godfrey sighed. So take it. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the glowing dungeon core. Its pulsing light reflected in his eyes as he stretched his hand forward. Mountain knelt, his great shield and long sword clattering softly as he placed them across his back. With reverence, he accepted the orb with both gauntlet hands. The instant the core touched his palms, its glow intensified, streams of crimson energy snaking into his armored forearms. Godfrey's eyes widened as he felt the surge, the aura around Mountain swelling, his presence expanding. The knight's massive frame began to grow, the mana within him climbing higher and higher. When the core finally vanished, Mountain rose to his full height, now a towering 7.7 feet tall. His armor gleamed with a more majestic golden sheen, his broad pauldrons radiating overwhelming power. His tier had risen to 4.6. The room felt suddenly smaller, cramped by the sheer presence of the knight wielding a long sword and shield. Lifting his blade, Mountain let a wave of white energy envelop it, its sharpness so intense that even Godfrey's skin prickled from its heat. Godfrey narrowed his eyes. Another adaptive skill. But this time he wasn't shocked. Unlike other summons who had to struggle and fight to gain adaptive skills, Mountain seemed to simply recall them. Ever since Mountain had read those ancient writings, the ones carved beside his throne, Godfrey had learned the truth. His summon had lived and fought for a century. Every adaptive skill Mountain revealed was one he had already learned in a forgotten lifetime. Feeling his own mana reserves drop a little, Godfrey dismissed Mountain back into the soul space. He crossed his legs again, breathing deeply. Summoners have to master the art of meditation, he reminded himself. It's the only way to draw in and store mana. They were the batteries of their summons. Once their mana ran dry, their companions would be forced back into the soul space. The elites of his class, Isold, Snow, Dale, had awakened young. Their reserves were deep, accumulated through years of meditation. They had the luxury of using their summon skills without fear. But not him. Even now, he could barely hold out after Ballista's blackout state. Supporting both Mountain and Ballista at once was impossible. Even if he managed it, neither could use a skill without being yanked back into the void. Man, I've seen Mom do this a million times, but it's so uncomfortable. Godfrey clicked his tongue, massaging his knees while trying to focus on his breathing. Still, he pushed himself. Meditation can enrich my soul space, can let my summons passively grow stronger. I have to get serious. The incessant ringing of his phone finally succeeded in pulling Godfrey out of his sweet sleep. He sat up groggily, blinking as he looked around the dark room before picking up his phone, rubbing at his heavy eyes. Leaning back, he planned to take just a glance and then return to his nap, but the moment he saw Isold's name on the caller ID, his eyes snapped open. He shot upright like a soldier doused with cold water mid-sleep. "We were supposed to go to the gym. Oh man!" He smacked his forehead and flopped back onto the bed. The phone buzzed again, its insistent ringing refusing to let him off the hook. "Hello," he answered at last, his voice thick with sleep. "I haven't cleaned up my room. Can we reschedule?" There was silence for a few seconds, before a loud knock rattled his door. "You can't even give a proper excuse. We have cleaners." Isold's voice thundered, echoing both through the phone and the door. "She came here?" Godfrey's eyes widened in alarm. He couldn't believe the ridiculous excuse had left his mouth, and now Isold was at his door to hear it. When he opened the door, there she stood, dressed in leggings, a fitted top, and a cap, her golden-orange eyes gleaming with annoyance. But as her gaze caught on his messy hair and sleepy look, her expression shifted, softening with surprise. For a fleeting moment, there was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, at his dashing looks, though she quickly rolled them away. "Go get prepared," she muttered, brushing past him and dropping onto his bed as though she owned the place. "I'm waiting." "She's coming today, right?" asked Dane, the tallest among a group of boys, mostly seniors of Evergreen Summoners High. He sat on a bench in the dumbbell area, his hands clasped together, eyes fixed on the entrance. "Of course, she'll come," replied another boy, the one wearing a yellow beanie as he curled a 30 kilograms dumbbell in one arm, smirking at the flex of his muscles. Like Dane and the rest of their circle, he was 18, a final-year student. "She's a bit late today, which is odd, but I know she'll be here. That girl's a gym rat." The boy in the beanie turned to Dane, narrowing his eyes. "I know you've dated some of the rich girls in Manhattan, but this one's different. You might not succeed." "You're joking, right?" one of the others scoffed. "There's no way Dane will fail to get a girl. It's just a girl." The last boy's words cut off when Isold stepped into the gym. The air shifted instantly, attention drawn to her. Though still young, her discipline and dedication to training had carved her body into a strikingly elegant shape, every movement graceful yet strong. "Don't act carelessly. She's at least a high-tier summoner," the beanie boy cautioned. Then his eyes narrowed. "There's your crush." "Oh, she's with someone." They all turned as Godfrey entered beside her. His curious glances at the equipment and scenery gave him away immediately. This was his first time here. "Why's he wearing a headband?" one asked. "Are they siblings?" Dane muttered, his eyes narrowing as he took in Godfrey's features. Their hair color was close, golden locks catching the light, but while Isold's had a faint silvery white at the tips, Godfrey's was pure gold. "Doesn't seem like it," the beanie boy said, squinting. They watched as the pair claimed a spot nearby. Godfrey, after a quick chat with Isold, picked up two 15 kilograms dumbbells and started hammer curls. "That's it?" Dane scoffed, rising to his feet. He cracked his knuckles and strode over, glaring across the rack at Godfrey. His friends leaned forward, eager to see what would unfold. "Godfrey, are you not going to drop that dumbbell?" Isold's voice reached him as she approached. Dane's eyes widened. It was his first time seeing her this close. "You're not a normal human anymore," she added, her tone matter-of-fact. "He just recently awakened?" "Ha!" Dane's lips curved in a grin. "I know. I haven't deadlifted in a while, so I was surprised how light it felt." Godfrey set the weights down and casually picked up 25 kilograms dumbbells. His arms flexed smoothly, showing no sign of strain. Dane's smirk faltered. Then Godfrey moved again, straight to the heavier racks. He gripped a 60 kilograms dumbbell with one arm, flexing as he lifted it cleanly. Without pause, he grabbed the other, balancing the pair like they were nothing. "I can manage this." Godfrey turned toward Isold, who was calmly repping with a 500 kilograms barbell. Dane's jaw clenched as disbelief surged through him. He's pretending, right? It was one thing to be weaker than Isold, but weaker than this newbie? Just how many monsters was Manhattan hiding? Hey, Godfrey's voice snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts. He tilted his head, a frown forming. I've noticed you staring. Is there a problem? Dane froze, then forced a smile before stumbling back. And no problem. Without another word, he turned and hurried for the exit. Where's Dane going? One of his friends exclaimed in shock as the leader of their group bolted. Godfrey made sure he was gone before turning back toward Isold. He caught her mid-lift, her cheeks flushed. For a moment she was dazzling. His heart skipped before he quickly tore his gaze away, forcing himself back to his own exercise. He was here to train, not to stare. Isold smirked faintly at his effort to hide it, the corner of her lips curling. Godfrey studied the bubble tea on the round table he shared with Isold later that afternoon. The shop had a warm, modern charm, filled with soft lighting and the quiet chatter of customers. What's inside this tea? He asked, shaking his cup slightly. You don't know what bubble tea is? Isold gasped, eyes wide. Where have you been all this while? In Amazon City, Godfrey replied calmly. I don't really eat out. My mom makes sure I take oolong tea. I brought some leaves with me. Wow, Isold mouthed silently, astonished. Godfrey glanced around the shop, watching others sip happily at their drinks. With a shrug, he took a cautious sip of his own. His eyes widened as the sweet, creamy flavor burst across his tongue. He blinked, then took another sip, then another before nodding in approval. It's good. See? Isold laughed softly, her golden-orange eyes lighting up. While walking through the wide footpath, heading for the dormitory, his mind was occupied with thoughts of their field trip. Apparently, the trip was a vacation in one of the biggest Blue Gate dungeons in Manhattan, a dungeon called the Undead Desert. Unlike Green Gate dungeons, which were famous for being dangerous due to the fact that no one could leave once they entered, and most people only entered by mistake, Blue Gate dungeons were pocket dimensions. Some were as big as cities, others as vast as regions. The Undead Desert was said to be as large as one of the biggest deserts on Earth. Because of this, and the fact that the creatures within respawned after a certain time limit, Blue Gate dungeons became an unlimited resource for the authorities and guilds. From them, new metals, alloys, and rare stones had been discovered, allowing technology to keep up with the destructive might of summons, such as the combat dagger Godfrey purchased, a weapon forged from beast carcass and dungeon metal. I need to look it up. Knowing what kind of beast I'm going to face will give me an edge in attaining points. Godfrey's eyes narrowed. Of course, even during this vacation, whoever had the most kills would earn the greatest points, bringing them closer to ranking first by the end of sophomore year, and one step closer to becoming valedictorian. The sky was already orange as the sun dipped toward the horizon, preparing for its last descent and allowing darkness to creep in. The sound of blows and grunts pulled Godfrey out of his thoughts, and he turned toward the source. To his right, a group of upperclassmen surrounded a freshman with light brown curly hair, trembling like a leaf against the wall as fists pounded into his face and body. Godfrey recognized the one throwing the blows, Sam, the third year he had fought a month and some weeks ago. The freshman, on the other hand, was his dorm mate. After hearing the full story about his abduction, he knew Sief Freed had the freshman wrap him up with his web. But seeing him beaten black and blue and not even attempting to stand up for himself irked Godfrey. There was a reason for the school's dormitory setting. As a sophomore, he was responsible for that freshman. He could allow him to be beaten, or he could do the beating himself and tell others to stay clear. Sighing heavily, Godfrey dropped his backpack. The sound of it hitting the ground drew the attention of the upperclassman and Isaac, the freshman. When Isaac saw Godfrey, his pupils trembled with shame, and he lowered his head, hiding his bruised face in guilt. There was one painful fact about bullying. It ate away at the mind, shackling the bullied to the bully. Sometimes they were so far gone they didn't even realize they had arms to throw a punch back. At least die with dignity. This kind of thinking had put Godfrey at odds with the top boys of his class, earning him more than a few hard hits. But he was still standing. He was still in school. And they weren't. Stop, Godfrey said in a slightly cold tone. He was already annoyed by the fact that third-year students were ganging up on a freshman who didn't even have the backbone to fight back, all while jeering at him. What? Derek, a muscular upperclassman, raised an eyebrow. He had slicked his gelled hair backward, and his muscles pressed tightly against his white turtleneck. Strangely, though, he wore round glasses. The frown on his face made it clear he was pissed off. Godfrey looked at the girl beside him, obviously a freshman, and shook his head. He's under my authority. I'll discipline him myself. Wow. I finally meet the famous humanoid summoner in person, and he's already cocky because he came third. Derek cocked his head. Do I look like those inexperienced sophomores to you? He got his head slammed into the wall like a fruit last time and wrapped up in a web sack the second time. Beaten so badly it took 2 days to recover. The only way he could come out of there was by making sure Dale, Sief Freed, Muldrid, and Orwin were suspended, and here he is, claiming to be a tough boy. Sam snickered, tapping Isaac's head. Isn't that right? You've done enough. Let him go, Godfrey said firmly. And who are you to tell me that? Derek shot forward with a step, throwing a powerful straight punch aimed to break Godfrey's nose and knock him out. He knew Godfrey wasn't weak, but that strength was only notable among sophomores, most of whom hadn't even faced life-threatening battles in dungeons. And without a summon, a sophomore was even more vulnerable. But to his shock, Godfrey's body gravitated left, pulling his face out of the punch's path. The move was so natural and fluid that Derek's heart skipped a beat. His eyes followed Godfrey's movement, watching as his left hand folded into a fist and tore forward. He could see it, but dodging it was another matter. Godfrey's fist slammed squarely into his face, breaking his glasses and sending him staggering backward as blood dripped from his nostrils. Wiping his nose, Derek saw the crimson stain on his fingers and his eyes darkened. Ow! Godfrey slammed his right foot into Derek's chin, throwing him off his feet and crashing him to the hard floor. Since when can Godfrey fight? Sam's eyes widened. The others around him were shocked and slowly distanced themselves from Isaac. After all, that was number 13 in the Nexus Club, yet Godfrey displaced him with only 2 moves. Fighting him hand-to-hand was a mistake, an upperclassman muttered. They might have ganged up on Godfrey, but he was a dual summoner, with that annoying summon that could copy another summon's innate skill. Having trained in hand-to-hand combat, mostly boxing, for years so he could stand up to low-tier summoners, Godfrey was simply too much now that he was as strong as a top-level elite. Good, good, good. Derek's eyes snapped open. He took the broken glasses still hanging on his face, squeezed it into a ball, and tossed it away. A portal flared up before him, and a creature emerged. An ant, but with a humanoid shape. It stood balanced on 4 jagged, insectoid legs, each ending in sharp points that dug into the ground with predatory ease. Its body was wrapped in pale armored plates that looked grown rather than forged, leaving dark, sinewy muscle exposed in the gaps. One arm ended in a set of hooked, clawed fingers, while the other had become a single massive blade, curved and heavy like a scythe. Its head was small and low beneath the hunched plates of its shoulders, with twitching antennae and a set of jutting mandibles that gave it a constant, hungry snarl. This creature was the Elder Warrior Ant, a 5.5 high-tier summon. You'll regret what you just did. His eyes gleamed. Mountain quickly emerged from a golden diagram that flared to life just as the Elder Warrior Ant launched itself at Godfrey. The huge knight materialized before him, activating Blackout state, rising to 5.6, and raising his great shield as the ant's scythe arm tore through the air, unleashing a quadruple echo slash. It was an adaptive skill that allowed the ant to unleash 4 strikes in a single second. The sound of metal colliding against metal rang like thunder, and for slightly deep scars etched themselves across the great shield. Yet Mountain remained standing, his ironclad boots sinking into the stone ground as a gust of wind, born from the ant's speed, blew sand outward in a violent swirl. The Elder Warrior Ant launched its fist, unleashing an air cannon punch that made the air ripple like silken cloth before bursting with a mighty roar. Lightning crackled across Mountain's armor, flooding through his body and granting him astonishing speed. In a blur, he shifted to the side, leaving streaks of lightning sizzling in midair. Meanwhile, Godfrey seized Isaac and yanked him away from the cannon's path just as it struck the wall with terrifying force, blowing out a section wide enough for a man to walk through. The blast exposed the hallway, prompting students inside to look out with shocked eyes. Isaac gasped, his breath caught in his throat, as he watched the two high-tier summons clash with relentless intensity. After absorbing enough blows, Mountain surged forward with a rumbling grunt. Closing in at lightning pace, he swung his massive sword, but the ant proved agile, its powerful legs propelling it backward, just out of reach. Godfrey's dead, Sam snickered, relieved that a member of the Nexus Club would finally put Godfrey in his place, giving them the perfect chance to pummel him and force him into submission. The thought was short-lived. Mountain hurled his shield, and it slammed into the elder warrior ant with crushing force, flinging the creature like a ragdoll. It crashed through a tree planted in the median strip and slammed against the wall of a dormitory opposite the one already damaged. With a tremendous leap, Mountain barreled forward, his gauntlet crashing into the ant's face before it could recover. He seized it by the head and hammered it repeatedly against the wall, each blow so heavy that stone cracked and splintered. Finally, the creature's head burst through the wall into the hallway, startling the freshman already shaken by the earlier destruction. Mountain released the limp elder warrior ant and turned back. Some upperclassmen recoiled in terror, Sam being the first to flee. Is this really a golem? Isaac's pupils shrank in disbelief. Derek trembled as Mountain advanced, the crimson steel giant towering like a hill of iron and blood. His breathing was steady yet heavy, a suffocating presence that could crush courage from any man. But to Derek's relief, Mountain simply walked past him. Or so it seemed. Mountain halted after 2 steps. Derek froze, a chill running down his spine. Slowly, he turned his head just as Mountain tilted his own slightly. The knight's arm snapped out, the back of his gauntlet hand slamming across Derek's face with devastating force. Derek's eyes rolled white as he crumpled like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Godfrey raised an eyebrow. "You didn't have to do that," he said, half amused. Just then, Isaac fell to his knees and kowtowed, his forehead striking the paved ground. "I didn't mean to do it. Sief Freed forced me to do it. Let's go." Godfrey picked up his bag, ignoring the wide-eyed stares of the freshman, and began walking away with Isaac trailing behind him like a downcast puppy. Mountain dissolved into a diagram and vanished. "Isn't that number 13 in the Nexus Club?" one freshman whispered, pointing at Derek's unconscious form with trembling fingers. "And that summon that defeated him, wasn't it the humanoid summon?" Another added, disbelief thick in his voice. "Will you allow yourself to be bullied? Is that what you'll achieve in Manhattan?" Godfrey asked later, sitting on his bed while Isaac lingered in the doorway, head lowered. Isaac said nothing. "Show me your summon." Isaac hesitated, glancing around nervously before whispering, "It won't fit, and it doesn't like tiny spaces." Godfrey frowned, his brows knitting together. "It won't fit in here? What kind of summon is that?" "It's called the Mammoth Spider," Isaac replied meekly. Godfrey opened his laptop, typing the name into the search bar. The results popped up instantly, and his eyes widened. The Mammoth Spider, if awakened during adolescence, would already stand at the peak of the elite tier, a staggering 5.4. It grew to 8 feet tall in adolescence and up to 20 feet in adulthood, with a potential rating of 7.5. He looked at Isaac, head bowed in shame, then back at the screen, where the monstrous spider glared back at him. Its gleaming carapace bore streaks of black and yellow, hairless yet polished to a glassy sheen, as if its body itself was armored. The text detailed more. The creature possessed innate immunity to bludgeoning, making fists and clubs utterly useless against it. It was immune to poison, impervious to illusions, and resistant to mental interference. Its webs, shimmering with eerie strength, were immune to fire. Even among high tiers, the Mammoth Spider stood at the pinnacle of monsters. And yet, its summoner was this broken boy, physically gifted, but mentally shattered. Strong in body, but a coward in spirit. Godfrey realized the truth. The mammoth spider was notorious for awakening late. Isaac must have endured elementary school and middle school powerless, bullied endlessly until the scars became chains that still bound his mind. Godfrey tore a page from his notebook and began to write. Isaac peeked, fidgeting, pinching his fingers with anxiety. "Take this." Godfrey handed him the sheet. Isaac scanned it and frowned. 100 push-ups, crunches, squats. "Is this punishment?" "I'd rather take a beating," he muttered. Scoffing, Godfrey activated Echo and a long sword shimmered into his grasp. Isaac hiccuped in fright. "Maybe you can recover easily from a punch," Godfrey said, voice calm. "But I don't think it'll be the same if I use this sword." Isaac shivered. "I'll give you my details. Record yourself live while you do every exercise on that list, and send it to me. Oh, and read the last part." Isaac's eyes widened as he reached the bottom. "I should not lose a fight, or you'll cut the legs of my summon." "Good thing we have a healer in this school," Godfrey replied with a soft smile. But in Isaac's eyes, it looked nothing like kindness. It was the smile of a devil. Once the weekend was over, Godfrey, dressed in his deep blue school jacket, ascended the broad staircase leading to the 3rd floor where his classroom was located. He carried his backpack in one hand, his ocean blue eyes slightly narrowed as he noticed freshmen casting more glances at him than usual. "Isn't he the one who made Dale and the other sophomore elites get suspended?" A 15-year-old freshman girl whispered to her friend, her voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "His name is Godfrey. He also beat Nexus Club number 13. He's like some kind of bully bane. The school feels calmer with him around," someone else said reverently. "TCH. He's going to be put in his place soon." A boy muttered darkly as he strode past the girls and disappeared into the 2nd floor hallway. Godfrey paused mid-step, his eyes locking on a scene below. A brown, curly-haired boy crouched on the ground, arms raised to shield himself as 2 fellow freshmen, a boy and a girl, kicked at him while spitting insults. "I'm sorry, Isaac's voice broke off when he caught sight of Godfrey's cold glare from the corner of his eye. That chilling look sent ice crawling down his spine. "Get off me!" he suddenly screamed, and in panic, he launched a web strike that latched onto the girl's wrist, pinning it to the wall. Shoving aside the boy's next kick, Isaac sprang to his feet and instinctively caught the boy's panicked punch. His fist flew on its own, slamming into the boy's cheek with a sharp sound. Both froze, the boy clutching his face in wide-eyed shock, and Isaac staring in disbelief that he had done that. The girl ripped free of one strand of web, turning her delicate fingers into 3-inch-long claws, but Isaac moved faster. Another web shot pinned her arm to the wall, another bound her other hand, and a final strand sealed her mouth before she could curse. Her eyes widened in terror. The boy fled immediately, leaving Isaac standing frozen in the aftermath, stunned at himself. Those who had long grown used to Isaac being treated like a slave for the past month were equally stunned. Yet when their eyes shifted back to Godfrey, he simply resumed climbing the staircase, leaving the scene behind him as though he were nothing more than a distant observer. The moment Godfrey entered his classroom, silence rippled across the room. Conversations halted mid-sentence. Students in their seats and those huddled in groups all turned to look at him, the quiet stretching long and heavy. Godfrey's eyes swept over the class. Dale, Sief Freed, Muldrid, and Orwin's seats were empty. Tilting his head, he noticed Snow scrolling casually through his phone, pointedly ignoring him. That didn't bother him, but what did was Isold's brief glance in his direction before she turned back to the window. Her cold dismissal stung. She was clearly unhappy that he had skipped their morning jog, and Godfrey knew he owed her an apology or risked being snubbed by the only friend he had. As he made his way to his seat, a girl from the press club leaned toward Cecil and whispered, "I didn't have the courage before since you were under Dale, but now. You have to admit, Godfrey's looks are only beaten by Snow's. Just look at him walk." Cecil's eyes flicked to Godfrey. Indeed, he wasn't bad-looking, but admiration rubbed her the wrong way. To her, that face deserved to be stepped on, not praised. A sharp harumph escaped Isold, reaching Godfrey's ears as he sat down. He grimaced, turning toward her with pursed lips, a crease in his brow, and a meek expression, the very picture of apology. TCH. Isold clicked her tongue, though her coldness quickly melted. Seeing her soften, Godfrey seized the chance. I'm sorry. I tend to fall asleep during meditation. Foolishly. I've never lasted over 20 minutes awake. I met John this morning, so I didn't jog alone. But don't miss another day. It wasn't the same without you. The rest of her words barely registered. One name alone echoed in his head. John. Godfrey's mood soured instantly. Of all days, it had to be the one morning when he wasn't there that Manhattan's so-called king showed up to jog with Manhattan's queen. He hadn't spoken to John before, but he'd seen the way John looked at Isold. He was definitely into her. We've been jogging together since middle school, but it felt different today. I could tell he didn't even like Shooting Stars music, and yet, Isold kept talking, but Godfrey barely heard. His chest tightened with unfamiliar jealousy. For a moment, he considered distancing himself, but instead, he rose abruptly, wrapping his arm around Isold's head and drawing her cheek against his chest. The entire classroom froze. Isold's porcelain face flushed crimson, her already large golden-orange eyes widening further. Her thoughts shattered beneath his steady scent and the warmth of his body. "Knock on my door if I don't show up," Godfrey said calmly. He didn't promise not to miss again. He knew his flawed meditation habits too well. Lazy bum, Isold scoffed, trying to hide her fluster as he returned to his seat. Godfrey blinked innocently at the stunned class. For the first time, he noticed Snow glaring at him with enough venom to kill. He just rapped a Pendragon, and she didn't resist? Godfrey, of all people, what's wrong with Isold? Gasps and whispers erupted around them, loud enough for him to hear. His cheeks warmed as he realized the implication of his impulsive act. Just then, Teacher Edwin strode into the classroom. Surprised by the hush, he quickly decided to take advantage of it. Ahem, he cleared his throat. I hope everyone here is prepared for the field trip. Tomorrow we leave for a 2-week stay in the Undead Desert. This is your chance to grow stronger and compete for the top 3 positions by year's end. Best Summoner, Best Summon, and Best Academic. Points accumulated during the trip will carry significant weight, so give it your all. His gaze swept the room before he continued. Today we'll discuss a particular adaptive skill called Elemental Infusion. Godfrey's summon demonstrates it best, but there are numerous subskills attached to it. Advanced skill set is the term often applied to those that develop from Elemental Infusion. Now, later that day, Edwin strolled the hallway during break with a bottle of water in hand. His steps slowed when he noticed a crowd gathered around the school board. Curious, he approached. Students scattered at his presence, but not before he caught sight of the notice pinned at the top, highlighted in red. His eyes darkened. The paper claimed that Manhattan harbored a King-tier student hiding his true power, an anonymous figure dubbed the Shadow King. And the writer had chosen to remain anonymous. The press club door swung open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Cecil shot to her feet, hard lines forming on her temples as she prepared to scold whoever dared to act so rudely. But when she saw Edwin, her glare shifted into a frown of confusion. Edwin strode toward her in wide steps, waving the newspaper he had pulled from the board. "What's this Shadow King supposed to mean?" he asked, his tone stern. Cecil narrowed her eyes. "It's the job of the press club to reveal anything we discover in the school, as long as it's the truth." "Truth?" Edwin's voice grew colder. "One more paper about this and you'll face expulsion." His verdict made Cecil's eyes widen. So, he's truly a king-tier. Edwin placed a firm hand on the long table. Matters of king-tier summoners grow beyond you, beyond your family, and even beyond this school. If you draw the attention of the authorities with baseless rumors, you won't walk away unscathed. Remember, you're here to be scouted by them. If you came here yourself, then it means Godfrey truly has king-tier potential. But why would the authorities flinch at someone who only has potential? Most of the time, those with so-called potential never truly reach king-tier. Cecil shot back. He is an unclassified summoner. The headmaster's voice echoed in Edwin's head. His eyes hardened as he glared at Cecil before turning away. "Drop it. Focus on your studies." After he left, Cecil clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her palms. "Ah!" she screamed, scattering papers across the room in a violent burst. With a furious kick, she struck the table. The wooden slab slammed against the ceiling and crashed down in two broken halves. "He's just fatherless trash who got famous because his father died before some stupid orc." Her teeth ground together as rage twisted her features. "Who exactly is Godfrey Daniels, that the school threatens me just to protect him?" Her glare sharpened, complex thoughts flashing in her eyes. "They even suspended Dale," she muttered. The next day, students began boarding two light blue coach buses. Already seated, Godfrey looked out the window just as Isold approached with her luggage. His lips curled upward when he noticed her hair untied. There was always a natural, almost regal charm to her when she let it flow free instead of binding it in a ponytail. Once her luggage was stowed, she boarded the bus, stepping down the aisle until she paused at Godfrey's row. The boy sitting beside him froze, glancing between her and Godfrey. Isold's golden-orange eyes flared subtly as she glared at the boy. Godfrey only shrugged, feigning innocence. The boy panicked under her gaze, quickly scrambling out of the seat. Isold slid in with a faint, satisfied smile. Godfrey's shoulders trembled as he chuckled quietly, until Isold's head snapped toward him. "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing," he replied quickly, waving a hand. She clicked her tongue and pulled out her earpods, but before she could put them in, Godfrey plucked one. She pouted but wore the other, pressing play on Shooting Star's music. Soon, both of them leaned back in their seats, sharing the rhythm in silence. From the back of the bus, Snow leaned against his headrest, his eyes fixed on them like twin blades. He closed them slowly, his thoughts dark. "I'll put him in his place soon enough. His summons may threaten the likes of Cecil and the others, but before mine, there'll be nothing but statues." To Snow, Godfrey was nothing more than trash left too long in the bin. For now, he would focus on growing stronger during the field trip and wait for Dale and the others to return. When Edwin and the school nurse boarded the lead bus, the convoy finally set off. They rolled smoothly out of the school gates, but soon slowed near a junction choked with traffic. Godfrey's eyes wandered outside. He saw civilians using their summons to earn a living, traffic police with heads shifted into snarling Doberman giants through echo, and window washers gliding along skyscraper panes with echo-grown wings. Summons had made daily life easier, but they had also made violence far more common. Isn't that XYZ? The famous supermodels who are almost overtaking Shooting Star and their actors too. One of the students behind him gasped. Godfrey looked up and saw the 42-story pagoda guild branch towering above. A massive screen near the top displayed the faces of three stunningly handsome men, each with their summons, handsome even beyond Snow. Shooting Star appeared on the screen as well, alongside entertainers and combatants who cleared dungeons. Apparently, the more famous you were, the higher your image appeared on the building. Guilds in this world weren't just for adventurers, they were platforms for superstardom. Fighters, entertainers, influencers, all could rise through their ranks. And yet, all remained under the supervision of the authorities' agents. Godfrey's lip curled faintly. He had no good opinion of either. Man, it would be great to become an elite member of the Pagoda Guild. Another student sighed wistfully. The rest of the journey passed peacefully, until the buses slowed as a massive, swirling blue portal appeared on the horizon. The moment they crossed, the bustling metropolis vanished. A vast desert stretched before them, dunes rolling like waves, rock spires jutting skyward, and the horizon shimmering under a harsh sun. "The mana here feels thicker," Isold murmured. Godfrey raised an eyebrow. To him, the air felt no different, only the scenery had changed. The asphalt road cut straight through the desert, leading toward a sprawling city built around a glittering oasis. Above it hung a golden, translucent dome, like a bowl turned upside down over a plate. "If you'd like to know," Edwin announced, "that dome is the innate skill of Manhattan's king tier, the dragon tortoise." The students marveled as the buses passed through the glowing barrier and entered the city. Just then, 2 white coach buses drew up alongside, matching their pace. The Manhattan students stiffened when they saw the logo, Polaris Summoners High School. Polaris was as famous as it was flamboyant. A school for the rich where preferential treatment was bought, and students were bred for guild careers. Unlike Manhattan's packed buses, Polaris carried barely 20 students, spread across 2 buses for comfort and space. The first bus held the boys of House Orion, all third-year students. The second held the girls of House Lyra. At Vegas Prime Resort, both convoys stopped. Students filed out, their eyes immediately sizing up the opposition. From House Orion, 3 boys stood out among the rest with their looks and aura. A tall, gray-haired youth with an aloof expression walked in the center, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. To his right was a broad-shouldered, deep brown-skinned boy with his hair tied upward, and to his left, a long-haired youth with an eye patch, though both his eyes were perfectly fine. Alistair, Nathaniel, the brown-skinned boy, murmured to the gray-haired one. The white-haired boy is Snow, and the girl is Isold. Lucian, the eye-patch wearer, finished, his gaze sharp on her. A true Pendragon. But who's that? A girl with deep blue hair, Rosalind, second only to the pink-haired beauty beside her among House Lyra's elites, lifted a brow at the sight of Godfrey walking side by side with Isold. Apart from Snow and Isold, the rest of them aren't worth mentioning. I didn't see him in the reports, Nathaniel replied, glancing dismissively at Godfrey. Is he her knight? Manhattan's kings and queens usually have knights, Rosalind mused. Isn't the knight usually the second strongest? Lucian countered. I've never even heard of that boy. Then who is he? Seraphina, the pink-haired girl, finally spoke. Who cares? I bet 100 grand Seraphina could turn him into her puppet before this trip is over. Lucian's words riled up the others. 200 grand for 3 days. You don't expect Polaris Queen to spend that long turning a no-name into a puppet. Nathaniel laughed. On the other hand, Seraphina tucked her pink hair behind her ear. I'm only interested in Snow. That boy, whoever he is not worth my time. Godfrey was stunned as he stood on a serene slope road, right before a private apartment surrounded by neatly arranged trees and flowers blooming in quiet splendor. Staring at the card in his hand, he still couldn't believe an entire apartment had been given to him. Apparently, this special treatment was because he came third during the competition. Isold got one, and so did Snow and Cecil. The other 2 were the sophomores' top students, so rank or no rank, they naturally received preferential treatment. The rest of the students stayed in large rooms, 2 per room, while all the Polaris students were rewarded with private apartments. Godfrey simply couldn't understand the level of flamboyancy these people lived on. Their aloof expressions, their outrageous arrogance. It all pricked him the wrong way. He would stay out of their path as long as they stayed out of his. The only bitter thought tugging at him now was the distance between his apartment and Isold's. After opening the door with the card, Godfrey walked into the apartment. The lights automatically lit up, revealing a living room set with a soft leather sofa, a huge TV, and polished wooden aesthetics that brightened his eyes. He carried his luggage to his room, set everything in order, and collapsed on the bed. With his hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling as his thoughts began to wander. Unconsciously, he replayed the times his summons had fought. Before long, his mind returned to the adaptive skill Aegis Shield, the one Snow had used against Isold. It looked remarkably powerful, and now that he thought about it, something like that would make Mountain far stronger. His great shield was one of his main weapons, but recent enemies had shown enough offensive power to crack it, neutralizing one of his most iconic abilities. Reflection. If Mountain could strengthen that shield with something akin to Aegis, then he would truly become an immovable wall. Godfrey was certain that by tomorrow, they would leave the city and venture into the more dangerous parts of the dungeon, territories teeming with raptors and undead hordes. The thought alone tightened his resolve. Enhancing Mountain's shield would be the best way to ensure more points. Godfrey sat on Mountain's stone throne, leaning forward with his fingers entwined, His ocean blue eyes locked on the two knight captains facing off against each other. The chamber of summons was a grand square hall, bright white with marble-like tiles, tall pillars, and ancient engravings etched into the walls. Torches lined the walls but burned with a steady golden flame. Mountain stood tall, tightening his grip on his immense shield. His armor, the huge pauldrons and cuirass, made him look like a walking fortress. His stern eyes never wavered from his opponent from within the helm's slit. Across from him stood Ballista, his great bow held loosely in one hand. Godfrey raised an eyebrow. He could almost feel the tension, the rivalry, thick in the air between them. It stunned him for a moment, and in that brief moment Ballista moved. He mounted his great bow, manifested an arrow, drew, and released. The sound that followed shook the chamber as the arrow tore through the air, slamming into Mountain's shield and piercing through his shield arm. Mountain slid backward, the impact tearing cracks into the stone floor until he came to a stop. Blood dripped from his arm, splattering across the pristine white tiles. Lightning faintly crackled over his armor, his body trembling. Yet with a heavy grunt, he straightened, raised his shield again, and marched forward with bold steps, ignoring the massive arrow still lodged in his flesh. Godfrey's eyes narrowed. So this is the difference between a Golden Order knight built for offense and one built for defense. He understood. Both were enhanced by the perks of their armor, but right now Mountain had been ordered to only defend. Against Ballista, who unleashed offense like a storm, he couldn't stand. Most times, adaptive skills awakened when a summon was cornered, when survival demanded evolution. This should be Mountain's chance to learn. The second arrow came, piercing Mountain's shield once more, burrowing into his cuirass. Godfrey's face twisted. His chest grew heavy at the sight of Mountain bleeding through his armor. He frowned heavily. If he dies here, that's it. A dead summon can't be respawned. Maybe I should order him to evade. But will that awaken a shield skill? No, it would only be a waste of time. I can't push it. His thoughts snapped as Ballista summoned a new arrow. This one was different, its shaft glowing red, its golden head crackling violently with lightning. The bow knight's entire body sparked with golden arcs of energy. Godfrey's eyes widened. Elemental infusion. Just like the variant Mountain had but designed to deal great damages. The release was instant. The air exploded, lightning screaming like a banshee as the arrow shot forward. Godfrey barely had time to register what he was seeing before the arrow collided with Mountain. The chamber erupted in a blinding golden flash. The shockwave tore through the hall. Pillars shattered. Stones blew out of place. Even Godfrey barely remained on the throne, wincing as debris cut shallow wounds into his skin. But when the light died down, Mountain was still standing. Godfrey staggered upright, his jaw slack as his eyes caught the sight. Mountain's shield had changed. No longer the oval great shield, it now stood like a titan, over 7 feet tall, broad and round. Its face gleamed pure white, a thick golden sun emblazoned at its core with rays etched in delicate detail. The rim of the shield shone with heavy gold plating, and the ground around it bore the marks of destruction, shattered tiles, cracked stone, except the space within the shield's boundary, which remained untouched. Godfrey's breath caught. That isn't Aegis' shield. Ballista, unshaken, knocked 3 arrows and fired in rapid succession. The arrows struck the mighty shield, only to ricochet off, spinning wildly midair before curving back toward the shooter. Godfrey's eyes widened, astonished. He could see that Mountain controlled the ricochets and their directions. His lips curved into the faintest smile. Ballista summoned the crimson arrow once again, his whole body blazing with lightning, the skill Godfrey quietly named Trailblazer. The arrow tore through the air, colliding with the sun shield. Mountain staggered back 3 steps, the floor cracking beneath him. The shield held, the damage reflected, sending Ballista crashing to his knees. A smoking wound carved deep across his chest. "Ballista," Godfrey called out. The bow knight raised his head with a weak nod, showing he was alive. Mountain, his massive shield still planted firmly into the ground, waved his blood-stained arm as though to say, "You injured me first." Godfrey did not know whether to laugh at his fortune that both summons now had powerful skills that would be even more formidable in Blackout state, or cry that they were both badly injured. He would need to meet the school nurse. That skill was nothing like Aegis Shield. I'll call it Achilles' Shield. "Who's there?" Julia, the school nurse, rose to her feet from behind her desk, making her way to the door with slight confusion. "It's me, Godfrey." That reply made her expression morph into one of disbelief. "Godfrey Daniels, you got injured so fast." She sighed inwardly. "I knew it wasn't a good idea to allow you to stay in Manhattan." The moment she opened the door, her lips curled upward and her eyes squinted, revealing a beautiful smile on her kind, oval-shaped face framed by curls. "Godfrey, come in." Godfrey stepped into her apartment, which had been converted into her office. The space was lined with neat sickbeds, cabinets of supplies, and rows of bottled tonics glowing faintly, a product of her summon's adaptive skill for healing lighter wounds like bruises and sprains. The apartment itself was well kept, the bright white lights and long curtains providing both comfort and privacy for patients. Julia turned back to the teen, who was looking around with his usual calm but observant eyes. "What happened? I don't see any harm done to you." "Oh, I'm fine. It's my summons that need healing. They're badly wounded." Julia blinked, her brows furrowing. "Do golems get healed? I haven't seen that in all my years of practice. They're just metal, stone, and wood. At least the wooden ones can be mended, but stone and steel." "Godfrey, try to stay out of fights," she said, sighing heavily at the dilemma. Even if she couldn't heal his so-called golems, it meant he wouldn't be able to participate in the hunt tomorrow. A good thing in her mind. That way he wouldn't be made a target. "Show them to me," she said softly, gesturing toward one of the sickbeds. Now that she had stopped speaking, Godfrey clarified, "I wasn't in any fight. My summons were training and ended up wounding each other. They've got some kind of beef, and train like it's an actual battle." Julia scoffed inwardly. What sort of golem has beef? Her eyes went wide when Ballista appeared, lying on the bed. His enormous plated form took up most of the mattress. A massive hole gaped in the cuirass, and the smell of burnt flesh oozed from the wound beneath. Blood stained the steel, and though his helm concealed his features, the knight's rigid silence revealed how much pain he endured. Julia went pale. Her gaze snapped left as Mountain manifested beside her, towering with his fortress-like build. The giant's armored forearm was split and bleeding, crimson seeping from beneath the cracked plates. Her hands trembled, her face twisted in terror. "These aren't golems in the slightest," she whispered. Godfrey glanced at her from the corner of his eye, unsure why she was panicking. His stomach twisted. Was Ballista unsavable? The second the thought crossed his mind, fear gripped him. Miss Julia, can't Ballista be saved?" His voice shook, guilt and dread burning in his chest. Julia flinched, realizing her own reaction, and forced herself to compose. "I can heal it. The damage pierced through plate armor, chainmail, and leather. The wound won't kill him as long as I—" She froze. Had she just addressed the summon as him? Exhaling heavily, she summoned her own healing diagram. A warm glow filled the room as her spirit's power extended over the two knights. Slowly, Mountain's gaping wound began to knit itself together, the blood vanishing as plates sealed and reformed as though alive. In less than 2 minutes, Mountain was whole again, his enormous shield resting by his side. Even his armor had been restored, which made Julia's eyes widen. She couldn't heal steel, so why had his armor mended? Her heart raced. This armor, it's their hide, like dragon scales. Ballista's healing took longer. For 20 agonizing minutes, his cuirass and body knitted shut while his labored, rough breathing finally steadied. Julia didn't notice her own hand inching closer to his helm until she was nearly touching it. Suddenly, Ballista's massive gauntlet hand shot up. His grip encircled her wrist like a shackle of cold iron. Though his visor bore no eye holes, she felt his glare, suffocatingly furious. You dare attempt to desecrate an anointed knight. The voice thundered, sonorous and deep, not the rolling rumble of mountains, but sharp, like a war drum booming inside her chest. A primal chill shot down Julia's spine, her soul almost fleeing her body. She froze in place. Godfrey quickly retrieved both Ballista and Mountain, tucking them back into his soul space. Julia remained stiff, locked in terror. The aura they had unleashed still lingered in the air. It wasn't human, nor golem. It was the oppressive weight of predators gazing upon their prey. When she looked at Godfrey, she flinched at the calmness on his face. They get a little angry over weird stuff. Don't overthink it. And thanks for healing them. Godfrey turned and left. The moment the door shut, Julia collapsed onto the nearest bed, breath ragged. Her mind reeled. Those things weren't golems. It all made sense now, the headmaster's urgent calls, the school's decision not to expel Godfrey but instead suspend many of the sophomore elite. It wasn't because of connections. It wasn't favoritism. It was his summons. She had never seen anything like them. They weren't living sculptures of stone or metal, nor simple beasts. They were knights of flesh, blood, and spirit. Beasts made men. Men made beasts. The infinite potential of a humans will fused with the overwhelming strength of legendary creatures. Knights of the Golden Order. She whispered, the name the referee always announced when Godfrey ascended the platform. Everyone else had shrugged it off as a grandiose title. But now she knew better. Those golems had bled. And one had spoken. As the sun dipped low, Godfrey raced toward the eatery after several missed calls from Isold. After leaving the nurse's office, he had gone home to meditate and, as usual, had slipped into deep slumber. I sent a message to everyone. What were you doing? Edwin, standing outside the well-lit eatery, sighed, motioning for Godfrey to hurry. Godfrey broke into a jog. Inside, he spotted Isold at a corner table. Her golden white hair shimmered under the lights as she waved at him with a bright smile. A warmth spread through him, softening his face into a smile, until his gaze shifted upward. The Polaris students sat on the second floor, near the glass railing. Their eyes followed him, some with curiosity, others with sharp disdain. I looked him up. That's the son of the Amazon City hero, Roland Daniels, said Alistair, the gray-haired junior. His voice calm but his eyes filled with scorn. That's the son of the man who fought 100,000 orcs. I've heard of his trash son. The one who couldn't awaken a summon, despite his parents' powerful ones. So that's him, muttered Lucian, the long-haired youth with an eye patch, staring at Godfrey like a zoo curiosity. Well, he finally awakened at the Manhattan ceremony. Alistair continued smoothly, but only with a golem knight summon. A what? Rosalind's pretty face scrunched in visible disgust. We have one back at home, Seraphina said calmly. Her crystalline pink eyes glimmered like jewels as she glanced at Snow, who sat below but like a royal amongst commoners. They're useful for menial jobs and heavy lifting. People like them are still needed in our world. To serve, of course. Nathaniel chuckled, lounging back in his chair. I guess the bet's void now. There's no fun in turning what's already a puppet into a puppet. TSK. He's already Isold's puppet. Rosalind clicked her tongue. The next day, Manhattan and Polaris coach buses had come to a stop in the middle of the desert, with dunes and stone formations populating the expanse, setting up their individual camps. Godfrey stood outside the camp made of tents around their coach buses with the others, holding a backpack with enough food and water to last him days. Apparently, this trip was to make them adapt to the harsh terrain of dungeons, as that would be a major part of their life after graduating. He stood at the front with Isold, Cecil, Snow, and some other students, facing Edwin who was on a podium, his stern eyes fixed on them. I shall begin to inform you. There are maps inside your bags indicating the major zones around this area, from low-tier zones to elite and finally high-tier zones. Remember, some creatures also roam, so you're not safe anywhere. He paused, watching as some students' faces changed. Most of them had not even entered dungeons, and it was normal as dungeon fights usually began at the sophomore class, but it was advisable to get dungeon experience beforehand. However, most parents were afraid, but the few who went, his eyes descended on Isold, Snow, and Godfrey, and as he thought, they were calm. Cecil, though calm, was still a bit flustered. This would be her first-time journey alone through harsh terrain with nothing but her summon. It was such a bond that made summoners and their summons stronger. Is there going to be some kind of way to prevent us from dying? She finally asked when the whispers grew too loud. Edwin chuckled. Of course. The moment he said that, a light purple diagram appeared beside him and a snail, the height of his waist, crawled out. Its shell gleamed like polished stone, marked with constellations connected by glowing lines that shimmered faintly as if the stars themselves were alive. 2 luminous eyes protruded from its stalks, shining bright like the headlights of a car. This was a violet astral mollusk, a creature that could teleport itself or others, had omniperception that spanned tens of miles. It could also teleport itself to places it had locked on, no matter the distance, and this was in consideration to planets or systems. They were the spearheaders of mankind's space exploration, the summons of the world's top astronauts. Almost every student had seen it on television, once or twice, but they were quite stunned to see their homeroom teacher had such a unique summon. This is the violet astral mollusk. It will enable me to oversee this hunt. The moment your life is threatened, and I am sure it would either lead to grave injury or death, you will be teleported back. He turned left. As you can see, there are several canopies with your names on it. Your kills will be teleported there. Just make sure you're the one that landed the killing blow. Your points can be exchanged for items like dungeon cores, weapons, or to buy teleportation points. Let's say you want to go straight to the ruined fortress. That will cost you 20 points. He waited, making sure everyone had digested what he said before resuming. Now, your points will be measured as such. 1 point for a low tier, 2 points for an elite tier, 5 points for a low-level high tier, and 10 points for a top-level high tier. That is all. You may leave in groups or alone. After bidding each other farewell, Godfrey left the camp. He had gone to several dungeons, but none of them were like this. Looking around, all he could see was dunes and stone formations. All he could feel was the heat of the sun and his foot sinking a bit into the sand. At first, other students were not far from him, some of them moving in groups, few moving alone. Later on, Godfrey discovered he was alone in the midst of dunes. No other student was around him. He didn't know how long he had walked, but after checking the digital map in his bag, he discovered he wasn't far from a low-tier zone. According to the map, it was just behind the dune to his left. At the top of the dune, he squinted, looking at a group of raptors, red-skinned creatures with 2 powerful hind legs, relatively small forelimbs, long necks, and razor-sharp teeth. Their scales glistened under the desert sun, and their long tails cut the air like whips. They were the downsized versions of a T-Rex. This small group of 6 were not far from a rise of rock formations that spread out like the trees of a forest. Some were short, some were over 5 meters tall. He reached for the combat dagger strapped to his waist, unsheathed it, and made his way down. The raptors spotted him, screeching and roaring as they ran toward him, their long tails whipping the air. Using lightning infusion, Godfrey shot forward, plunging his dagger into the eye of the first raptor, frying its brain with the lightning, pulled it out and slit the throat of another. The third closed in enough, opening its mouth to take a chunk out of him, but received a deathly knee blow to its chin. The edge of his dagger gleamed as he unleashed a crescent light that took off the head of another raptor entirely from its body. The 5th raptor screeched loudly, clawing at him with its forelimbs, but Godfrey stepped sided, the lightning crackling through his body, boosting his speed greatly. He watched the claws slice through where he once stood before retaliating with a mana slash, decapitating the 5th one also. The tail of the 6th came for him, tearing through the air with extreme force. His heart thumped, lightning moving, enhancing his speed as he ducked, springing forward and stabbing the raptor. It screeched loudly as the blade was coated in white, and it tore from its shoulder down to the tail with so much ease. Godfrey was taken aback. As the beast fell with a thud, he looked at the blade of the dagger, coated with faint white light. He could feel the heat and sharpness prick his eyes. That was easier than I thought. He internally, as the raptors began to vanish one by one. Unbeknownst to him, on a dune, the blue-haired Rosalind watched mounted on a ghost-faced stallion, a black horse with a skull engulfed with blue flames for a head and flaming hooves. Its mane burned like a roaring bonfire, and every exhale was smoke and ash. Seeing Godfrey take down 6 raptors without a summon made her squint. Even she couldn't do that, relying on a dagger and a few close combat skills alone. Unaware he was being watched, Godfrey walked toward the rock formation only to pause a few steps later as multiple screeches tore through the air. He was still a good distance away from the formations, but he could feel the sand beneath his feet quake. Like there was a stampede headed his way. The screeches did not only grow louder but came from several dozen angry raptors, a small horde alerted by the screech of their now dead scouts. The first one to emerge was an alpha raptor, much bigger than the normal raptors, with bone spikes protruding out of its body and black plating over its hide. Its screech was much deeper, almost becoming a roar, and behind it were 3 dozen raptors, a great dust cloud rising in wake of this monster army. Rosalind couldn't hold back her laughter. I guess facing armies of monsters runs in the blood. She held the reins made of flames and tilted her summon away. There's nothing to watch here. Let's... Her head snapped back as Ballista emerged from a diagram, his golden armor turning into blood crimson. His cloak darkened to black and his bow seemed to hum with an ominous power, the edges glowing faintly. Oh, you really did awaken a golem at 16. She frowned. Wouldn't it have been better to remain ordinary than awaken that? The other words died in her throat as mortal portals appeared, not opened by Godfrey but by Ballista, and from it emerged 10 golden, towering bow knights with giant bows. All 10 of them drew their bows, releasing arrows with such power that dust rose in their wake. When they struck a raptor, the impact launched the beast backward as if hit by a speeding truck, tossing its bleeding corpse recklessly across the desert, some even crashing into the rock formations. Rosalind couldn't believe her eyes as the raptors lost 20 in an instant, all of them launched backward by the force of the arrows. The sight alone made her dread being on the receiving end of those bow knights. Her eyes narrowed when she noticed Ballista, whose armor had turned crimson and was now crackling with lightning, the energy gathering on his arrow. He mounted the bow on the sand, aiming for the alpha raptor which had already gained on them. The lightning grew fiercer, and wherever it struck the sand turned into liquid glass. The moment Ballista released the arrow, it sounded like a massive explosion. A gale burst outward, blasting sand into Godfrey's face as the arrow screeched like a golden meteor. It left a trail of liquid glass as it struck the alpha raptor's head, blowing it into blood mist. Yet the beast kept roaring forward, leaving an endless trail of ruins in the rock formations. All the hair on Rosalind's body stood up, a chill running down her spine, while Godfrey felt his mana reserves drop sharply. He gave Ballista an incredulous look. Was he trying to say he went easy on Mountain? Because it felt like the bow knight captain was making a statement here. Looking at the trail of glass on the golden sand, leading up to the ruins left by the trailblazer, Godfrey had to accept that Ballista, in Blackout state, was a formidable long-ranged summon. He tilted his head at the other bow knights who marched undeterred under the sun, inspecting their kills with flickering eyes. According to the information on the walls of Ballista's chambers, the beast that granted him his Blackout state powers was something called an Orcish Esper, a strange and rare kind of orc bred from childhood to be able to summon their warriors. It made one man equivalent to an army. In other words, these bow knights moving about weren't made from nothingness but were actual knights that came from somewhere. The others have no idea about this. Who didn't inform Alistair about this and only said he is a golem summoner? Are they trying to set us up? Panicked, Rosalind quickly rode away, careful not to be spotted. At the camp, Julia was walking by, inspecting the students' kill space, but most of them had nothing. Isold has killed 20 raptors, Snow has killed 10, and Cecil has 6. She turned to Godfrey's name and saw 6 dead raptors. I guess he's not doing too badly. Her eyes widened as bodies began to drop until a heap of dead raptors, with a headless alpha raptor, an elite-tier beast, landed at the top. The sight made her gasp loudly, and she quickly covered her mouth with her palm. But Edwin rushed out, only to see the giant heap. Godfrey did this? Julia nodded. He has a total kill of 44 raptors. Unaware of the shock he had given Edwin and Julia, Godfrey continued his journey through the desert with Ballista by his side. The trailblazer his summon had executed nearly wiped out 50% of his mana reserves, so in order to ration what he had left, Ballista had to deactivate Blackout state, thus sending his squad of Bow Knights away. Currently walking through the formation, Godfrey marveled at the number of nature-formed rock pillars Ballista's arrow had brought down. A great number of them had become debris. He brought out his digital map and studied it. The ivory carcass has a lone elite-tier beast. That should be our next place, he said, looking at the bone ribs, each hundreds of meters long, on the map. Whatever beast had left such a carcass after its death? He didn't want to know. After walking, drinking water, resting, and walking for hours, the heat of the sun had waned by the time he saw the towering bone ribs jutting out of the golden sand and stretching across the horizon. In the midst of the yellow rocks, which looked pitifully small compared to the size of those ribs, he approached. With squinted eyes and slightly shortened breaths, Godfrey moved toward the carcass with Ballista silently following behind, the soft metallic clinks of his armor an accustomed sound to Godfrey's ears. I bet Isold is soaring the skies on her dragon, he pouted. I wish I had a beast summon. Ballista hurried to his front with wide strides and went down on one knee, his back facing Godfrey as if telling him to get on. In all honesty, Godfrey would have. No one would see him, so it wasn't that embarrassing, but after staying for hours under the sun, Ballista's armor was scalding. He just didn't understand how the Bow Knight endured such heat, and even now, after trekking such a distance, still breathed calmly. I can manage, he said, walking past Ballista. When they arrived at the giant carcass, Godfrey spotted the remains of other smaller beasts. Some had become feeble bones, others were still fresh. Knowing this, Ballista turned invisible and walked away from Godfrey until the faint sound of his armor couldn't be heard anymore. Not too far in, a desert stone lioness, a huge big cat with small flat stones the size of pebbles on her back, left the raptor it fed on and fixed its gaze on Godfrey, who had just walked into her line of sight. Both of them looked at each other for a split second before the lioness left her kill, pouncing toward a better-looking one. On the other hand, Godfrey took the challenge head-on. He still hadn't forgotten why he wanted strength. To make the authorities stop treating his mother like their slave. He hated the leash they held around her neck. He couldn't stand the sight of his father's statue being brought down. If he was strong, they wouldn't have dared to touch it, at least not if they wanted to curry favor with him. He wanted to become a valedictorian. What was wrong with being the best? With all this in mind, he slid as the lioness jumped, attempting to pin him to the ground, but his movement countered her strike. He stabbed his combat dagger at her underbelly, but instead of the friction aiding him in gutting her open, the combat dagger snapped. His eyes widened, lightning bursting out of his body at the renewed assessment of the beast. The lioness turned, its claws gleaming like gold as they headed for his chest, but he leaped back. The beast leaped after him only for an arrow to dart into its open mouth, piercing deep into its throat. Ballista appeared about 20 meters behind Godfrey. He had made a wide turn around the desert lioness, appearing where neither Godfrey nor the lioness expected. Godfrey collapsed on the sand. That fight hadn't lasted 2 minutes, but even a single mistake or delay would have cost him his life. Even the sand didn't feel so hot with the burst of victory pumping in his heart. A wide smile graced his face. A minute later, he sat, eating biscuits from his bag with a can of water beside him under the shadow of a giant rib. While eating, his eyes were on the digital map. Of the zones marked on it, the most prominent one, marked crimson, was that of a ruined fortress, the place where the undead were. Step after step, Godfrey moved through the vast expanse of golden sand under the hot sun like a nomad. He thought he knew how to survive in dungeons, but 3 days without a soft bed, the scorch of the sun, and beasts hungry for a fresh kill everywhere wore him down. In the past 3 days, he had to learn how to find places to sleep once the sun began to set up his sleeping bag, and leave either Ballista or Mountain to keep watch. His pride, his knowledge died, and his goal to compete with Isold wavered. However, on this third day, he was once again moving through the desert, his skin dull with yellow dust, but his eyes remained sharp. "I'm thirsty," he said, and drank from his water bottle, only to watch it finish after 2 gulps. His body craved more, but there was none. He had rationed poorly. Just then, he heard the familiar screeching of raptors, prompting him to tilt to the left. 2 raptors raced down the dune with heavy stomps of their hind legs. They were even bigger than the alpha raptor, with their bodies set ablaze in flames. "Igni-raptors," Godfrey yawned, cracking his neck as he activated Echo, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. The touch of cold steel and the sheen of the blade reflecting the sunlight made his eyes unleash a bright gleam. Rotating the sword, weighing 50 pounds, he suddenly leaned back and watched with narrowed eyes as a fireball spat from an Igni-raptor's mouth blazed right past him, nearly making contact with his clothes. Lightning crackled through his body as his eyes turned golden for a split second before he burst forward, evading other fireballs and unleashing a fierce horizontal sweep, cleanly cutting through the first Igni-raptor's plated throat. The other raptor spat flames that consumed the first, intending to consume him too, but he leaped backward with all his might, soaring over 2 meters before his sneakers sank into the sand, rooting him back to the hold of the earth. It leaped toward him. Godfrey swung his sword, opening a huge wound on its chest. It countered with a sweep of its tail, which he replied to with a swift horizontal swing that ate deep into the raptor's tail. It tried vomiting a fireball, but Godfrey's other arm, already covered in a gauntlet, struck its teeth, causing an explosion right within the confines of its mouth. The raptor collapsed, making sounds of pain as Godfrey loomed over it, lifting his long sword high. Just then, the hairs on his skin rose up, forcing him to leap back as something fell from above, crashing into the raptor and swiftly snuffing the life out of it. It was a Polaris student with a proportioned build and blonde hair just like him, but much longer. That felt nice. He crackled, looking at his arms covered in dark crimson scales, heated up like they were made of magma. Godfrey frowned. He looked up at the 3 dark golden vultures. Their feathers, both on their bodies and wings, gleamed under the sun like metal. All 3 of them landed. One had no rider. The one on the left was ridden by a girl with 2 ponytails, and on the middle one sat Lucian, one of the top elites of House Orion. "What's with your face?" Lucian raised an eyebrow. "I was about to kill that beast," Godfrey replied, his fingers tightening around the long sword. "It was my kill." James, the one who killed the Igni-raptor, shut his mouth when Lucian interjected. "Oh really?" His eyes narrowed on the gleam of fury in Godfrey's eyes. "Eritrea, I want to see the summon that makes this sophomore so defiant." Eritrea, the girl with 2 ponytails, leaped off the vulture, darting toward Godfrey with a smirk as she launched 2 glowing orange balls at high speed. In response, Godfrey used Echo to summon the entire set of Mountain's armor, cladding himself with thick, heavy armor from head to toe. The balls exploded harmlessly against the cuirass of his armor, and he took a bold step, slapping Eritrea with the blunt part of his sword. "I'll shove that helmet into your skull," James bellowed, leaping and launching a downward punch, his entire arm, from his hands to his shoulders, covered in dark scales. Using lightning infusion, Godfrey moved backward and connected a Spartan kick into James' abdomen the moment he landed. The kick made him curve, but he didn't fall. A sign of his durability. Seeing this, Godfrey went one step further, slamming his knee into James' face so hard that his eyes rolled back and he slumped to the golden sand. Lucian couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, a diagram appeared before Eritrea, who rose with trembling arms and clenched, bleeding teeth. A green toad, its back covered in swollen, glowing orange-red warts, almost like molten blisters ready to burst, appeared. Its eyes were large and bulging, and it had a row of deadly teeth. This was none other than the exploding toad, whose current tier was 5.0. In less than a blink of an eye, it launched over 20 of the ticking time bombs on its back, and all of them flew toward Godfrey at high speed and greater intensity, twice what he faced before. A golden diagram flared to life, and Mountain, already in Blackout, emerged, his oval shield enlarging into the Achilles shield instantly as he defended Godfrey. Lucian and Eritrea couldn't believe their eyes when the explosive fireballs ricocheted beautifully back to the Toad, exploding so terribly that Eritrea was quickly teleported away due to the damage. Without delay, Lucian took to the skies on his steel-feathered vulture, which made 2 clones of itself, once more increasing to 3. All 3 of them launched a rainstorm of steel feathers, sharp enough to cut into boulders. Mountain lifted the Achilles shield upward, shielding Godfrey. The feathers went back up but couldn't pierce through the tough defenses the vulture had. "I'll be up here and you'll be down there. I can do all I want and you can't even touch me," Lucian said coldly. As if infuriated, 2 massive explosive balls blasted off Mountain's feet, launching the Knight Captain into the sky at hyperspeed. 3 explosive balls launched from the Achilles shield, merging into 1 large ball before exploding midair, engulfing the vultures before they could fly too far. Lucian swiftly retrieved his summon, allowing himself to fall. When he was almost crashing, large steel wings sprouted from his back, and he beat them fast, slowing his crash into a hard but endurable fall into the hot sand. He couldn't believe it. He was a third-year student in one of the most prestigious schools in Manhattan, and a sophomore who had just awakened beat him. The slap made his eyes bloodshot. He rose, about to move, when he noticed another knight with a giant bow aiming an arrow at him, while Mountain stood at Godfrey's other side, his long sword over his shoulder. The aura of both summons made him feel a sense of helplessness. "I'll be taking this." Godfrey took James' backpack and turned to Lucian. "Give me yours." Lucian's face twisted. Just then, a dune a good distance away collapsed as a sandworm, 2 times the size of a coach bus, emerged and sank back into the desert, the earth trembling as it made its way toward him. Lucian took the opportunity to fly, laughing heartily. "Let's see how you outrun that without wings." Hovering far away from the scene was Snow. His arms folded as beautiful butterfly wings protruded from his back, flapping gently. Even midair, he exuded an elegant poise, eyes watching the sandworm close in on Godfrey with a faint curl at the right end of his lips. Seraphina, whose wings shimmered with many colors and countless eyes like those on a peacock's tail, watched from a distance. She had been tailing Snow, only to find herself staring in shock at a sandworm, a creature that any one of the elites would likely avoid. From the size of that thing, she guessed it was probably an adolescent sandworm, which was a 6.3 high-tier beast. Godfrey was doomed. Meanwhile, Godfrey watched the sand give way to the creature swimming underneath at a fast pace. He definitely couldn't outrun a beast like that. It was the same as a man trying to outswim a great white shark in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Mountain tilted his head, tightening his grip around his Achilles shield and long sword, his crimson-plated armor glowing faintly as though alive. Beside him, Ballista entered Blackout, his form sharper and darker, summoning 10 more bow knights. They came out of swirling golden mists, similar to dungeon gates, a sight that made Snow frown. A summon that can open dungeon gates to bring other beings. And is that a golden gate? Just what is Godfrey summoning out of that wretched soul space of his? Mountain's thick and bulky armor manifested on Godfrey, hiding him within the large golden mass. From within the slit of the helmet, a pair of crimson irises glowed as his gauntlet hand plunged the long sword into the sand. Mountain lifted his shield, and explosive balls, condensed to the size of ping-pong balls, glowing with greater orange and red intensity, like miniature suns sealed in glass, blasted out. Dozens of them spiraled around themselves as they shot toward the quaking sound, and great explosions rang. Several areas blew up, sand and dust rising for dozens of meters into the air, followed by the roar of the sandworm. Lucian's pupils trembled. Since when were Eritrea's bombs so powerful? He could feel the difference from the moment he saw it. The version of explosive balls Mountain created were an upgraded form of Eritrea Summon's innate skill. It was a huge slap that Mountain had taken her innate skill, which she had trained for years, and mastered it in mere minutes. Seraphina sensed the same thing. The sandworm burst out of the sand, revealing the thousands of teeth in its round mouth on its eyeless head. It had some burn marks but nothing too major. However, the moment it appeared, the bow knights released their arrows. Clad in sleek golden plates and moving in perfect synchronicity, they fired one after the other without halt. All of them moved as one, fluidly, like they shared a single soul, the true discipline of an ancient force. One by one, their powerful arrows, each carrying the force of a ballista, slammed into the sandworm. Though they couldn't pierce its armor-plated body due to the difference in tiers, their combined fire made the massive beast real. The bow knights were always 2.0 lower than their summoner, which was Ballista. In Blackout, Ballista had risen to 6.0, so all 10 of them were 4.0 elite tiers. With the enhancements of their armor, their arrows could damage a 5.0 with weak defenses. Though their arrows couldn't pierce through it, the combined force of over 10 knights was enough to not only inflict great pain, but tilt the sandworm off course, making it fall to the side. Ballista, on the other hand, finished charging his trailblazer and released it. The bowstring rang loudly as the arrow streaked forth, piercing through the creature's armor and opening a gaping, bleeding hole. Mountain immediately sent his explosive balls toward that wound, worsening it while Ballista charged and shot the next. Staring at the constant bombardment, Lucian's eyes widened to the limit. How is this even possible? This is ridiculous. Snow spat, unable to hold his fury. Was this even a summoner and his summon? This was a summoner and his army. Godfrey finally removed his longsword from the sand and began to walk toward the enraged sandworm, which rushed him at a greater pace despite its increasing wounds and the blood splattering everywhere in large quantities. Clearly this was an adolescent. An adult, despite their greater size, would have been wise enough to flee when in such danger. But this vengeful adolescent wanted nothing more than to swallow Godfrey and his summons, and their remains would forever be buried in the depths of the desert. Seeing Godfrey in thick crimson armor walk toward the gigantic worm, Seraphina had no choice but to draw close to Snow. What is he doing? Why would he put himself in danger when his summons are fighting for him, and from a good distance? Snow glanced at her from the corner of his left eye. He's foolish, he spat. Godfrey broke into a run, and as he did, lightning crackled through his body. It grew in intensity so much that the moment he leaped, it was as if the lightning became arms holding him midair. His long sword shone under the surge. Godfrey knew his mana was almost finished. This final strike took all that was left. Yet at this moment, all he could think of was cleaving through this beast. And with a downward swing, a great explosion roared. Godfrey slammed into the sand on his knees, his armor vanishing into motes of light as he stared at the sandworm, which no longer had a head. Pieces of it fell here and there. He chuckled, leaning back as he felt Ballista and Mountain forcefully withdrawn to his soul space. His mana was completely finished. He was exhausted, sweat trickling down his face like never before. Lucian blinked several times, wiping his eyes exaggeratedly before chuckling darkly. He ran out of mana? Only now did he remember that Godfrey had awakened recently, so he hadn't gathered enough. Running out of mana was a strange concept. Many of them had years to gather so much that it could never run out, always replenishing and accumulating through meditation. Your classmate is in danger. He's out of mana, and that sandworm isn't dead. Can't be killed until every segment of its body is destroyed, and that worm has over 60 segments. Won't you help him? Seraphina didn't even finish before Snow coldly replied, and why would I do such a foolish thing? He watched as the headless beast lifted its body. As it slammed into the earth, crushing where Godfrey knelt, golden lightning erupted throughout its body, from all 60 segments that Ballista and Mountain had targeted, roasting every living cell within the worm's body. It vanished along with Godfrey, leaving Snow and Lucian, who were planning to steal the kill, seething. I just didn't see it. Godfrey is a threat more powerful than I thought. Right now, his only weakness is his lack of mana. If we don't make use of this time, beating him. Snow clenched his teeth, refusing to finish the thought. Once again, he had been proved wrong. Even Godfrey himself showcased strength beyond normal. His supposed foolish action obliterated the head of a 24-meter-long beast. On the other hand, Seraphina's heart pounded as she stared at the havoc the battle caused. "He still killed it," she muttered, her pink eyes dilating in shock. Back at the camp, Godfrey appeared from motes of violet light. The moment he appeared, one of his classmates roared. "I told you Godfrey will be the first amongst those 4 to die." He snickered, turning to the people he made a bet with. "Pay up." The earth shook, dust rising as the mighty body of the sandworm appeared, breaking through the great heap of raptors in Godfrey's kill space and encroaching into the space of others. "My God, is that not a sandworm?" Lucy, the girl with the iron-clawed crab and Sam's younger sister, took a step back, afraid the beast, still twitching with residual electricity, might suddenly leap and smash her into paste. "That's a high-tier beast," someone else exclaimed. The commotion outside made Edwin, who was making a call inside the coach bus, glance out the window. His eyes narrowed when he saw Godfrey and the corpse of the sandworm. A beast he knew very well none of his students, except perhaps Isold, could kill. Dale had a chance because of the electric power his summon possessed, but aside from him, no one else had such firepower. Due to the difficulty of killing a sandworm, the points gained from it were equivalent to that of a top-level high-tier. "He's back," Edwin said. "Already?" Sebastian's disappointed tone rang through the phone. "It's only been 3 days. This is usually the period most of them take just to adapt. The kill count normally starts to rise toward the end of the first week." He sighed. "It's different for Godfrey, I'm afraid." Edwin shook his head and looked at the tablet showcasing the students' kills, which Julia was holding out for him. "Different? How so?" 50 low-tier raptors, 20 elite-tier raptors, and 1 high-tier sandworm, which, due to how hard it is to kill, is ranked as a top-level high-tier. "A total of 100 points in 3 days," Edwin replied. On the other end of the line, Sebastian's eyes slowly widened. He entwined his fingers, his elbows pressed against the desk. "So in a period where he's supposed to be adjusting to being displaced in the harshest terrain, he killed a sandworm and racked up 100 points. I see. Oh, I almost forgot. They also talk," Julia added, which made Edwin's expression sink with a grave premonition. "What also talk?" he asked quickly, his voice overlapping with the headmaster's, who was still on the phone. "His summons. The one with the giant bow spoke to me, rather angrily. And I think the one with the sword and shield might also be able to speak." Godfrey didn't even react, so they must have spoken before. Edwin felt a chill run down his spine while Sebastian hummed. Might they be telling him to conquer the world? Edwin's wild claim made Sebastian harumph coldly. Not everyone is Cain. There are rare summons that feed on more than mana, such as Roland Daniel's summon. Cain's summon, on the other hand, yearned for fear, and that's exactly what its weak-minded summoner, twisted by his own creature, brought. Godfrey is different. This is a confident boy who, even without a summon, thought he could survive in this world. He has a strong mind and he has us to guide him. While this conversation with the school staff continued, Godfrey went to the canteen beneath a wide canopy. He grabbed a bottle of water, emptied it in one go, and splashed the rest across his face. He simply ignored the whispers and stares, sat, ate, and left. Watching him make his way toward the stone formation that curved like a bridge, Julia pursed her lips. He doesn't look happy to be back. She turned to Edwin, who dropped the phone and leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window where he could see Godfrey. He could just go back, Julia said. It wasn't as if he had failed a test, though it would take a while to return to wherever had taken him 3 days to journey. He can't. There isn't an ounce of mana in that boy. He's reached his limit. Edwin shut his eyes. There has to be a consequence to awakening so late. Isold began to learn meditation at 18 months and became a pro at 4. At that stage, she could meditate for several hours. Then there's Snow, who awakened at 9 years. Dale at 11. Cecil at 10. Even the slowest of them had at least a year's head start, and all Godfrey has is barely 2 months. Breathing out slowly, he opened his eyes. By the way, what did the knight say? Several hours later, Edwin moved through the camp. Most students who had chosen to stay were already in their tents. Some were still awake, some asleep, but at least they were under watch. At the Polaris side, things were different. They had a high-tech fence with mercenaries standing guard. Their tents weren't the small kind used here. They resembled houses, each one for a single student. Clearly, those students weren't here for hardship, but for sightseeing. Edwin didn't feel much resentment toward them. Most of those children knew their lives would go wherever their parents directed. So why brace danger when there was no need? Their arrogance wasn't born from personal strength, but from wealth. The few Polaris students still out there clearly intended to become combatants for a guild. Shrugging the thought away, Edwin turned and headed toward the rock formation. He sighed when he found Godfrey still seated cross-legged on the bridge-like stone, basking under the dull moonlight with a troubled expression. Clearly, meditation wasn't going well for him. Your back is hunched. Straighten it. Push your chest out. A faint smile appeared on Edwin's face as he watched Godfrey adopt his correction. You don't inhale mana. It's not oxygen. It's in the air, abundant like oxygen. But you can't breathe it in. Stop imagining it that way and you'll do fine. He slid his hands into his pockets, glancing around while Godfrey, who had always believed he could breathe mana in, suddenly began to notice it gathering in his muscles, pooling there like sugar stored as fat and some of it transferring into his soul space. Have you noticed you're more attentive to your surroundings? Edwin asked. Yes, Godfrey replied. Edwin nodded. Meditation isn't about looking inward. It's about listening, feeling so the hidden part of you can work. Turning, he began to make his way back to the tents when Godfrey's grateful voice rang softly. Thank you. Exhaling heavily, Edwin looked up at the sky. When you awakened, what did you see in your soul space? 2 knights? No, just a palace. Godfrey's reply made Edwin's eyes widen to the core. A palace? Something inanimate? Then, did that palace house the knights? Maybe the headmaster was right, whatever they were seeing might not be the full picture. There could be more. In the morning, Edwin walked over to the formation, lifting his head to the teens still seated atop the bridge, munching on his breakfast while enjoying the vast view. Others are going back. Are you not going to get back out and increase your points? He asked. Not yet. This was the same reply Edwin kept receiving until 4 days went by. On the 4th day, due to full concentration, Godfrey noticed he could meditate for 3 hours straight before sleeping, a huge improvement from the previous 20 minutes. Descending from the stone bridge, he made his way to the camp, squinting at the giant heaps of monsters in Isold's kill space. Not just her, but other students too. A good number of his classmates stood analyzing those at the top. Sir Edwin announced this morning that Isold already has 650 points. Pendragons are monsters. Imagine being friends with her, a male student said while looking at his friends. We're already her classmates when she's easily one of the strongest existences in the school. We're a privileged set to sit in the same room, a girl with folded arms said proudly. Look, Snow is definitely going to come second. He already has 400 points and Cecil has 280. I guess we already know the first, second, and third. It would have been a lot more competitive if Dale, Muldrid, Orwin, and Siegfried were here, especially Dale, another student commented. Godfrey just sat on that stone formation sulking. It's been 4 days, he's already out of the top 10. Soon, he'll drop to the 12th position, the student added before someone nudged him. He turned and his eyes widened as he watched Godfrey walk away. Did Godfrey hear him? He didn't want to face any of those terrifying knights. Just thinking about how the one with a bow shot consecutive arrows into Cecil's summon, and the one with the shield sliced off Lucy's summon's claw, made shivers run down his spine. Meanwhile, Godfrey made his way to Edwin, who raised an eyebrow. Are you finally ready? I want to use my points. Godfrey's response made his eyes widen. What? You're already behind by a lot, and if you use your points, you might never catch up. I know, but I want dungeon cores with enough mana to boost Ballista to the peak of the elite tier. If I remember correctly, it's tier 5.0. To push it to 5.4 will cost you 70 points, Edwin replied, seeing Godfrey wasn't going to change his mind. I'd also like to be teleported to Raptor Valley. Godfrey showed him an elite tier danger zone on his digital map. Raptor Valley had several elite raptors and variants which could spit corrosive acid and some flames. A dangerous place where no low tier could be found. That will be 10 points. Godfrey appeared on the top of a stone formation. From here he could see the deep slope and holes housing raptors which lived in the cavernous depths of these formations. A diagram flared behind him and, with a light metallic clink ringing like a harmony, Ballista stepped out, his giant bow loosely held in one hand. After absorbing the core, his aura exploded forth, rapidly rising. Godfrey's eyes widened when, instead of stabilizing at 5.4, the peak of elite tier, Ballista's aura kept growing more imposing until he settled at 5.5. A high tier. This was due to his constant battles and already gathered mana gaining aid from the dungeon core. His height didn't change, but two suns were emblazoned on both cheeks of his sleek great helm, their resplendent golden sheen brighter than the golden helmet and the other parts of his armor. Engravings appeared on the once simple crown attached to his helm, making it look ancient and more noble. Two curved sharp ends extended from the giant recurve bow, just at both ends of the riser, and the plain wooden bow gained an exquisite scale-craft on the upper and lower limbs. The surge of mana made over a dozen raptors emerge, most of them alpha raptors with 3 igni raptors. Ballista summoned an arrow made of fine wood with white feather fletching. The arrowhead had spirals making the tip even sharper, and once it hit a target, Godfrey couldn't think of a painless way to remove it, if the target even survived. He summoned 3 and shot them at once. The moment the arrows left the bow, they multiplied into 9 gleaming arrows, each crackling faintly with golden lightning that left a golden trail behind as they streaked through the air, piercing through 9 alpha raptors. The arrows drilled through the beasts, protruding out the other side and pinning them to the ground as if giant toothpicks were used to nail them to the earth. None survived an arrow. I'll call this new skill splitting shot, Godfrey said, standing at the edge and looking down at the stream of raptors surging out of their holes. A smirk formed on his lips. 18 points down. Mountain emerged from a diagram beside him and both of them jumped down. Midair. Godfrey used Echo to harness Mountain's long sword and heavy armor before he made contact with the earth, squashing a foolish raptor that thought he would be shredded by its teeth. It was its teeth that couldn't handle his armor. With a muffled voice, he spoke. Let's kill more. Ballista, enter Blackout and summon your squad. Ballista swiftly entered Blackout and 10 bow knights appeared, mounting their titan bows and launching powerful arrows that tore the raptors' guts out, impaled them to rocks, tore off their limbs. Mountain, Godfrey said, barreling through a flame ball and swinging his sword down on an igni raptor's head. Mountain activated Blackout and portals appeared around him. From them, heavy footsteps rang with deep, heart-pounding harmony that caught the attention of the raptors. 5 sword and shield knights emerged, huge knights with massive pauldrons, fan-shaped crests on the tops of their great helms, and tiny slits that hid their golden eyes, pulsing with wrath as they beheld the beasts in their presence. Their long white cloaks fluttered as they raised their oval great shields, banging their long swords against them before charging out like tanks at Mountain's nod. They barreled through 4 and 5-foot-tall raptors like they were weightless dolls, breaking bones with their shields, stabbing and slashing raptors. Godfrey stopped and looked around. He had an army of grand-looking knights fighting alongside him, and it felt exhilarating. The second week went by and the camp was rowdy once more as all the students had returned. Some huge trucks had already packed beasts, and over 6 of them, loaded to the brim, were on the move with one last one-half full. Cecil, who stood with the crowd, averted her eyes from Edwin, who was on a podium, to Isold and Snow. Isold will surely come first and Snow second. I guess I'm third. A light smile brightened her face. Edwin was already announcing scores, but she didn't care about those low scorers. TSK. It's the last day, everyone is back. But no one was able to break Godfrey's record and kill a sandworm. At least our queen killed a desert king, a student said, looking at the massive black drake, with horns the size of a dragon's, chopped up and kept in the last truck. That beast was one of the bosses in this dungeon. Godfrey killed a sandworm? Isold blinked in subtle shock before looking around for the said individual one more time, creases forming on her forehead. "Where is he?" she muttered softly. Scoring fifth is Josh Brown with a total of 300 points. The moment Edwin announced that, a massive sandworm almost 30 meters long appeared on the ground. Arrows protruded from its body and it twitched with faint golden lightning. The second it appeared, a golden-haired teen appeared out of motes of violet light, stretching his back and arms with a satisfied expression. Everyone froze. Not even Edwin could believe his eyes. Isold's golden-orange eyes dilated. She had always overlooked things like this, but the ability to kill a sandworm proved that he was indeed growing at a tremendously fast pace. Sandworms were the type of mini-boss constantly on the move, so anyone could encounter them anywhere. They were dangerous and to be avoided, yet Godfrey went ahead and killed two when no one else dared face even one. Such courage. It had just been 2 months since he enrolled in Manhattan, and he was already catching up to the elites of the sophomores despite awakening with the freshmen as a low tier. Snow's face darkened while Lucian from House Polaris, who was also gathered outside, quivered. He killed another one. Nathaniel looked at Rosalind, Seraphina, and Lucian with raised eyebrows, while Alistair's eyes barely narrowed, though he was more shocked at the sandworm than their faces. "You knew about this?" Nathaniel asked with a slight frown. "At least I know whatever he awakens isn't a golem like you said." "Alistair," Seraphina replied sharply, while Rosalind secretly trembled. One move, just one move, and she would have revealed herself before Godfrey faced the raptor horde. Letting those below her know their place was something she enjoyed, as when they stepped across, it made her feel sick. However, the sight of Ballista's trailblazer traumatized her. On the other hand, Edwin exploded, veins bulging across his neck. "You went against another one? How can you recklessly throw yourself into danger? You were out of mana the last time because of the same beast. I had the opportunity to get stronger without the threat of death. I simply took it." Godfrey's reply made a good number of his classmates embarrassed. Most of them had forgotten they wouldn't truly die. Some were still afraid despite knowing. Edwin simply sighed while Godfrey approached the crowd, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile when he saw Isold staring at him. He tried to maintain a straight face but failed miserably. The blame was on his face for not listening to his mind. Isold rolled her eyes, tilting her head in the other direction as a charming smile blossomed on her face, only for her to see Godfrey peeking from the corner of her eyes. Her cheeks grew hot as embarrassment washed over her. She let out a feeble laugh and punched his stomach, and Godfrey held his abdomen, staggering backward before Edwin's loud throat clearing snapped them back to the reality of where they stood. Godfrey lowered his head at Edwin's glare, while the students behind didn't know what to think anymore. 4th place. The moment Edwin said that, tension returned to the crowd. Everyone, including Godfrey, perked their ears to hear who would be the 4th. Because the trucks had been attending to the corpses for days, no one knew their exact rank anymore. They couldn't access through the heap of corpses, but that was already gone. The only remaining source was Edwin. At 4th place is Cecil with 510 points. Edwin's announcement sent an uproar throughout the throng of students. Isold glanced at Godfrey from the corner of her right eye. "I thought Godfrey would come 4th since they haven't announced his name. He stopped hunting for 4 days, spent 80 points out of his 100 points, and still beat Cecil." A student held her mouth in shock. "So he came 3rd. He beat me." Cecil frowned, clenching her fist. But when she saw Edwin's expression change to shock, her conviction faltered. Snow comes 2nd with 862 points. Before anyone could speak, he continued. "And so does Godfrey with 862 points." Snow froze. In that moment, the shock and gasps of the crowd were distant as he felt something within him crack. Godfrey was now a threat to his position, the same boy who couldn't withstand his elusive powers. Hey, Godfrey might be higher than Snow if he didn't use those first 100 points. Hearing that made Snow seethe. Isold comes first with a staggering amount of 2,110 points. Whatever Isold scored didn't matter to him. She was a Pendragon anyway, ranked amongst the top 10 families which had produced several king tiers. She pushed him down to second place in class, but Godfrey could not make him take any step lower. He would never. Snow began to chuckle. His chuckle caused a sudden silence to befall the crowd as fear seeped into the students. Isold might be powerful, and Godfrey might have terrifying knights, but one move from Snow and a good number of them could be trapped in terrifying illusions or become petrified. Those closest to him wanted to shift, but fear kept them in place. Snow might snap and descend on the first person to move. Their eyes locked on Edwin and Julia, pleading for help. Godfrey turned, his ocean blue eyes clashing with Snow's. He doubted Snow would make a move now or suffer being penalized and losing quite a chunk of his points. Right now, they could share second place, but if he made one stupid move, he would kiss third place, and Snow was smart enough to know that. He wasn't Dale, but the more Godfrey thought about it, the more he saw resemblance in both. Snow had always been nonchalant and lazy because he was at the top. He was respected and feared. That cushioned his previous attitude. But now, that arrogance, uncontrollable anger, and thick sense of superiority, just like Dale, was on display. With a slight tilt of his eyes, Snow saw Isold's glare and instinctively flinched. This wasn't the school grounds. She wasn't restricted here. They had tests once they returned to school. Should Isold make a move here, the school nurse might not be able to heal him on time, and his score would drop even lower. He scowled and turned away. I don't think that's supposed to be there, Julia said, and everyone turned to what she was pointing at. Terror filled their eyes. At the far horizon, the clouds had turned pitch black and rumbled heavily with green thunder and lightning, along with a fierce gale that picked up the sand. Edwin's eyes glowed like headlights as he gained omniperception, allowing him to see what was going on. His face paled at the sight of 3 adult sandworms, hundreds of meters long, with rotting bodies and thousands of undead soldiers led by an undead atop a rotting white wolf. Everyone get into the bus. Edwin couldn't make sense of how one of the main bosses of the dungeon would move from its fortress, something he had never even heard of. And not just it alone, it came with a great army capable of threatening a small city. He examined the ghostly blue flames billowing off the skull of the undead warlord astride its wolf, whose ribcage was exposed and one of its hind legs was nothing but bone and torn ligaments. The warlord held a great axe with a long handle, long enough to make the weapon over 6 feet in length. Just the sight of a dungeon boss that could kill a tier 7.0 summon like a wyvern with ease, an estimated peak 7.9 high tier, leading an army of elite tiers, low-level high tiers, and 3 adult sandworms. Top-level high tiers that even some lord tiers struggled to kill made Edwin exclaim, "God!" He noticed the signal poles were still up, so he grabbed the special phone given to him, since the others couldn't connect so far away from the city, and began making calls. Meanwhile, it had become a war zone at the entrance of the coach buses. Students fought each other to rush in first, some throwing the weaker ones aside, others activating Echo to harness parts of their summons like claws, elements, tails, or teeth. The stronger ones pushed through, but the chaos only intensified. A red-haired boy slammed another with green hair into the bus, right beside the door. "You pushed me," the redhead yelled, slamming his fist into the green-haired student without mercy. At his 4th punch, a palm rested on his shoulder. "Stop. Get off me," the redhead yelled, turning and swinging at Godfrey. Godfrey tilted his head, his eyes unleashing a gleam that made the boy shiver. He quickly scrambled to dive into the bus, but Godfrey wrapped his fingers around his ankle and tossed him into the sand. Placing a foot on the boy's back, Godfrey looked at the others. The fight ceased instantly. Everyone watched him with different expressions. "Walk in one after the other. If any one of you pushes the other, you'll suffer worse than this one beneath me." At his threat, they had no choice but to obey, despite their grievances. Some cursed under their breath, especially those above average, but no one dared resist. Godfrey tilted his head to the other bus and saw everyone moving in an orderly fashion, supervised by Snow, who leaned against the bus with his arms crossed and a condescending gaze directed his way. Godfrey noticed that those in the top circle were being allowed to enter first, irrespective of their position in line. The end result: Snow had achieved order without a single word, and Godfrey understood the message. Despite his strength, he was disliked. Snow, who had been in the game since middle school, was respected. After all, a king never ruled alone. He needed the support of the upper echelons. Godfrey's expression darkened. Manhattan's way made the teachers stay at bay, allowing the students to form their own hierarchy. Those who would rule became rulers in this harsh yet controlled terrain. Those who were weak became the ruled. That way, when they graduated, the world would not seem all too strange. They began to move. The Polaris coach buses had 2 Humvees following them, both filled with mercenaries armed with cold melee weapons and hot long-ranged firearms. Yet, even as the buses sped through the desert road, leaving dust in their wake, the dark clouds drew closer with each passing minute. The sandworms were even faster. At this point, the students could see them. Fear spread through their ranks, and it worsened when a portion of the dark clouds twisted into the shape of a human head. I see it now. The undead are being drawn out by Kane's fanatics, and their target is probably us, the elite students of the world's top schools, Isold said. Godfrey's eyes narrowed. We can't outrun those sandworms. They'll be here in a min. The panicking student didn't finish his words. Suddenly, the coach buses appeared in the parking lot of Vegas Prime Resort. He could see the beautiful, serene area, the parked cars, and the bright golden dome shielding the city. Not a sign of the horror chasing after them. Sighs of relief swept through the buses. Godfrey, who hadn't realized how hard he'd been clutching his thighs, finally released them and leaned back with a heavy exhale. Isold shut her eyes, breathing slowly to regulate herself. She wasn't afraid of the undead. She could stall them and fly away if things turned dire. But whoever lurked within that cloud wasn't just stronger than her. They were more experienced. Meanwhile, back in the desert, a hurricane of black smoke descended from the clouds and dispersed, revealing an old, slim man with gray hair and a fine pair of round golden glasses, standing atop a rock formation. A black moon with gray rays was tattooed on his forehead. He wore a plain black shirt, pants, and shoes, looking no different from an ordinary old man, save for the tattoo. We prepared against teleportation, but the information was wrong. There is a rather unique teleporting summon in their midst. I always recognize a violet astral mollusk. His eyes narrowed, though his face remained calm. With a wave of his hand, the horde retreated. From a different direction, a cluster of crows swirled together, and a man appeared in their place, a typical use of exchange and retrieval. The man had long black hair that reached his shoulder blades. He knelt before the old man. Apologies for my error, Grand Black Moon. The old man stared at him silently. Unaware of the conversation taking place where they had escaped, the students were busy chattering about what had happened. Many of them gathered in the open parking lot. Godfrey watched Edwin, who stood at a distance speaking with important-looking people flanked by guards carrying deadly firearms. But in truth, guns were useless against high-tier or elite-tier summons, especially those specialized in defense. This is the reason the school management brought you into the dormitory, right? He asked Isold. She nodded once. Kane's fanatics are rising. They yearn for their god's return. They want a world where Kane rules mankind as God. And now that the adults are too much for them, they're targeting the next generation. So we're targets now? Godfrey frowned. They failed. Security will be increased, and they won't dare try again, not without risking capture. The authorities loathe anyone who seeks to destroy the order built over the century. Edwin returned with the female homeroom teacher in charge of the Polaris students. She was stunning, her beautiful glasses catching the sunlight. Gather round. Vegas King Tier sends his apologies for what happened and has promised to fund a party tonight to ease your minds. A King Tier apologized. A student gasped. Wow, another exclaimed. Even the Polaris students felt awed. This was a King Tier they were speaking about, and he had promised them a night party, likely a beach party since Vegas was famous for it. Eventually the expected night came, and at one of the resort's reserved beaches several dozen teens in their 16s and 17s could be seen in plain shirts, tank tops, shorts, beach pants, sarongs, and more. Seated at the bar, where only fruit drinks were served, Cecil proudly shook her long bob cut, enjoying the looks she was getting from Polaris students and some of the boys in their class who had never seen her look like this. However, she only got that glance after they were done admiring the charming 16-year-old Isold, who, due to her constant gym attendance, natural beauty, and the extra work done to her pretty golden white hair and light touch of makeup on her already enchanting face, drew attention wherever she moved. She had that killer look. No one, not even females, could glance past her without pausing to take a second look. The only deterrent was her strength, so no one dared go drink with her or even propose she played a game with them. Cecil, on the other hand, had been invited several times, but she remained seated 2 seats away from Isold, watching the Manhattan Queen stare into her phone from the corner of her eye. Turning to the group of boys playing volleyball, her eyes narrowed at the sight of Polaris' handsome elites. They formed Team Polaris and played against Team Manhattan, led by Snow, who was the only one that matched their captivating handsome looks. Of course, she could tell most of them hired someone with a similar summon to Snow to enhance their looks. It was common for those aspiring to become entertainers in guilds. Plastic surgery was a thing of the past with the birth of such summons. Seeing Team Polaris beat her school team, Cecil clicked her tongue. Why isn't Godfrey here? She finally turned to Isold, saying what had been in her mind from the moment she stepped into this party ground. Isold tightened her grip around the transparent cup, lines appearing on her forehead. I thought he would be here. She bit her lip in frustration. She decided to check the message she sent and saw he hadn't even seen it. The still switched off, Isold muttered. Though she muttered under her breath, Cecil heard it, rose to her feet with a faint smile and walked away. Meanwhile, at the balcony of a building overlooking the beach party, Edwin leaned against the glass railing with Julia and the Polaris homeroom teacher, Felicity. Felicity stood with her arms crossed, watching the teens enjoy themselves, some chilling in the water, some doing a swimming competition, some brawling, some playing simple card games, but the most watched was volleyball. It had quite the crowd. Where is the one who killed the sandworms and wounded 2 of my students? She asked, tilting her head slightly toward Edwin. You mean Godfrey? Yes, Felicity replied with a nod, turning her eyes toward Isold. There's a certain someone waiting for him. I could see the expectation in her eyes the moment she entered the party. She looked good and she knew it. She came to show it and even gained the shocked stares of Polaris best. Yet she looks disappointed. I guess it has to be because of that boy, then. Felicity harumphed. Such an exotic girl is already the sight of Alistair and Nathaniel. When Felicity said that, Edwin noticed that Nathaniel was indeed not hiding his glances toward her while Alistair nudged his chest, whispering to him and shooting glances at Isold. Nathaniel laughed before they resumed the game. Their act, however, made Edwin realize what Felicity was saying. Why is he absent? Julia asked softly. Edwin sipped his fruit juice with a nonchalant expression. Isn't it obvious? He's probably meditating. He might as well store the little mana he can. Then his girl will be snatched. Felicity shrugged as she watched James, the boy that killed the Igni-Raptor before Godfrey could land the final blow, approach Isold. I don't think Isold is anyone's girl, Julia said inwardly, but with little skepticism. Unaware of the adults watching, James came to Isold's side and she glanced at him from the corner of her eye. God, she's beautiful. TSK. She's already Alistair's. After thinking this internally, he cleared his throat. The Polaris King would like to join you. Sure, Cecil replied instantly. Isold turned, slightly stunned to see that Cecil was back, and from the look of it, she had just come and was about to sit. There's no harm in speaking with the Polaris King. You represent Manhattan as its queen, Cecil said with a smile. Anything that will put Godfrey against Polaris, even if that includes you, is sold. She chuckled inwardly. She watched James rush to get Alistair, but to her shock, Isold took her phone and left the bar. Midway she met Alistair walking over with a group of boys. While tucking her hair behind her ear she said, Go ahead. Join her. She gestured at Cecil, who sat at the bar with a shocked expression, and walked off. After leaving the party, she tried Godfrey's line but it was still switched off. Godfrey. I'll bite your nose out once I get to your apartment and find out you're fine and didn't bother to inform me that you were not coming." Isold's face distorted in anger as she made her way through the silent street, which sloped upward. A couple of steps later, she noticed someone behind her. A faint smile formed on her lips as she spun. "So you were there all along and—" Her excitement faded as swiftly as it came when Nathaniel appeared in her path. The Polaris elite, with deep rich brown skin and bright eyes, chuckled softly. "I just came. I don't think you should be walking alone. Can I escort you? I can do just fine." Isold turned to walk away. Seeing her walking off, Nathaniel chased after her, about to touch her shoulder when her cold voice froze his arm midair. "Don't you dare." Isold knocked on the door of an apartment twice, waited for a while, and was about to knock again when the door swung inward, revealing a massive golden knight, almost as wide as the door itself. She was taken aback by the sight, instinctively leaning to look inside, but Mountain's heavy cloak obscured the gaps, preventing her from seeing anything. Is Godfrey in?" "Isold." Godfrey's shocked voice rang out, and Mountain stepped aside, revealing him seated in a meditative pose on a sofa. His once calm face, which had carried only mild surprise at hearing her voice, shifted into open astonishment the moment his eyes landed on how she looked. "Wow," he uttered sincerely, his eyes fastened on her face, which glowed faintly under the orange light spilling from outside. Smirking proudly, Isold stepped into the apartment. Her anger and frustrations melted away at his expression. Finally, she felt satisfied. "We're supposed to ease our nerves tonight, and you're doing the opposite." Isold sat, crossing her legs with a playful huff. "I don't have enough mana." Godfrey shrugged. "You've absorbed enough. Can we enjoy the rest of the night, please?" She pouted, her lips curving ever so slightly. Godfrey scoffed but rose to his feet. "I'll go dress for the party." "Not the party. The rooftop of Vegas Prime Resorts Tower is enough for both of us." Godfrey ended up stunned when he stood at the rooftop of the skyscraper, overlooking the entire resort. They could see the beach party from above, but the most breathtaking sight was the vast lake shimmering like silver glass, making this place in the harsh terrain truly an oasis. As the wind tousled her hair, Isold turned, smiling as she watched Godfrey entranced by the beautiful overview. "I need to show this to those two," Godfrey suddenly said, and two golden diagrams flared to life. From them emerged two knights, one wielding a bow and the other a shield and a sword. Isold's curious gaze lingered on them. "I don't know the names of your summons. What's that one's name?" She pointed at the one holding the shield and sword. "That's Mountain. And the other with the giant bow is Ballista." Godfrey replied proudly, only to be surprised when Isold began laughing silently. "What?" he snapped. "Nothing." She waved her hand quickly, trying to calm him. You just have an odd naming sense. But it's strangely fitting." Her melodious voice carried a breathy softness, her cheeks puffing up as she tried to hold in her laughter. Godfrey clicked his tongue, annoyed. Meanwhile, Isold's sharp eyes gleamed when she saw Ballista turn to Mountain, and Mountain also turned his head in return. Her eyes narrowed. Were they whispering? "Your summons are more intelligent than I thought. They're almost completely human. But humans can't grow beyond their limit without a summon's influence, so they must be of a different class under the humanoid category. Only vampires seem to match their level of intelligence." "Shoo! Look around. Don't watch us." Godfrey waved them off irritably. Both knight captains simply walked away, heading in different directions, but not before exchanging a knowing glance. Isold smiled faintly. A white diagram suddenly appeared in the middle of the rooftop, and from it emerged a white wyvern with thick, curved horns protruding from its head. It growled low, the rows of scaly fin-like protrusions along the length of its neck vibrating. Massive blue eyes, deep and cosmic like a nebula, locked on Godfrey for a moment before turning toward Ballista, then Mountain, baring her fangs in warning. But she calmed quickly as Isold transmitted the idea that these ones were not threats. With her powerful hind legs and forelimbs attached to her wings, she padded to the edge of the rooftop and leaped off. That's Grace, Isold said softly, while Godfrey watched the white wyvern soar around the rooftop. His knights stood calmly, watching her movements. Drawing closer to him, Isold nudged Godfrey. She's quite cold and usually unresponsive. But Nyx is the curious one. Nyx, your other summon? Godfrey asked. His pupils dilated as a purple diagram flared above the rooftop. It vanished, replaced by a huge dragonfly. It was massive, with a beautifully armored 15-foot-long body and a 25-foot wingspan. Its iridescent wings shimmered in shifting colors as its sleek, slender body gleamed with a deep, dark purple metallic sheen. It's a giant null dragonfly, one of the rarest and fastest aerial summons to ever exist. I call her Nyx, Isold said proudly. Nyx hovered midair, the mighty beat of its wings forcing their hair and clothes to flutter violently. Godfrey stared, seeing his reflection in the dragonfly's glassy compound eyes. It looked quite fascinated by him. It looks like it has seen me before, Godfrey muttered, but Isold only shrugged. She's able to see through my eyes. He gazed at Nyx once more before sitting at the edge of the rooftop, the cold breeze caressing his face. Here. Godfrey patted the spot beside him. Isold sat down. Are you not afraid of such heights? You just introduced the fastest summon in the world, so I'm safe. He replied simply. Smiling, she took his palm. I've been thinking, what if we create our own hand signs? Her golden-orange eyes slowly widened with an idea. Your palm is quite wide. She measured her palm against Godfrey's with a small gasp. He, on the other hand, was quietly amazed by the softness of hers. Almost instinctively, he entwined his fingers with hers. Isold's cheeks reddened, but she also did the same. This feels good, Godfrey thought, averting his eyes from her flushed face to the glittering cityscape of Vegas. Behind them, Nyx, Ballista, Grace, and Mountain all watched silently. Another week passed after the beach party, as the Vegas forces made certain there would be no further attacks. The sophomores are back. Students in the dormitory whispered as several sophomores moved into their rooms. Godfrey opened the door to his dorm, his eyes catching the bright lobby before settling on the teen with light curly brown hair doing push-ups. Hearing the sound of the door, Isaac rose, his eyes widening at the sight of Godfrey. Godfrey squinted, noticing how buff Isaac looked in his tank top. His muscles were nothing like Godfrey's own, honed and well-defined over the years, but it was a huge improvement from 3 weeks ago. The reason for such fast muscle gain was clear mana. Did you lose any fight? Godfrey asked, his tone sharp and cold, making Isaac flinch. Isaac shook his head. No one really tried fighting me after I dealt with the class bully. I never knew your training would make me so strong. Thank you. Isaac bowed deeply. Where are you from? Godfrey asked, pausing at his door. Kowtowing and now such a deep bow. Weren't those some Asian customs? Oh, my mum is Asian and she has a restaurant. Her food is really good and don't bother. Godfrey interjected flatly. Finish your training. He walked into his room, arranged the clothes in his bag neatly inside the wardrobe, took a shower, and collapsed on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After that beach night, he and Isold kept chatting as normal, but there was this itch he felt in his palm each time he saw her. He just wanted to hold her hand. Sighing, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, Godfrey appeared in Ballista's chambers and strolled to the end where he faced a door. Half of it had turned into wood while the other half was petrified stone. At the point where the double doors met, a carving of a great sword gleamed faintly. He had refused to come here often because it always stirred an excitement in him, an excitement about the abilities and power of the knight that might lie beyond. He had ignored it for so long, but tonight he lingered. Without being told, he knew this great sword knight would possess an equally unique blackout power. Summoners usually had a skill few spoke about, but that was permanently active and could never be deactivated. Symbiosis. It was a summoner skill that allowed them to gain a maximum of 50% of their summon's physical strength. Godfrey had already gained 50% from Mountain and a bit over 40% from Ballista, granting him the strength of a top-level elite tier. The more knights he obtained, It didn't matter if the percentage lessened with each, he would still eventually be more powerful. And that was the true perk of having more than one summon. Yet, creases formed on his forehead as he wondered. I've not heard about an inanimate summon before, and the school only knows about the individual tiers of the Golden Knight Captains. Does the palace itself have a tier? He vanished and reappeared on the grand staircase, gazing up at the majestic white palace with its towering golden pillars. Turning slightly, he looked around at his soul space. What he had heard about soul spaces was that they were usually like a dark void, with only the summon floating within. His own was different. Previously, it seemed endlessly bright, rays of a massive sun shining over the palace and spilling everywhere. But now that he looked more closely, he noticed it wasn't infinite, there was a boundary. The same boundary his mother had once spoken of in every soul. The divide between the known and the unknown. As he peered beyond the shimmering aurora of light forming that boundary, he caught the faintest glimpse of the void beyond. The next morning, Godfrey, his backpack slung casually, walked side by side with Isold, an earbud in one ear while scrolling through his phone. As he turned into the entrance of his classroom, a jade fist slammed into his face with enough force to split his lips and send him staggering. "I'm back," Sief Freed cackled. Laughter erupted from those who already held grudges against Godfrey. Sief Freed's eyes gleamed as he stared at him, who barely caught himself before crashing into the wall at the opposite corridor wall. But then Sief Freed noticed Isold's glare. He hadn't expected her to be right beside Godfrey. Before he could even form a thought, Isold's leg lashed out like a whip, striking his chest with such force that the air itself exploded. The impact launched him so violently that by the time the students could react, Sief Freed had already smashed through the window and tumbled out of the building, leaving behind shattered glass and broken wood. Leaving an afterimage in the same kicking stance, Isold blurred, snatched Muldrid by the head, and slammed his face against the classroom board. The blow was so brutal it punched a hole clean through the wall, his head protruding into the next class, shocking the sophomore music students who suddenly found a groaning face among them. She recognized him as one of those laughing. "She's lost it." Dale's eyes widened as he rose to his feet, Orwin following. Both were prepared to act as her furious glare swept the horrified classroom. Snow, in the music class, couldn't believe his eyes. Isold took a single step toward the students when Godfrey grabbed her shoulder. His eyes narrowed instantly as he noticed a tiny violet ball hovering above her palm. The entire class went pale. This was no different from a nuke being pulled out in a fistfight. "Isold!" Edwin's voice bellowed from the corridor, more shocked than angry. "To the headmaster's office." "Wait, so they're allowed to fight, but she isn't?" Godfrey snapped, furious. "I'll be back." She squeezed his palm tightly and left, while Edwin's glare swept across the others. Staff scrambled to heal the badly injured students as Isold made her way to the headmaster's office. She sat facing Sebastian, who entwined his fingers. "Edwin has reported what happened. I'd like to hear from you as well." "I was attacked, so I responded," Isold replied firmly. Sebastian raised a brow. "Wasn't Godfrey the one attacked?" "I said I was attacked," Isold insisted, her tone sharp. "You look tense. I would like you to return to your family and spend 5 days there. Take a breather. The fighting during the trip must have taken its toll on you." Sebastian began to write when Isold retorted. "What if I don't want to go?" "You have no choice. It's an order from your parents. Going against it isn't ideal, especially for you." Isold bit her lower lip. During break time, Godfrey's thoughts lingered heavier than his gaze. He could vividly recall Edwin telling them that Isold would not be attending class for the next 5 days and would only return before their test. Puzzled him. Why were others allowed to fight but not Isold? From the look of things, it might not even be the school's doing because their laws were already clear and in place. It had to be her family. The moment he walked into the cafeteria, his thoughts scattered as his eyes landed on Dale seated at Isaac's table, Orwin beside him. From the whispers reaching his ears, Snow had been called away by Manhattan's king. "I had no idea you had a lackey. You think you're some big shot." Dale chuckled, rising from the table. He slammed his fist into Isaac's face at lightning speed, launching the trembling freshman into another table. Blood dripped from Isaac's nose as he fell to his knees, groaning. Isold's gone. So you're all alone. Dale snickered before pointing toward the warning board near the entrance which stated that summoning beasts in the cafeteria was prohibited. Let's see how strong you are without your summon. Orwin smiled as 10 students, sophomores and freshmen alike, rose to their feet, eyes gleaming maliciously. Godfrey ignored them all and locked eyes with Isaac. Stand up. Isaac froze, ceased groaning and wiped his nose. Seeing that Isaac was about to stand, Orwin's eyes narrowed. Who told you to stand? He bellowed, closing the distance in an instant while swinging his leg toward him, only for a web to catch his foot, sticking it firmly to the floor. Isaac swiftly rose to his feet, shooting a web string at the ceiling and swinging himself over the other students to Godfrey's side. Dale squinted. I heard he was constantly beaten, but look at that. He's not so weak after all. He flexed his fist, while Orwin tore his foot out of the web, glaring at Isaac with eyes that promised blood. Isaac flinched, clearly terrified at the thought of an upperclassman with such a wrathful look directed at him. I haven't forgotten what you did to me, Dale. You were afraid, so you ambushed me. I thought suspension would be a good punishment, so don't push me, Godfrey said sternly, slowly removing his right hand from his pocket. Me afraid of you? Lightning flashed in Dale's eyes. You're dead. He swiftly activated Echo. The blade-like horns of his summon, nearly 20 inches long, appeared on both sides of his forehead. His feet became wide hooves, powerful enough to crush bones with ease. Blue lightning crackled through his form, spreading across the floor and forcing others to scamper away. A glistening diamond shell covered Orwin's entire body, and a scorpion's stinger protruded menacingly from behind him. The rest of Dale's gang began activating Echo as well, manifesting claws, tails, horns, some even grew wings. Mana flared violently in the cafeteria as they charged at Godfrey and Isaac. Isaac activated Echo, and 8 sleek, yellow and black spider legs manifested, lifting his body from the ground. He now stood almost 3 meters tall. We've had enough of you. A sophomore rushed forward, swinging his clawed hand at Godfrey. Godfrey launched a backhanded slap, tossing him backwards, his eyes rolling as he crumpled to the floor. He grabbed the neck of a second student and lifted him off the ground with ease. Others hesitated instantly when they saw Godfrey holding someone aloft with just one hand, while Dale's eyes narrowed greatly. He has 2 summons, of course he's stronger. You just ignored a fact like always, Dale. Cecil, still at her seat, scowled. Godfrey slammed the freshman to the ground, knocking him out cold. When Dale saw the others too frightened to attack, he aimed at Isaac instead, shooting arcs of lightning from both hands. Godfrey summoned Mountain's Achilles' shield. The moment the lightning struck it, the ricochet effect activated, splitting the attack into several bolts that snaked wildly through the air like glowing blue serpents, electrocuting 3 students who never even expected such a comeback. Gasps echoed throughout the cafeteria. With a deep grunt, Godfrey flung the massive shield at Dale with all his might. Dale wrapped it in lightning, spinning it round like a deadly disc. It carved a deep line through the air, shattered the counter where food was served, and spun back toward Godfrey. Catch that! Dale snickered, only to be shocked when Godfrey waved his hand, and the shield dematerialized into motes of golden light. Orwin had already arrived from the left, swinging a heavy blow at Godfrey's face while his stinger lashed for his thigh. Thick golden armor manifested, protecting Godfrey from the waist down to his feet. The stinger bounced harmlessly off the cuisses, while he leaned out of the blow's path and manifested Mountain's long sword. Activating the white mana sword skill, he swung it downward in a blinding arc. Orwin's proud diamond shell split like fragile glass, blood spraying from his mouth as he staggered backward, eyes wide with disbelief. You shouldn't have fought him. Cecil shook her head as Dale leaped, launching lightning-packed kicks with his powerful hooves. Godfrey blocked with the longsword, but the force snapped it in half. Without hesitation, he used lightning infusion to glide out of the way, the hooves smashing the floor into rubble. He summoned the longsword again, but this time held the blade, using the hilt as a bludgeon. It slammed into Dale's chest with such force that he coughed blood. His eyes burned bloodshot. "I'll crush your skull." A ball of lightning gathered between his horns and shot toward Godfrey, but Godfrey flashed aside, deliberately letting it graze past to get close. In the same instant, the hilt of his long sword kissed Dale's skull. The world spun in Dale's vision. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as Godfrey towered over him. "You asked for it." Godfrey's foot slammed into Dale's chin, sending him somersaulting across the cafeteria. He hit the ground several times before crashing into the wall, slumping. Thanks to the resilience of his summon, he remained conscious, but the pain flaring across his body screamed of his miserable defeat. If Cecil had helped, I wouldn't have lost before everyone. Isold must have helped him. Those Pendragons have everything. Godfrey's strength is because of her. Meanwhile, Godfrey turned and found Isaac standing amidst 5 groaning students, all skewered by his spider legs and webbed to tables and walls. One was even dangling from the ceiling like a trapped fly. Despite the torn uniform and bruises, Isaac wore a big smile. As if that wasn't enough, he flashed 2 thumbs up. Cecil suddenly rose from her table, gracefully walked over to what was left of the counter, and set her tray down with quiet elegance. She looked at Godfrey. "I enjoyed the fight." Chuckling, she turned to leave, only to freeze at his voice. "Stop." She turned back, hard lines appearing on her forehead, as she watched him slide his arms into his pockets and stride toward her, Isaac following behind. "Lead the others and take the injured to the nurse." He spared her only a glance before walking off. Cecil's eyes widened to the limit. Did Godfrey just give her an order? Who did he think he was to command her? Her face twisted with rage and hate, but she couldn't muster the courage to disobey. After school, Godfrey made his way back to the dormitory with Isaac a couple of steps behind him. Both of them had been the talk of the entire building after the break. They had gotten glances everywhere they went, even the bathroom. For Godfrey, however, it felt a little odd seeing the chair beside him empty. He could almost picture Isold sitting there with her white earbuds and her dazzling smile. As he thought about it, his eyes locked on a gathering of students outside the dormitory. It was Sam and Derek's gang, accompanied by some sophomore and freshman girls. The group totaled about 7. Their eyes widened the moment they saw him, and all of them immediately avoided looking directly at him. Godfrey raised an eyebrow but walked past. As long as they didn't provoke him, he had no interest in them. Isaac, however, noticed the faint blush on the girls' faces after even the slightest eye contact. He rolled his eyes. He had seen those same faces before, when they looked at him as nothing more than a punching bag, an object for other boys to flaunt their masculinity. "I heard something happened at the cafeteria?" "Bill?" Sam demanded, his gaze fixed on his sister, Lucy, who flinched. She had been one of the first to look down on Godfrey. Not just that, she had spoken quite a lot behind his back, only to be embarrassed when he rose in strength immediately after awakening. Godfrey and Isaac beat 10 students, including Dale, yes, the rampaging Dale and Orwin. Orwin is almost a high tier, but his defense makes him practically impenetrable, so he's technically already considered one. Yet Godfrey slammed both of them. A first-year girl, Janet, who had black hair and bangs, blurted out before Lucy could say anything. Derek's eyes narrowed. Honestly, Dale had it coming. Godfrey killed 2 sandworms during the field trip and ranked second along with Snow. Of course, those who wanted him to teach Godfrey a lesson never told him that. Lucy's words made Sam and the other upperclassmen's eyes bulge. That humanoid summoner killed a sandworm. How's that even possible? One of them gasped. It was definitely injured, Derek spat dismissively. Lucy shook her head. I don't think so. Students from another school saw the fight, and Snow was there too. I read something in the news before it was quickly pulled down about a Shadow King. Don't you think it might be Godfrey? His summons look like golems, but a normal golem can't use adaptive skills. It must be a golem variant, Derek countered stiffly, his deep voice almost enough to silence the freshman. But Janet pressed on with pride. Or an actual flesh and blood humanoid summon, like the zombie summon one of Kane's fanatics had 6 decades ago that almost wiped New Moscow off the map. Can't be him. Godfrey's summons aren't weak, but they're nothing like those infamous humanoid ones. All they can do is tank hits, swing a sword, and fire an oversized arrow. Another first-year girl scoffed as she chewed her gum. We already know their tiers, but no one knows anything about Isaac. No one's even seen his summon. He might have been pretending all this while living up to the title of Shadow King. Maybe he's the one making Godfrey this strong. Yeah. All those hits and he barely bleeds. Dale's punch only made him bleed a little, and he got back up like nothing happened. So Isaac's the real one all along, playing the school like a true king from the shadows. I hope he won't come after me, Sam shivered. Derek, meanwhile, raised a skeptical brow. Whoever it was, Isaac or Godfrey, he would make sure the Nexus Club upper echelons knew about it. But first, he needed proof. Hey Janet, your father is an authority agent who deals with criminal cases, right? He should have a mana gauging device. Janet nodded. He does. Her eyes widened. You want to confirm? But won't that mean exposing a king who doesn't want to be known? Derek chuckled darkly. Who cares? If he's really a king, he'll have to deal with the entire Nexus Club. Isold walked into a large, luxurious living room, her golden-orange eyes immediately locking onto the graceful woman at the dining table. The table was set beside a floor-to-ceiling glass window, through which a beautifully kept garden stretched outside. The woman, calmly eating well-sliced fruit from a white ceramic plate, rose the moment she saw Isold. A smile blossomed on her face as she approached. They embraced warmly, and when they finally let go, Christine, Isold's mother, sat back in her chair. I got the news from Sebastian, and I've already planned everything for the days you'll be staying here. I know you haven't been studying as much at school, Christine said, her tone both gentle and firm. Isold puffed her cheeks and stomped the floor before turning sharply, ready to storm off. Christine examined her daughter critically. And I told you to quit going to the gym as if you have nothing else to do with your life. With a shape like that at your age, you're making yourself a target for thirsty high school boys who have nothing to offer. Isold threw her mother a heated glare, both rage and embarrassment twisting in her chest, before hurrying away before the conversation grew even worse. Oh, and did you see the boy who made you enroll at Manhattan High? Christine's question froze Isold at the door. She barely gave a soft nod, then hurriedly left. In her room, she collapsed onto her bed, lifting her head to stare at the massive painting on the wall opposite her king-sized bed. It looked like something worth tens of millions. The painting was of a head, half of it a dark golden helm, the other half the face of a golden-haired male with piercing blue eyes. Together, the halves formed a complete face. Scribbled on the exquisite wooden frame at the bottom was the year XXXX, 3 years earlier, when Isold was 13. On the upper frame, a name was etched. Godfrey Daniels. 2 days later, so early in the morning with the fog still present, the faint sound of Godfrey's white sneakers hitting the smooth concrete floor echoed across the racing tracks of the massive school field. He jogged in a gray hood and pants, the rhythm of his step steady. Though the sound didn't quite reach his ears, he had bought a pair of earbuds. White ones. Previously, he wasn't much of a music fan, but now it felt good, strangely good. As though the lyrics poured strength into him, he felt as if he was floating, his body moving in sync with the rhythm. Of course, his favorite musician was Shooting Star, Isold's favorite as well. He panted softly, exhaustion biting at his lungs. Jogging from 3 a.m. until almost 5 around such a large field was grueling, but he just wanted to push through the remaining 3 days. Had Isold texted him, he would have been calm. But she hadn't. She hadn't even gone online since then. Not knowing anything about her was killing him. Panting heavily, Godfrey finally sat on a bench, leaning back and exhaling sharply. He noticed someone in a black hood sitting on another bench about 2 meters away. He looked away, not realizing that person was actually Janet. She lowered her head, making sure her hood covered her face. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the black tablet in her lap. This was the gauge device. Janet had checked Isaac a day prior, after school closing time, and discovered he had a 5.4 summon with the potential of 7.5, the same potential the elites of Nexus Club possessed. It was stunning. Not only did it mean Isaac was the most talented freshman, but also that in 2 years, he might rise to become Manhattan's king. Janet had already made a mental note to get close to him. After all, she had never mocked or fought him before, which gave her an advantage. But that was only sweet gossip for the gang. What would truly be a delicacy was uncovering Godfrey's secret. "I'll see what you're hiding," she whispered, pushing up the large, round glasses she wore to enhance her disguise, before sneaking a glance at him. For a second, she froze at his expression. He was staring into the dark sky, his chest rising and falling as he exhaled, his slightly damp golden hair sticking to his forehead and almost hiding his eyes. Her heart slammed harder than usual, but before she could process it, the tablet beeped sharply twice. Janet's head snapped down, and in less than a second, her face drained of color. She stared at the deep black alert with crimson numbers glowing on the screen. Summon tier 12.1. Summon potential beyond classification. Her heart shook violently. She clasped both hands over her mouth to stop the scream threatening to burst out. Slowly, almost fearfully, she tilted her eyes upward, only to find Godfrey staring directly at her. Her body grew weak, trembling as her eyes widened in absolute shock. Just what are you?" This meant Godfrey had been pretending all along. Such overwhelming talent meant he could very well be the greatest summoner Manhattan had ever seen. Wait, did this mean that beyond being a dual summoner, he had to be a tri-summoner? His main summon, the monster with such an outrageous tier, had to be hiding within his soul space.
A tri-summoner.
Weren't those only myths? Yet Godfrey might be both, a king-tier summoner and a tri-summoner. Just what kind of existence was she sitting beside? He was truly the Shadow King. He had been toying with Manhattan from the very beginning. There was no competition for him here. With such a summon, he might as well already be sitting alongside the strongest summoners in the world. Does he know I've figured it out? Janet trembled like a frail leaf in the wind as Godfrey suddenly squinted at her. "Is there a problem?" he asked with a slight frown. Janet shook her head furiously and bolted to her feet. "He doesn't know. He doesn't know." She screamed in her mind as she fled, still squirming with the irrational terror that Godfrey might suddenly appear behind her and take her head. Godfrey raised an eyebrow. "What in the world is wrong with her? Do I smell?" He gave himself a quick sniff, relieved to find nothing wrong. With a sigh he stood, deciding then and there to skip class. It was time to continue his search for Green Gate dungeons. This time he would take Isaac. Real battles would sharpen Isaac's instincts and make him stronger. His fight with Dale had taught him that sometimes someone needed to have your back, especially in situations where his summons were restricted from making an appearance. Hours later, as students went through the building to their classes, Janet leaned against a staircase wall, facing Lucy and another freshman, the one who never seemed to stop chewing gum. "So?" the gum girl asked, eyes gleaming hungrily. "I saw your text. What did you find out about those two?" Lucy folded her arms, equally eager. "Isaac has enough talent to become Manhattan's king once he becomes a junior. So you'd better stay off his path or at best befriend him." "Wow." Lucy blinked in surprise. "That's it? Then who's the Shadow King?" The gum girl frowned. Janet beckoned for them to step closer. As she leaned in, the corridor speakers crackled to life. "Janet Blackwood, you are to arrive at the headmaster's office immediately. Do not delay for even a second." The stern voice froze all three girls in place. The moment Janet entered the headmaster's office, she was struck by the presence of three individuals, 2 men and a woman, all in executive black suits, ties, and earpieces. Authority agents. Their leader, the woman, stood out immediately. She was tall, muscular, with a striking presence. Her long orange hair, ending in black, was tied into a sharp ponytail. The headmaster, Sebastian, stood with his back to the room, hands clasped behind him as he faced the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Janet couldn't see his face. The woman stepped forward.
I'm Cassie.
Can you identify the student who registered a tier of 12.1 and an unclassified potential? Janet's eyes widened. Seeing this, Cassie smirked. We would like to discuss with her outside the school's premises. You cannot interrogate my student without a warrant, Sebastian replied calmly. Cassie's face twisted in irritation. A talent that could help in rebuilding this world is here, and you're trying to hide it. And who told you such a talent wants to save your world? Sebastian turned slightly, his tone sharp. That is your duty, not theirs. If such a person is here, they are here to study. Let them. Cassie turned on Janet. Speak. Your father could lose his job because of your carelessness, using such an important device for trivial reasons, putting an entire city at risk because of what might be assumed a king-tier threat. He could be punished, and it would be your fault. Janet's lips quivered. It's a sophomore. His name is Godfrey Daniels, a humanoid summoner. Cassie and the two agents flinched. You plan to hide this? Cassie snapped at Sebastian. This Godfrey Daniels must be enrolled in the readjustment program to ensure his mind is clear. If he became one of Kane's fanatics, they would begin another world conquest. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. This prejudice against high-ranked summoners who awaken humanoid summons is exactly what fuels Kane's faction. If the authorities cannot grow out of their fear, we will be plunged back into chaos. Hand him over, Cassie said coldly, or I'll involve higher forces and have you removed from this post. You are to aid us in building the next generation, not groom a false god for our enemies. Sebastian exhaled slowly. I was afraid it would come to this. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, Janet and the agents vanished. Cassie found herself back at her HQ, heading toward the exit, only to realize she was walking out to do nothing at all. Janet, on the other hand, was suddenly standing at the staircase with her backpack. The corridor was empty. Everyone else was already in class. As she turned to leave, she froze. The headmaster was strolling toward her. He pressed a finger to his lips. Not a word about Godfrey. Her eyes widened. How does he know? The thought terrified her. She nodded and fled. Sebastian chuckled softly and continued on his stroll. Passing a classroom, he saw students fighting. The wall cracked. The board split into two. The moment the students noticed him, they scrambled back to their seats. Sebastian snapped his fingers. The wall healed itself. The board restored, erasing all signs of damage. That was exactly what he had done to Janet and the agents. He had reversed them to the state before they came into his office. To everyone else, life moved on without ever being altered. It was as though those moments had never existed. And that was why Manhattan still stood, despite its chaos, its violence, its destruction. Because here everything could be reversed. Meanwhile, a certain golden-haired teen sat at the back of a taxi with a younger boy who had light brown, curly hair. They sat at opposite ends of the seat, Isaac gazing out the window, his fingers clenched tightly around his backpack. The thought of entering a dungeon, a Green Gate dungeon of all things, terrified him. He wouldn't be facing his fellow teens with petty grievances this time. He would be facing creatures that wanted to eat him. Isaac desperately wanted to cling to the beautiful buildings and sleek cars passing by, holding on to his safe, modern life where he had finally crawled out from the bottom. But that option wasn't viable, not with Godfrey around. Sighing helplessly, he glanced at Godfrey, only to find him wearing a wide smile with his eyes shut. He's a monster. Unbeknownst to Isaac, Godfrey was reminiscing about his success in building a platform for himself under the name Golden Knight. On it, he could post requests asking for the locations of Green Gate dungeons, and once confirmed true, he would send the informant a small amount of money as a reward. A free $2,000 did the trick. After all, it was no different from receiving free cleaning services. In this case, Godfrey would clear a Green Gate dungeon without charging a dime, and he always promised to be there faster than any guild. And so, not even 2 hours after he created the platform, a message arrived. From the details, there was a 90% certainty the information was genuine. When the taxi dropped them off, Godfrey stepped out carrying a backpack filled with necessities. including a brand new 3.5 combat dagger that went for hundreds of thousands. His mother would definitely call about that later. Food, water, and that dagger were the only things that could be found in Godfrey and Isaac's packs. They made their way down the street until they reached a warehouse, currently barricaded by 2 policemen with 2.4-tier giant dogs standing guard. Standing upright, both dogs were about 4.5 feet tall, their intimidating presence enough to scare away passers-by, leaving this part of the street utterly deserted. The dogs unleashed mighty barks at Godfrey, but he merely squinted, his eyes gleaming for a brief instant. That alone silenced them. The policeman, who had been speaking with a blonde woman, turned around. From the woman's distraught expression, it was clear she was the informant. She owned the warehouse, and her 2 daughters had vanished inside. The guild party sent to help still hadn't returned, and it had been over 24 hours. Apparently, even before sending the message, she had contacted the authorities. She just wanted help from anywhere she could get it, but the sight of 2 teenage boys left her puzzled. "You're not supposed to be here," one of the policemen said, glancing at his giant dog, which now crouched and whimpered meekly. "We're from Manhattan High. Those people in there might die before whoever you're waiting for arrives. Let us help," Godfrey said softly. "Manhattan Summoners High," one of the policemen exclaimed, eyes widening. Godfrey and Isaac nodded. The 2 officers exchanged quick glances, both understanding the weight behind that name. Manhattan wasn't just known for producing elites. Most of its graduates ended up as high-ranking officials in various sectors under the authorities. These teenagers were their future superiors. "You can't seriously be thinking of letting those kids enter that dungeon." "I hope you're not," the woman interjected, her voice trembling with anger and fear. "That thing swallowed my girls and an entire guild party of experienced hunters." Godfrey's gaze turned toward her. "Ma'am, I'm the Golden Knight. You sent the message to me." Her eyes widened as the realization struck. She had just asked another kid to save her own. A glowing diagram flared to life, and from it emerged a 9-foot-tall black and yellow spider, towering behind Isaac. Seeing the massive summon, one of the policeman's eyes dilated. "That's a mammoth spider." Of course, he recognized it. Manhattan City's famous fallen hero from 2 decades ago had one just like it. That alone confirmed that these boys were indeed from Manhattan High, because that was a top-level, high-tier beast. "What about you?" the policeman asked, turning to Godfrey. Isaac let out a short chuckle. "You don't want to know." His words sent a chill down everyone's spine, even the woman's. They couldn't help but feel as if they stood before a Lord-tier summoner. Only Manhattan High could produce such monsters. "You may enter, but please, be careful," one of the policemen finally said. Godfrey gave a single nod to Isaac before striding forward into the warehouse. Godfrey knew he wouldn't be walking into a warehouse, yet when he stepped through, he found himself in a cathedral-like hall. It was vast and solemn, candles crackling on chandeliers and candelabras, bathing the space in a faint orange glow. There were no monsters, at least not yet. Instead, he saw 2 blonde girls, the elder around 19 and the younger perhaps 12, huddled together by a pillar. Opposite them stood 4 individuals. The first was a man in his late 50s, one arm entirely wooden and shaped like a tree limb with dark green bark. He was bald, with gray beards hanging thick. Crouching beside him was a massive bear with a thick green mane, several crooked horns jutting from its head, and 2 bone-like spikes replacing its left forepaw. Totem markings danced across its fur. Beside the old man were 2 men in their late 20s, twins, both flanked by quicksilver falcons, 2 huge birds that eyed Godfrey and Isaac sharply. These birds were peak-level elites at best, yet fast enough to compete with many high-tier beasts. The last was a woman seated casually atop the head of a 5-meter-long dragon snake, a constrictor lined with gleaming fangs. Scar, the old man, frowned. "I told that woman to call the police, and I'm sure she did. So why are there kids here instead? Are the police not doing their job?" The woman on the dragon snake smirked, her voice smooth and mocking. "Hello, pretty-faced boys. You've just signed your death sentence." Hearing that from such experienced-looking guild members made Isaac flinch. Godfrey's calm expression made Isaac's unease wither, and slowly he too became calm. But then, Godfrey's face shifted into concern. This isn't what I expected. That single sentence almost stopped Isaac's heart. On the other hand, Godfrey was referring to the trait of the dungeon he had entered. This kind of dungeon was usually a blue gate or red gate dungeon, both dangerous, with the red being even more horrifying, but there was one difference. Both of those had exits. The green didn't. This particular trait was known as Defend the Fort, where one had to protect their fort from an endless swarm of monsters. Once the fort was lost, it meant certain death, and the only way to clear the dungeon was by killing the dungeon boss. And now, the fort's main wall and courtyard had already fallen. Everyone was trapped in the final safe place, the cathedral-like hall. Looking around, Godfrey noticed thick roots winding across the walls, completely blocking the windows and the massive entrance door. It was obvious that one of the summons here was responsible for this. Joanna, the elder of the two sisters, suddenly realized something after scrutinizing Godfrey. He's definitely younger than me. The other one is even more agitated. What are they doing here? She muttered to herself, only for her younger sister, Celine, to tug gently at her long-sleeved top, gaining her attention. What is it? Joanna asked softly. Celine pointed at Godfrey, her eyes glimmering faintly with a strange light. He has an army. He can help us. Her once distraught tone now carried a spark of hope and relief, but Joanna was perplexed. An army? What was that supposed to mean? Was there an army outside, about to enter and rescue them? She knew Celine could see glimpses of the future, brief flashes of how things ended, like snapshots of the final scene. Her ability allowed her to see the image of the day's outcome the moment she woke up. That was how she had known that revealing her elder sister's summon would lead to everyone's death. And for that reason, Joanna had kept silent. Quit looking around like, can you do a thing? I have my hands full with these girls. I can't bother with two morons, Scar spat, his tone sharp with exhaustion. Godfrey squinted, choosing to ignore the man's harsh tone. They must have been on edge for a long time. We can be of help. Isaac is a peak elite tier summoner, and I'm a 5.5 high tier summoner. Revealing their tiers should have given the group a sense of hope, or so Godfrey thought. His confidence fell like a stack of cards when the twins began chuckling and the woman burst into laughter, her mockery echoing through the hall. You call that help? She scowled. I have a 5.8 summon, the boys here both have 5.4 summons each, and the boss has a 6.0 summon. You think your little help will do what all of us couldn't? I can't be stranded here because of people too frightened to act. Besides, I need that core to push Mountain to 5.0. With that thought, two diagrams flared before him, and Ballista emerged alongside Mountain. Both swiftly activated Blackout, their mana rising sharply, so intense that even the summons of the guild party turned their wary gazes toward the knights. Are those golems? They don't look like ordinary ones, but even then, you, an inexperienced teenager, can't. Silence. A calm yet deep and thunderous voice came from Mountain, who transformed his shield into Achilles' shield and slammed it into the stone floor, cracking it. Shock swept through the hall. The woman's eyes widened to their limit. The twins' lackadaisical grins vanished, and Scar's frown deepened. The girls were frozen, stunned to hear Mountain speak, while Isaac's eyes almost bulged from his skull. He watched as Mountain gave everyone an intimidating look, his 5.8 tier aura pressing down like a wave, making the guild summons extremely apprehensive. Ballista didn't even bother moving. He simply stood there, emanating quiet dominance. Mountain had grown from 4.6 to 4.8 after countless battles, but Ballista now reached 6.5 in his blackout state. Raising his arm, he summoned 24.5 bow knights. The lines on Scar's forehead deepened at the sight of 27-foot-tall, heavily armored knights with massive bows, filing into the cathedral with perfect discipline. The shock only multiplied when Mountain went further, summoning 20 sword and shield knights, their massive armored bodies carrying great oval shields and long swords. In the blink of an eye, the spacious hall felt crammed with an assembly of gleaming golden knights, an army fit for a lord. Joanna looked at her sister in disbelief. finally realizing what she had meant earlier. She swiftly rose to her feet. "Please wait," she called out to Godfrey, who was already about to march toward the door. Godfrey turned toward her. "I can boost summons," she said. A glowing diagram appeared beside her, and from it emerged a 3-foot-tall, two-tailed golden fox. The moment it appeared, all of Godfrey's summons surged with newfound power. Mountain rose from 5.8 to 6.0. Ballista from 6.5 to 6.7. The same surge spread through every knight he had summoned. "You had such a summon and didn't help us when we were here. All because you didn't know where to step in? You selfish little brat." The woman with the dragon snake spat furiously. No, Joanna shook her head quickly. "My sister Celine saw that even with my help, we'd all die, and telling you about it would have surely led to that end. That's the only reason. You should have still informed us rather than let us sit here hopelessly. And you," she turned her glare to Celine, "you trust your weak sister over us." Celine shrank behind Joanna, and the woman scoffed. "Stop. You might make the little midget cry." One of the twins mocked while the other chuckled as they both stood. "Enhance our summons," Scar commanded with a heavy tone, patting his beast as it rose to its full height. Isaac frowned at how the sisters were treated. It wasn't as if the girls had known this was a Green Gate dungeon. Godfrey watched everything from the corner of his eyes without a change in expression. Then he noticed Scar's gaze shift toward him. "Stand back," Scar said. "You can't open the door with those roots in the way. Trust me when I say you can't break them, so stay back and let me remove it." Mountain tilted his head once, glancing at Scar through his helm slit, then suddenly charged straight toward the huge double doors.